Canadians to participate in activities and ceremonies in honor of those who have served our country and as well for those who continue to serve.
This week, I'll be thinking of veterans from coast to coast to coast to coast. We remember the 1.7 million Canadians and Newfoundlanders. They fought in the main wars of the 20th century to defend peace, freedom, democracy, and human rights.
We'll remember the 12,000 First Nations, Métis, Inuit veterans. We will remember the hundreds of Black men who took part in the No. 2 Construction Battalion. They risked their lives to support Canada's war efforts, even as they face systemic racism and discrimination at home and abroad. We must remember them, and we must honor them. Nous nous souvenons des 125 000.
We remember the 125,000 members of the Canadian Armed Forces and over 4,000 civilian police officers. They participated in peacekeeping operations worldwide, and we honor them. We remember the thousands of other veterans and active members belonging to underrepresented groups who had to overcome so many trials in order to wear the Canadian military uniform.
We will also remember, Mr. Speaker, the 4,200 Canadian Armed Forces members and the 450 RCMP members who participated in one of Canada's largest domestic military operations in our country's history, the Swiss Air Flight 111 tragedy in September of 1998.
Regardless of where and how they served, no veteran had the same experience as any other.
This Veterans Week is a time to reflect on the many ways in which these brave individuals have made a difference both at home and abroad while wearing the uniform.
In wartime, in times of military conflict, and in peacetime, our soldiers have carried out the difficult and demanding tasks that were asked of them, often at their peril. At the Invictus Games in Germany this year, I was able to observe once again all that our veterans have overcome. And this reminds me how important the support network for veterans is. It makes all the difference.
Of how, when veterans serve, their families also serve with them, Mr. Speaker. This week, I hope that you all are reminded of these veterans and their families too. I hope that you are reminded of their service, their sacrifices, and the battles that they still fight today.
In return, we pledge to providing them the support and services they need, where and when they need it. It's the least we can do for those who have given so much for us.
This Veterans Week, as we mark 75 years since the first UN peacekeeping mission began, and 35 years since the UN peacekeeping forces received the Nobel Peace Prize, we reflect on all that our veterans have sacrificed to uphold peace, democracy, and human rights.
We solemnly remember all those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, and we pay tribute to all veterans and active soldiers for their invaluable contribution to peace and safety in the world.
And on November 11th, Mr. Speaker, we will pause to reflect on the sacrifices they have made and the freedoms we enjoy today as a result. Lest we forget.
Lest we forget.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Banff-Airdrie.
All these were honored in their generations and were the glory of their times. That verse from the book Ecclesiastes, inscribed on the walls of the Veterans Memorial Building here in Ottawa, for me, captures the valor of the men and women who have and continue to serve our country in uniform in our armed forces, who are the greatest of Canadians. Les hommes et les femmes qui ont servi et
the men and women who have served and continue to serve in our armed forces are the greatest of Canadians. It's an honor for me today to speak on behalf of the leader of the official opposition and all Conservatives as November 11th is upon us. We thank all of these people for the ultimate sacrifice that they have made in the missions and the conflicts in the history of Canada.
The ultimate sacrifice those who have had their lives forever altered, and their families who were left behind, a debt that we can never fully repay. And that instinct to honor our fallen is evident around our country, from Canada's first Road of Remembrance established on Shelbourne Street in Victoria, BC in 1920, to the Crow's Nest Officers Club founded during the Second World War by Captain Rollo Mangai of the Royal Canadian Navy in St. John's, Newfoundland. Canadians strive to memorialize our fallen, honor those who fought and returned home, and show our support for those who still serve our country in uniform today. Parliament Hill hosts one of the greatest memorials, the Room of Remembrance, which contains the records of Canada's fallen warriors. The names of every man and woman who have laid down their lives in service to Canada are logged in books of remembrance, and each day new pages are turned, so Canadians can contemplate the sacrifice of those who gave their lives in service. Each page is a simple list that nonetheless tells a moving story of individuals from every part of our land who spared nothing to keep our country free and who sacrificed everything in defense of all that we cherish today. Les noms comme le sergent.
Names such as from the Royal 22nd Regiment, whose name is on page 57 of the Book of Remembrance in the Korean War.
A flying officer with 419 Squadron of the Royal Canadian Air Force on page 535 of the book which commemorates the Second World War. Royal Navy Ordinary Seaman Sidney MacDonald Wheeler of Notre Dame Bay, found on page 204 of the Newfoundland Book of Remembrance. And closer to home for me, Captain Nicola Goddard of Calgary on page 219 of the In the Service of Canada Book of Remembrance. In Afghanistan, Nicola was the first Canadian female combat soldier since World War II to lay down her life in frontline combat. Originaire de toutes les...
From all regions of Canada and all service branches, these courageous men and women represent only a fraction of some 120,000 Canadians who have lost their lives while protecting our freedoms and on behalf of the country they love.
Importance of standing up for what is right and just. The need in a dangerous world to defend our values and our freedoms. We must always strive to honor our fallen while showing our support and appreciation for our veterans and our men and women still serving in Canada's armed forces. All of these have served Canada with bravery, dedication, and selflessness. And they paved the way for and now protect the peace that we enjoy today. Remembrance Day is also a time to reflect on the sacrifices of families who see their loved ones go into service. Many have lost husbands, wives, fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters. It is the terrible cost of war. We must be always mindful of the pain of that loss and the need for support endured by the families who were left behind. I want to read from a letter from the front that was sent by a Canadian soldier, Fred Adams of Ontario, who wrote this letter in May of 1915 to his aunt. Dear Aunt, this is the first day they have allowed us to write letters since this battle began, and I have no doubt you're anxious to hear from me. We've lost an awful lot of our fellows, and to those of us who are left, it seems just a miracle that any of us came through alive. About 2 brigades of Canadians held about 5 times as many Germans. It would have done you good to see the boys. I did not see one show the white feather, but each had a set face and went right at it. It was just a nightmare, a hell. We could see the boys falling everywhere, and it was just awful to hear them cry out. We have lost 2 of our guns, and there are only 11 of us left out of the section. All the boys did the best they could, and I, for one, am ready to do it again. Only I hope the war will soon end for the sake of the poor parents, wives, and sweethearts of all the soldiers. Still, I thank God that I am spared and always pray that he will soon end the war. With love, Fred. Sadly, Fred Adams was killed in action just days after this letter to his family. And letters such as Fred's are among the hundreds of thousands that came home from the front to worried loved ones at home. They are vivid reminders of the real people, their humanity, their courage and their dedication that are the reasons we enjoy the freedoms we do today. It is the privilege of the generations who have received liberty as our legacy to honor the sacrifices of those who secured it for us at so steep a cost. It is our duty and their due that we pay tribute to their sacrifice by fixing their service and their sacrifices in our remembrance, and by ensuring that we always cherish and uphold the very freedoms that they fought for. We will remember them. Nunu Subiendra.
We will remember them. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is truly an honour for me to rise today in this House. You know, wearing the poppy is a small gesture, but one that is very powerful. It is the opportunity for each and every Canadian and Quebecer to show their recognition of those who have fought for Quebec and Canada for freedom, democracy, and who have paid the price in both flesh and soul. This ritual dates back to the armistice of 1918, when the horn sounded out on the morning of November 11th to end some 4 years of war, which resulted in 9,000 disappearances and deaths. And since then, we have observed this date to honor all veterans of all wars. We're talking about the Great War, the Second World War, the Korean War, the operations in Cyprus, Bosnia, Rwanda, and the war in Afghanistan. It is also this remembrance of Hill 55, Vimy, Calais, Sarajevo, and others. In all of these conflicts, Quebec soldiers fought under the Canadian flag and gave us numerous reasons to be proud of their acts of valor and their sense of sacrifice. These past years, thanks to internet, the figure of certain sergeant majors have been observed. This history of the soldier who fought in the Second World War is so impressive that we wonder today why there is not a movie that has been made about his impressive exploits, further to a documentary that was made. He was nicknamed the One-Eyed Ghost because a grenade in the Bosphorus resulted in this injury. He wanted to continue to fight and so stayed. He used this one eye to be a skilled sniper and never missed. After having survived the Normandy landing, he even went on to free the city of Zul in the Netherlands single-handedly after his partner Willie Arsenault was killed. This Quebecers is one of 3 soldiers in all of the Commonwealth to be decorated with the Medal of Distinguished Conduct twice during 2 different wars. And we could also talk about the Chaudière Regiment, the Vendoux, and the Bombardier 425 Wing, nicknamed the Swallows, and whose football team, the Alouettes, are standouts. These French-Canadian units are very rightly a symbol of pride for we Quebecers. This commemoration brings together 54 countries, and it's an opportunity to remind us of our blueprint for society that is part of a continuity and the values defended by these heroes, and in the maintenance with our historic allies of an unparalleled solidarity, but the right to feel this pride comes with a duty of memory towards all of those who fell in battle, because most of their names have been forgotten. So this duty of solidarity is something that comes with having seen the horrors of war continue in their spirit and who have paid for this devotion all their lives. The conflicts that we see today in this world must, or rather, showcase the atrocities that these young men and women must have gone through and the immense courage that is required to affront them. From our comfort as a peaceful country, we must always remember this humble deference to those who have given everything to preserve our hard-won freedoms, wearing the poppy, which over our heart this helps veteran organizations. So speak to a veteran. Take some time to remember the contributions and the sacrifices made by these men and women, these veterans, and we will never forget.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today on behalf of my New Democrat colleagues to honour those Canadians who have sacrificed so much for our country. On November 11th, we honour those who have given so much and dedicated their lives in the service of Canadians. We make our promise to never forget those who have lost their lives in the line of duty. And we pay our respects to those who protect our freedoms and our rights by continuing to serve in war and in peace. On November 8th, we remember Indigenous veterans whose history is often forgotten or suppressed. Indigenous veterans sacrificed not only their lives, but also their status and rights if they returned home. Their stories, courage, and experience must be remembered too. The poppies that we wear every year are a reminder not just about the sacrifices that generations before ours have made, but also a reminder about those Canadians who have recently returned from war and those that are currently serving. We remember those veterans who served in the Great War and in World War II, who built the Canada we live in today. We also remember those Canadians who served in Afghanistan, the Persian Gulf, and in peacekeeping missions across the globe. Les anciens combattants du temps de...
Veterans from war times served in these missions and many others have the right to our highest respect as well and our greatest gratitude. We must continue to support these veterans who still need help today.
From duty, many veterans continue to serve their communities. The skills and expertise learned from military service are brought into other aspects of life. Veterans continue to serve in the public sector, whether they be in uniformed services or other trades and services. Indeed, service to the public does not end when the military service ends. We also use this moment to think about those who are called to serve in today's Canadian Armed Forces. The Canadian Armed Forces command the respect of our international allies. Though small in number, members of Canadian Armed Forces are among the best trained in the world and continue to accomplish feats that many others in the world cannot. Whether it be in modern conflicts, missions for peace around the world, or assisting with disaster responses both in Canada and around the world, our service members are heroes. Among those highly trained and well-respected members of the Canadian Armed Forces are women who continue to serve in a field that was designed by men for men. The decision to enlist requires a courage many of us will never know. And it's a courage that is often too often overlooked. Women who serve are not invisible as we rebuild the Canadian Armed Forces to reflect the modern world and its needs. We know that women veterans and those women who currently serve will be a major part of our future. Mr. Speaker, when the call to service is made, it's not just veterans and active service members who answer the call. As you've heard from many colleagues, the sacrifices of military service include the spouses, children, siblings, and parents of the men and women who serve. When a service member serves, so too does their family. Service members know the risks of leaving their families, and we know that these decisions are not easily made or alone. That's why we must remember those who are left behind and remind ourselves that all Canadians, that families of service members are not alone, and that we stand with them and support them. Sacrifices that were made by veterans and continue to be made by members of the Canadian Armed Forces cannot be forgotten. The ultimate sacrifice was made by those who lost their lives and the families who loved them the most. The memory of the person who will never come home breaks our hearts, and we commit to never forgetting the sacrifice that they made. The sacrifices of those who are injured and the need and help of government to ensure those that answer the call must not be neglected. We commit to ensuring the services you need will be there when you need them. The sacrifices of families and friends who give up those the most with their loved ones must not be taken for granted. The lives we enjoy would not be possible if not for the moments you've given up. And for that, we express our deepest gratitude. This Remembrance Day, we ask all Canadians to take a moment from their lives to reflect on the sacrifices that have been made by their fellow citizens who volunteered themselves in service of something bigger than themselves. They answered a call so few of us have not. We thank all members of the Canadian Armed Forces, past and present, and call on Canadians to learn and understand so that their work and service is never forgotten. Thank you.
I believe the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands would like to speak, so ask for UC.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to join in the tributes to Veterans Week and Remembrance Day and ask if I have unanimous consent to proceed.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci mille fois.
I'd like to thank all of my colleagues for this honor to be able to speak today with the other parties in this House to pay tribute to our veterans, and also to take a moment for Veterans Week that will take place between the 5th and 11th of November.
This moment, thinking of how we will mark Remembrance Day in our own communities and how we will, in the week leading to Remembrance Day, mark and honor the extraordinary contribution to the lives we lead today. As many members have said, our life today in this country would not be possible without the sacrifices of others and other generations for the most part. Although, as the honourable member for Burnaby South just reminded us, we have veterans now, we have members of our armed forces now who need our support. I'm of that generation of baby boomers that was close. My dad, my uncle, fought in the Second World War. But I even remember as a child meeting my dad was British and lived through the Blitz, but his cousin Victor was in the First World War in the trenches. We didn't have the term post-traumatic stress disorder then. Everybody just knew that cousin Victor wasn't quite right. He never got over the First World War. He once said to the family, if someone were to tell me they were afraid of teacups, I would understand. There's a trauma that never leaves one from the horrors of war. I particularly today want to pay tribute to Mary Grey Eyes Reed. She was born in Muskeg Cree First Nation in Saskatchewan, and her daughter, Cheryl Greyes, is a friend of mine, and that's the only reason I know that Mary Grey Eyes Reid was the first Indigenous Canadian woman to join the armed forces. So on Indigenous Veterans Day, I particularly think of Mary Grey Eyes Reid, who faced at 5 years old being seized from her family and taken to residential school. And in 1942, joining the Canadian military and serving overseas, where even there in the Canadian military at time of war, she faced racism and discrimination, both sexism and racism. And she served with such distinction and honor. And we do plan, I think, all of us to find ways in our own communities to mark Indigenous Veterans Day on September 8th. This is the first time in many a year that we've risen in this place to pay tribute to our veterans when we've actually been close to theaters of war in two places, in Europe and in the Middle East. It used to be quite, we felt so, that end of history moment when we thought the brutality of direct armed conflict, one country against another, belonged in a different time. To our Canadian men and women serving now in our military, thank you. We will be with you, we support you, and we must never let our veterans down. Wear the poppy and buy as many as you can, knowing that the Canadian Legion does such good work in our communities. But I just want to take a moment to pray for war dead in the most neglected of all Canadian war cemeteries. I only know about it because the former member for Cumberland Colchester, Bill Casey, when a group of us, 18 MPs, toured occupied territories in Palestinian territories and in Israel. When we toured those territories, Bill Casey spoke to the Canadian government to say, please let us go to the Gaza War Cemetery, where several thousand Canadian war dead and Commonwealth war dead, not all Canadian, lie buried. And nobody has gone to honor them from Parliament for many, many years. And it was too dangerous then in 2018, and the government wouldn't let us go. So in this moment, there are some in that cemetery where it's marked that they were never identified, but they're not marked as unknown. Their graves say this: here lies a soldier of the Great War, known unto God, unquote. No one unknown, but some known only to God. Lying in another theater of war near Gaza City is the Commonwealth Gaza War Cemetery. So I close with taking a moment and hope all will join me in a prayer for peace for the whole world, for Ukraine, for Gaza, for Israel, and that we will, before the next Veterans Week, be able to go to the Gaza War Cemetery and that it be quiet and tranquil and that we can lay flowers on the graves of those known only to God. Amen. And thank you. Merci.
I thank all for the interventions. Nous les souviendrons.
We will remember them.
Moving on. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committees.
dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of Senate public bills.
Projet de loi émanant des députés.
Rather, introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Too many children across Canada go to school without having a proper meal in their bellies. I am presenting a petition that has been signed by many people across Canada to call upon the Government of Canada to invest in Budget 2024 in a fund negotiated with provinces, territories, and Indigenous leaders that would help children by developing the food and nutrition habits they need to lead healthy lives and succeed at school. A school food program would be so important as a next step forward to help for healthy families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this second day of Hindu Heritage Month, I rise to present a petition important to many Hindu communities across Canada Petition Fighting Hindu Phobia. It received over 25,000 signatures. Canadians, thanks to the hard work and dedication of Hindu organizations who have seen an increase in attacks and threats against the Hindu people in their places of worship. Everyone in this country deserves a safe place free of intimidation and violence and harassment and vandalism to worship, no matter what that looks like. Hindu Canadians are facing growing negative stereotypes, prejudice, discrimination at work, in schools, and in their communities, while traditions and cultures are misrepresented and misunderstood. So I'm happy to table this petition, and we look forward to a response from the government about what they're going to do about this.
Presenting petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
An honour to bring forward this petition on behalf of constituents of mine from Cumberland, Courtenay, Parksville, Qualicum Beach, and Port Alberni. Mr. Speaker, they're calling on the government to take action around the toxic drug crisis. They cite that the war on drugs has failed miserably. And this is from family members and community members, people that are connected to people who've died from toxic drugs. They're citing that criminalizing people causes more harm, and that the government needs to take on evidence-based policies, including expunging people's records who've been charged with personal possession of substances, to stop criminalizing people whose use safer substances, and then to create a regulated, safer supply of drugs to replace the toxic street drugs, and expand treatment and recovery, prevention, education, and ensure that people are getting the support in time and we're meeting people where they're at. And they're calling for a plan, Mr. Speaker, with a timeline and resources to tackle this crisis that's taking lives of people in our communities. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The residents of Saanich Gulf Islands who've signed this petition start by recognizing that Canada is legally obligated under the terms of the Paris Agreement signed and ratified by Canada, with the goal of attempting to hold global average temperature increase to no more than a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase. We are now at 1.1 degrees Celsius, and we already see the dramatic and devastating impacts of the climate crisis. The petitioners therefore call on the Government of Canada to take bold climate action, and they particularly call on the government to do the following things: to set ambitious targets for reduction of emissions, to set a national price on carbon, to arrest growth in oil sands and other fossil fuel production, to end, and this was a promise made in the 2021 election, to end the export of thermal coal from Canada, and to invest in the transition to a carbon-free, decarbonized economy, one with strong and sustainable jobs and a strong post-carbon economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present a petition today on behalf of members of my community that indicate, whereas the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has warned us repeatedly that rising temperatures over the next 2 decades will bring widespread devastation and extreme weather, and whereas we are certainly feeling the impacts in Canada today with increased flooding, wildfires, and extreme temperatures, and whereas addressing this climate crisis requires drastic reduction in greenhouse gas emissions to limit our global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, the oil and gas sector is the largest and fastest growing source of emissions, and whereas in 2021 the federal government committed to cap and cut emissions from the oil and gas sector to achieve net zero by 2050. It calls on the government of Canada to move forward. It calls on the Government of Canada to move forward immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the necessary targets that Canada has set to reduce emissions by 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise again on behalf of my constituents to present a petition. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 22nd time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The people of Swan River have been forgotten by this NDP Liberal government, and crime is out of control. A recent report from the Manitoba West District RCMP showed that within 18 months, just 15 individuals were responsible for 1,184 calls of service and 703 offenses. Let me read that again, Mr. Speaker. A recent report from the Manitoba West District RCMP showed that within 18 months, just 15 individuals were responsible for 1,184 calls of service and 703 offenses. This is why the petitioners are calling for action. They demand jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of Canadians who care deeply about the health of the ocean and and understand that we all depend on a thriving ocean ecosystem. The signatories point out that in 2019, over 1 million cruise ship passengers traveled off British Columbia on their way to Alaska, and that these ships generate significant amounts of pollutants that are harmful to human health, aquatic organisms, and coastal ecosystems. Based on this information, the signatories are calling to set standards for cruise ship sewage and grey water discharges equivalent to or stronger than those in Alaska, to designate no discharge zones to stop pollution in marine protected areas, the entirety of the Salish and Great Bear Seas, and in critical habitat for threatened and endangered species, and finally, to require regular independent third-party monitoring while ships are underway to ensure discharge requirements are met. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition. Presenting for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise here today to present a petition from my constituents who point out that the impacts of climate change are accelerating in Canada and around the world, and that Canada's current GHG reduction targets are not consistent with our fair share to meet the global goals agreed upon in Paris, and that subsidizing fossil fuel production is not compatible with the stated goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and that the government's continued support of fossil fuels puts our future in danger. So they therefore ask the government, the House of Commons, to fulfill Canada's obligations under the Paris Agreement through a just transition off fossil fuel that leaves no one behind, eliminating federal fossil fuel subsidies, and halting the expansion of fossil fuel production in Canada.
Any petitions? No. Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1697, 1700, 1701, and 1708. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 1694 to 1696, question 1698, 1699, 1702 to 1707, and question 1709 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
I wish to inform the House that because of ministerial statement, government orders will be extended by 28 minutes. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on the carbon tax pause on home heating, standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Shipley, moves that, given that the government has announced a, quote, temporary 3-year pause, end of quote, to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, the House call on the government to extend that pause to all forms of heating, home heating. The honourable leader of the official opposition.
I'll be splitting with the member for Peterborough-Kawartha. A Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. Those were the words of the Prime Minister, and that is the principle of my motion today. It reads, and I quote, that given that the government has announced a, quote, temporary 3-year pause, end quote, to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, the House call on the government to extend that pause to all forms of home heating. Very simple. And how do you argue with it? If the Prime Minister has now caved on the carbon tax for those heating with oil, then he ought to be intellectually consistent and do it for all forms of heating, for all Canadians. Now, we know that the Prime Minister has decided to create 2 classes of citizens. He is under pressure and under duress decided to pause the carbon tax on home heat until after the election, at which point he intends to quadruple it. But in the meantime, there will be this temporary carve-out. Asked why there was a double standard and why this carve-out applied only to about 3% of households, the Minister of Rural Affairs said that other Canadians could have had the break too, but they didn't elect enough Liberals. In addition to that being a bloody-minded divide and conquer approach to politics, it's actually inaccurate because many did elect Liberal MPs and are still forced to pay the tax on the heat. These are people in Liberal-held ridings who will be excluded and will be forced to pay the higher tax on the heat as the temperatures goes down. Riding of Sudbury, who heats with gas, any less Canadian than those who get the pause, is the single mom in the Liberal ridings of Thunder Bay, any less Canadian as she is forced by the Prime Minister's tax to skip meals so her kids don't have to, is the welder in North Bay any less Canadian as he cannot gas up his truck to go visit his dying relatives in other parts of the province any less Canadian? Of course not. But the Prime Minister thinks they are. And once again, we see his divide to distract strategy. You see, he thinks that if you are afraid of your fellow Canadian, you might forget that you can't afford to gas your car or heat your home. We have seen this divide and conquer strategy of the Prime Minister over many years. We saw how he called small businesses tax cheats. We saw how he called anyone who disagreed with him a small fringe minority, even though he later had to apologize for those comments. We saw recently how he tried to besmirch Muslim, Sikh, and Christian parents, calling them hateful simply because they wanted to protect their children. We see again and again how the Prime Minister tries to demonize hunters, calling them American, saying that people who live in Cape Breton and hunt or live in northern Canada and hunt for sustenance are the reason we have record gang shootings in downtown Toronto. That has become his go-to approach, and here we have it again, with a 2 classes of citizens approach to his carbon tax. Now, let's not forget that his plan is to quadruple the carbon tax if he's reelected. My plan is the opposite. So I've proposed with this motion a compromise in the meantime. What I propose is that we take the tax off so Canadians can keep the heat on this winter, and then when Canadians go to the polls, we can have a carbon tax election where people choose between his plan to quadruple the tax on gas, heat, and groceries, and my common sense plan to axe the tax and bring home lower prices. Prime Minister, in his desperate divide and, by the way, it's not just divide. Yesterday, he wouldn't even show up and defend this approach in the House. He was in Ottawa. He was in the building, and he would not answer questions.
Do you have a point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader?
The leader of the Conservative Party has been told on many occasions he cannot do indirectly what he cannot do directly what he cannot do directly. So something of that nature. You know what I mean, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask that the member recognize that members of all sides of the House at times cannot be in the House for a multitude of different reasons.
I will caution the Honourable Leader about that. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The Prime Minister's strategy is hide and divide. Hide and divide. Hide from debate, divide the population. That's how he thinks he will cling on to power, but here's the problem. He can run away from debating me all he wants. The problem is he can't run away from his own party. His former Environment Minister, Catherine McKenna, said that he had broken her heart. He'd broken her heart. His liberal senator, Paula Simons, said he betrayed her because he had assured her the carbon tax was going to make people better off, but he had later admitted that people heating with oil were made far worse off by his carbon tax, thus needing a pause from that tax. And Liberal Senator Percy Down wrote a spectacular piece just yesterday where he said the opportunity for the Conservative leader to form government was created by a lack of fiscal responsibility in the Liberal government, and the damage it caused our economy is now showing up in the opinion polls. Within the Liberal Party, many members who are in favor of fiscal responsibility have given up on this current iteration of the Liberal Party. He goes on. Originally, the centralist Liberals assumed that the Prime Minister and his crowd needed to be educated on the economic issues of the day. That naivete was replaced with the realization that they were not a serious government when it came to the economy, that they simply didn't care and would throw money at anything that crossed their mind. The resulting interest rate hikes, increasing cost of living, and huge debt didn't seem to concern them. This Liberal senator goes on to say the Prime Minister should be fired and replaced with a new Liberal leader. Meanwhile, the incoming Liberal leader, Mark Carney, is now firing shots at the Prime Minister, claiming that he would not have allowed two classes of Canadian citizens on the carbon tax question. This is carbon tax chaos. Canadians are paying the price, and all of it proves that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. He is not worth the cost of heat. He is not worth the cost of food. He is not worth the cost of housing. But apparently, he is worth the cost to the NDP. They were elected by good, solid, decent, working-class folks in places like Vancouver Island, the Skeena and the Bulkley Valley, in Timmins. Good people. I've met these people. Folks who pack their lunch, get out of bed every morning, work hard, and build our country. But they are betrayed by the NDP, who now work for the Prime Minister, who've sold out the working class rural people of this country who were the foundation of that party. Shameful. And now they have a decision. The NDP leader says he disagrees with a dual class citizenship approach of the Prime Minister on the carbon tax. I'm giving him a chance to prove it. We have a motion before the House that simply says, let's give everyone the same tax-free heat this winter. The NDP leader has already stated that he agrees with that point of view, but he has to check with his boss, the leader of the Liberal Party, the Prime Minister of Canada. Well, everyday people in Timmins, in Kapuskasing, in Smithers, British Columbia, and in countless other NDP communities will be watching on Monday to find out whether the NDP leader votes for them or the Prime Minister. And if he doesn't vote for the people he represents, why should they vote for him in the next election? Absolutely. The good news is that Conservatives do not work for this Prime Minister. We work for the common people. The common sense of the common people united for our common home. Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I'm embarrassed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting hearing the leader of the Conservative Party, and you know, one could ultimately say he's taken a bit of a flip-flop, because it wasn't that long ago when he himself actually voted, when the NDP brought forward a motion to remove the GST on home heating. One would think, based on everything that he's been blabbing about for the last week or so, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives would have voted in favor of getting rid of the GST on the home heating. Canadians would be surprised to find out that he did not.
October 2022.
Now he looks to his colleagues. Did I really?
He looks confused right
yes,
now.
Mr. Speaker, he really did vote against an amendment that would have removed the GST on home heating oil. My question to the member is why the change? Why the change? I think it's a fair assessment. I agreed with him. You know, I too did vote against it, but I'm curious as to why did the leader of the Conservative Party flip-flop on this issue?
No, Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
We would take all taxes off home heat, Mr. Speaker. That's our view. The Conservatives, in fact, the NDP did copycat our 2019 election platform commitment to take the GST off home heat. That is true. But then they flip-flopped. And the NDP is now working for the Prime Minister. They've sold out the people in Kitimat. They sold out the people in Penticton. They sold out the hard-working miners and loggers in Timmins, and instead decided that they would work for the Prime Minister of Canada, that they would speak for the Prime Minister in those communities rather than speaking for those communities to the Prime Minister. Conservatives are the exact opposite, and that is why we call for a consistent one Canada approach. A Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, and we would take the tax off and keep the heat on for all Canadians everywhere, always.
I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Speaker, I believe you seek it. You'll find unanimous consent to table the NDP motion, and the results of that vote.
Hearing no's. I'm already hearing no's. So questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, when we talk about a one Canada approach, this motion will only apply to 4 provinces and 3 territories. It will not help people in British Columbia. However, New Democrats a year ago brought forward a motion to remove the GST on home heating, which would have applied on all Canadians, all 10 provinces and 3 territories. While I'm getting heckled by the Conservatives, I'll try to push through. But Mr. Speaker, it was in the Conservative platform of 2019 to remove GST on home heating. But what did they do? They voted against it, Mr. Speaker. So talk about who's fighting for all Canadians. The NDP did that by putting forward that motion. Maybe the member from Carleton can explain why his party voted against their promise in the 2019 platform, why they voted about removing the GST on home heating for all Canadians.
Honourable Leader de l'Opposition.
The Honourable Opposition Leader.
Why don't we take all tax off home heating? Why don't we take all taxes off home heating? Why don't we do both? Very easy to do. The NDP has copycatted our 2019 platform commitment to take GST off home heating. Now the member is hyperventilating because he is going to lose his seat in the next election because the people on Vancouver Island have seen him betray them again and again, and now he's going to force British Columbians to pay a quadruple carbon tax on their heat, gas, and groceries. He's voting in favor of the federal government, forcing the NDP government in his province to quadruple the tax. We are simply saying, give his constituents the same break that some Atlantic Canadians are getting temporarily. Give them a pause on the carbon tax because a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, I sat and listened to the Leader of the Official Opposition's speech, and not once did he actually mention about the program that we're helping to make transition for. There's 1 million Canadian households, Mr. Speaker, in this country that are extremely vulnerable. They are paying in excess sometimes of either double or 4 times the price of alternatives such as natural gas or electricity. We've built a program. He's talking about removing the carbon price, which we've done on a temporary basis, and we've offered a solution. Does he believe in what the government is doing to actually help the most vulnerable people across the country? The Conservatives haven't quite picked that up. Across the country. Does he believe in the Government of Canada helping people in rural Ontario, rural Alberta, rural Saskatchewan actually make the transition who are extremely vulnerable on home heating oil? That's my question. Does he support the program?
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
First of all, it is not across the country. It's only available in a few provinces. And so far, the uptake has been very low because we don't have the capacity to switch large numbers of people under the program that he proposes. Plus, it's just riddled with bureaucracy and paperwork. You can picture elderly grandmothers who are in the freezing cold in King's Hants having to fill out all of these forms that he's put in front of them. And finally, let's just point out that that member was in full panic mode last week because I was holding a monster rally of 1,000 common-sense Nova Scotians. You were there, Mr. Speaker, and they were rallying to axe the tax while he was bawling his eyes out on the phone with the PMO, asking them to save his job because he knew he was going to be fired by his constituents. That is the only reason why he even sought a pause, but he has to tell them the truth. If he's reelected, they will see that tax go back on their home heat. The only way to axe the tax is by electing a common-sense Conservative MP for King's Hants and a government for Canada.
Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, and today is an extremely important day. Today, the members of this House who were elected to serve Canadians have the opportunity to prove where their priorities are. The Conservative Party of Canada and our leader has put forth an opposition motion that will be voted on Monday. Here is the motion. Given that the government has announced a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, the House call on the government to extend that pause to all forms of home heating. This is a reasonable, common-sense, fair-minded motion, and I want to read it into the record again. Given that the government has announced a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, the House call on the government to extend that pause to all forms of home heating. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the question is, why would we even have to ask for such a common-sense motion? How did we get here? How did we get to the point where the Liberal NDP government put in a punitive tax telling Canadians it was an environment plan, when we know now, through expert testimony and the behaviour of this Liberal Prime Minister, that this punitive carbon tax, which is driving up the cost of living, was never about environmental science. It was always about political science. And that is the pattern of behaviour we have seen over and over from this Prime Minister and the NDP, who continue to prop up this government and then practice hypocrisy in this House every single day in the chamber. Because the NDP prides itself on saying they stand up for the middle class, for the most vulnerable, and yet they prop up this Prime Minister who is making their life a living hell. This is not my opinion, Mr. Speaker. These are facts. Last week, Tiff Macklem, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, testified at the Finance Committee, and I want to read into the record some of this testimony. Mr. Tiff Macklem said, "First of all, it is the most vulnerable members of society that are suffering from the most high inflation. They are feeling the brunt of affordability more than everybody else. They can't just move down the market. They're already at the bottom of the market. Much of their spending is already on necessities. You can't cut back on that. That's why it is so important that we get inflation down. Inflation is a tax that disproportionately affects the most vulnerable members of society." Now, Some people may want to argue that the carbon tax is not responsible for inflation or that it's not contributing to inflation. Well, let's correct that for the record as well, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister has tried to tell Canadians that repeatedly. But again, we know it's not true. Let me read into the record more testimony from the Governor of the Bank of Canada during Finance Committee last week. The member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, said, "Just to reiterate what you said there," he's referring to Mr. Macklem, "it would be 60 basis points or 0.6%, which currently the inflation rate is at 3.8%. That equates to almost 15% if I can do the math quickly." Mr. Tiff Macklem, "It would be 3.2. This testimony tells the story and the facts, and it proves the impact of carbon tax on Canadians. If it was removed today, tomorrow, inflation would go from 3.8% to 3.2%. Wow. That is significant. For people who don't know at home, that's 16% overall. Your mortgage, your interest rate, the cost of heating, the cost of groceries, all the things that you need, the necessities you need to live that are squeezing you out every month would go down. That is the impact of the carbon tax. I want to read to you a couple comments from readers who write to me, because that's our job. That's our job. It's to represent the constituents. It's to elevate their voice. So we have Barb, who's written into me. And when we talk about the most vulnerable, those are often our seniors. And Barb wrote to me and said, "We are retired and we heat with propane now. We changed from oil to propane because of the cost for oil, but propane is just as expensive now with the carbon tax. And because the propane has jumped in our groceries, I work part-time to help cover these increases." So you have seniors now who, work their entire life to retire, and they can't. They can't, and they're forced back into a workforce, not at a high-paying job. These are entry-level jobs they're trying to get into. They can't enjoy the fruits of their labor. Some of them are moving back in with their children. That is the result of this carbon tax. I want to give you a couple more stories because they're very important to hear and have in the record. Danny wrote and said, "My mother is going through this now. She has to make a choice, either heat her place or buy groceries. She layers up in clothing in her apartment. She is 69 years old. I have never seen this country so bad." Mike Jessup wrote, "I heat my home with food." And someone said, "What does that mean?" I said, "That means he doesn't have any money left over to pay for his heating. He can only pick one or the other." How sad is that? Elizabeth McNeil Young wrote, "I lived through two," and I don't know if I can read this into the record, Mr. Speaker, because it's a name. "I lived through two Trudeau governments." I'm not sure if I can say that. "Back in the 80s, I worried about losing my home. I made it work, though. Now my children are in the same boat." Carol went on to say, "I changed from oil-fired boiler to electric boiler because I couldn't afford the oil monthly bill any longer. I wish there was a rebate for us homeowners who couldn't afford a heat pump and put in an electric boiler instead." This brings me to a point that I wanted to bring up. I sit in this House every day and listen to the members opposite on the Liberal Party. Their new argument is, "We're giving away free heat pumps." Two problems, Mr. Speaker. Number one, heat pumps only work to -25. We live in Canada. I don't know where they're talking about, but many areas in Canada go far below -25. Second problem, they're giving away free heat pumps. That is the essence of the problem we have in this country because of those Liberals. There is nothing free. Right. It is taxpayer money. This is basic fiscal policy. Absolutely. Mr. Speaker. Anyone who manages any household budget understands this. There's monetary policy which is controlled by the Governor of the Bank of Canada. It's his job or her job to control inflation. Fiscal policy is controlled by the government, which in this case is the Liberals and NDP. And fiscal policy is how much you spend. And anybody at home A basic student going to university right now knows if you spend more than you make and you have to use your credit card, you will only be paying off interest, and that debt will go up and up and up. That is how we got into this position. So when they say they're giving away free heat pumps,
Nothing's free.
that's disgusting, because it is taxpayer money. Be honest, be transparent. You are using taxpayer money. How much is that going to cost? Are they going to pay for the AMP service if they're going to need to up that AMP service? That is the issue. They don't have their money. They have taxpayers' money. And until they figure that out, we are going to keep doing the same thing over and over again. Their agenda is not about the climate. It's about holding on to power and keeping seats that are slipping from them because Canadians cannot handle this misery any longer. We heard from a Liberal minister on national television say if people want to break from the carbon tax, they have to vote Liberal. Shame. Shame. It is awful. Every Canadian deserves the necessities to live. We are Canada. The only party committed to affordability in this House is Conservatives. And today, we challenge this House to prove their service to Canadians and to prove that they will do what they were elected to do, which is make life better, not worse. The most compassionate thing you can do is make life affordable for our children, for our seniors, for the middle class who go to work every day to pay their bills, and they can't. So today, we call on this House to treat all Canadians fairly and to vote in favor of our motion to pause the carbon tax on all home heating for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
I'd like to thank the member for her statement. I was interested to hear she said that heat pumps don't work when it's minus 25 below. I just came back from the western part of my riding, including Emo, which is in northwestern Ontario, where it quite commonly gets much below 25 degrees, and half the town uses heat pumps. I would think, and I know that the member is also from Peterborough, I know even in Peterborough it gets below minus 25. So really nobody north of Peterborough uses heat pumps, and are you not in favor of heat pumps? Because it certainly seems like an affordable way to heat your pump or heat your house if you can afford them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. And I think, again, we're seeing an inability to see the point of the motion. Heat pumps are fine. My parents are using a heat pump right now. That is not the issue at hand. They are not serving 97% of Canadians with what they're doing. They've decided to give some Canadians a break. The reality is it is not a luxury to heat your home in Canada. And the efficiency of the heat pump drastically goes down. It's like using electricity. This is the science of it. It's just common sense. So if you do not pause the carbon tax for everyone, you are discriminating against 97% of Canadians. That is what we're asking today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention today. Now I'm confused because, of course, we've heard the opposition stand up and talk about the fact that the Alberta NDP has been pushing back against what the government's done, but yet the Alberta NDP put forward an emergency motion in our legislature that said, be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly recognize carbon dioxide emissions contribute to a changing climate. They talk about wildfires, evacuations, extreme weather events, and then they go on to talk about the fact that there needs to be we need to apply the same programs across the country for home heating, yet the Conservatives in Alberta voted against it because it had references to the need for a climate plan. And we haven't heard from the Conservatives yet. What is their climate plan? Could this member tell me what they plan to do to deal with the biggest crisis of our time right now, the climate crisis? Because as far as I can hear from her speech, she doesn't even admit it's real.
The honourable member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, so much to unpack in that member's question. First of all, shame on that member for being a representative of a party that keeps this Prime Minister in power and continues to make Canadians suffer. Secondly, I would challenge her to check out the recent Radio Canada CBC article where whistleblowers are saying they provided, secret recordings by Liberal bureaucrats, outright incompetence of their Green Fund. $1 billion Green Slush Fund is a sponsorship scandal level kind of giveaway. That is not an environmental plan. That's another scandal, another misuse of taxpayers' dollars propped up by this NDP. And now they're trying to distract, Mr. Speaker. They are now stating a falsehood. There was no motion from the NDP to take GST off home heating. They are distracting from their plan to give carbon tax. Thank you.
I think there's a point of order from the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, there was in fact a motion that the Conservatives teamed up with the Liberals to defeat,
that is debate. That is, I know it's clarification and debate. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member, or my colleague, has mentioned, the Prime Minister has said a Canadian's a Canadian's a Canadian, when in reality what he's done is said pit a Canadian against a Canadian against a Canadian. And I'm wondering if the member, she's talked in her speech about how it's not equal across this country and the big challenges are here, and I'd like to hear more from her on those issues.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Absolutely, and thank you to my colleague for that question. Listen, we just see it every single day in this House. And Canadians at home see it. This is, they see who he really is. Right. And that is the reality of what you're dealing with. This is an ideological government who believes they are going to save you. They're going to create the problem, make life unaffordable, drive up inflation, give punitive tax, and then come back and say, oh, here's a little rebate from a scandal-level slush fund. This is, the moral integrity is gone, the agenda, everything. Divide, distract, and power. That is the agenda of this Prime Minister propped up by that NDP government.
Here, here. As my public service announcement for the morning is to make sure that everybody keeps their questions and answers as short as possible so everyone can get to participate, because I've seen a few members have tried a few times that have been unable to. Continuing debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are here to debate an opposition day motion made from the Conservative Party, and as I read the text of the motion, this is a common occurrence. I find the need to actually come out and clarify and provide more context to what exactly they're necessarily calling for, because this follows a really important government announcement last week. And if you look at the text of the motion, it provides no clarity, no context, and no actual solution of how the Conservative Party would deal with a very acute national issue that I look forward to talking with you and all my colleagues here today. I think it's important, before I get talking about, Mr. Speaker, what the government announced last week, about why there is a carbon price system in this country at all. We are here because, as colleagues would have experienced across the country, we are experiencing more and more dramatic and extreme weather as a result of climate change. Mr. Speaker, in our home province, we had the worst forest fires in our history. Indeed, that was a reality across the country. We've had Hurricane Fiona. I remember reading, and I've talked to constituents, Mr. Speaker, hurricanes used to happen maybe once a decade on the Atlantic coast and in Nova Scotia. They're happening every year. In some cases, we are subject to having 2 storms. So the science is clear. Generally, most parliamentarians in this place believe the importance of moving forward. And carbon pricing is an effective way to do that. There are 77 jurisdictions around the world that have a form of carbon pricing. The Conservative Party last election ran on a carbon price. Canada is not alone in this regard. And it is an important tool to being sure that we can drive forward. And the way that the government introduced the system, Mr. Speaker, was to be very mindful of balancing affordability. I just listened to the member from Peterborough-Kawartha. She's not entitled to her own facts. The facts are that the Parliamentary Budget Office has consistently shown that there is 8 out of 10 families in this country that receive more money back from the climate action incentive payments than what they pay in any form of carbon pricing. That is Not my fact. That is not the member from Peterborough Kawartha's fact. That is the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who is an independent member of this Parliament, to provide that reality. And carbon pricing in our environmental strategy is working, Mr. Speaker. And notwithstanding you never hear comments or concerns from the Conservative Party about environmental concerns or a plan, we are the only government in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker, that has actually reduced GHG emissions and grown the economy at the same time. Again, that is fact. Is there more work to do? Absolutely. But I'm proud of being part of a government caucus and a government that has been focused on that number one question. I can't say the same for the official opposition. And that is the contrast, Mr. Speaker. As I've said before, I am not seeing any plan, any vision, or any desire to want to jointly address the questions right now of affordability and environment. And as I've said publicly, Mr. Speaker, those are two things that have to go hand in hand. The Conservatives don't seem to understand that, that we have to be able to tackle these issues at the same time. They cannot be independent. So, Mr. Speaker, last week the government made a really important announcement, and as a rural member of Parliament, I am proud to see the adjustments that were made. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, not all Canadians have the same access to change behaviour and to benefit from the Climate Action Incentive Payment Program. Not all Canadians have the same tools in the fight of climate change, particularly the further you go outside major urban areas. And Mr. Speaker, you represent West Nova in Nova Scotia. I represent Kings Hants. I think it's fair to say we both have the types of constituencies where there is some basic form of public transit, but it is not available to all of our constituents. There is many instances where the people that we represent have to drive longer distances and do not have the same tools as people living in major cities like Toronto or Montreal or Vancouver. And the government did recognize that in what it introduced originally as a climate program under the National Carbon Pricing Plan. There is a 10% supplement available to Canadians who live outside of a census metropolitan area. But, Mr. Speaker, what the government announced last week is that that increase is going from 10 to 20%. I applaud the government for doing that. That makes a difference for rural Canadians in the federal backstop jurisdiction across the country benefit. It means that rural Ontarians have more money in their pocket. It means that individuals living in Saskatchewan and in Alberta, outside of major cities, have more money to help support and recognize the lived differences between them and Canadians that live in major urban areas. That is equity, Mr. Speaker. That is making sure that that is in place. And the government was smart and mindful to make that change. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are 1 million Canadians who use home heating oil across this country. 286,000 in Atlantic Canada, 465,000 in Quebec, 266,000 in Ontario, approximately 30,000 in the Prairie provinces, and 88,000 in British Columbia. I don't have the statistics in Northern Canada in front of me, Mr. Speaker, but I know that there are many Northerners that use heating oil as well. This is an acute issue, Mr. Speaker, because the reality is heating oil is 2 to 4 times more expensive than other conventional means to heat your homes. Let me repeat that again. 2 to 4 times more expensive. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a clear economic incentive to change off a home heating oil furnace. If you have the money, Mr. Speaker, and you're sitting at home right now and you have a home heating furnace using heating oil, and you have some money in your bank account, you have some money in your pocket, it would be wise, I would humbly suggest, that you look at finding other ways to get off your heating oil, because it is vastly expensive and it is also terrible from an environmental sense. Now, we don't hold Canadians responsible for the fact that they have certain lived circumstances and that they use heating oil to heat their homes. But these are vulnerable Canadians, Mr. Speaker, who exist across the country, who exist in the ridings of the official opposition, who exist in the ridings of the government caucus, and indeed every single member in this place, I hazard to guess, has at least some people in the riding that use heating oil. So we have an interest as a government, Mr. Speaker, to help those people who may not have the means to be able to change their behavior themselves. If you don't actually have the money, Mr. Speaker, to take on a project to reduce your reliance on heating oil, then you're stuck. And that is exactly why the government, Mr. Speaker, launched a program specific to Canadians across the country in the fall of 2022 to help everyone across the country try to make a transition. There is a $10,000 federal grant available to any Canadian in this country that wants to make a transition. The $10,000 grant is available low and medium income. The government has a program that is more of a loan-based, zero interest for those that are higher income. But there is federal resources available across the country. I want to read some statistics to you because it informs the debate and the conversation that we are having, Mr. Speaker, about equity. Because the equity has been framed around one source of heating oil with no context, Mr. Speaker, about the price differential. So for members living in Ontario, I want you to know that if you have people using home heating oil, they are paying on average $3,400 a year on home heating oil. For those on natural gas, it's $900 a year, Mr. Speaker, so almost 4 times the amount. If you don't have the money, how do you get off this? You're in a vicious cycle where you're using the most expensive fuel to heat your home in the country, and you don't have the money to actually get off the source that you're using. In Regina and Saskatchewan, same thing, $1,400 for natural gas on a yearly basis. Average basis on heating oil, $4,500, Mr. Speaker. In Vancouver, $600 for natural gas, $1,800 for heating oil. And Mr. Speaker, the prices have gone up 73% over the last 2 years. And I hear the member from Perth Wellington saying, I wonder why. Well, it's not because of carbon pricing. It is not. Well, the member from British Columbia. So, Mr. Speaker, it is that level of rhetoric on the other side that they don't actually understand the fundamental market difficulties of Canadians that are in this situation. And so that's why we launched a national program. It was $250 million, and it was available to all Canadians and remains available to all Canadians. But what the Prime Minister announced last week was balancing affordability and environmental progress together. He announced that we would augment that plan, Mr. Speaker. We would temporarily pause carbon pricing on home heating oil. Remember, these are the million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, who are vulnerable, who are paying in excess, in sometimes anywhere between 2 to 4%, or 2 to 4 times rather, the amount that other Canadians are paying on their heating bills. We launched a program in partnership with Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador to actually increase the support for Canadians that are in difficult situations. People that are below the provincial median income, Mr. Speaker, in my riding, in your riding, are going to benefit from up to a $15,000 federal grant, with the province of Nova Scotia supporting the remaining $5,000. There's a $250 incentive to help join the program, and we're going to help people actually make a transition off heating oil. Because it's good for the environment, Mr. Speaker, it's good for affordability, and it matters to the most vulnerable Canadians. I want to give you an example in my riding, Mr. Speaker. You've been there. I was out in rural Hants County on the Hants Shore in Walton. I talked to a woman named Doris. This was on the summer. This was actually about this time last year when we had launched some of the programs. She said, look, I was glad to see that. I was glad to see that I have a $10,000 grant that I can actually access. But I'm on a senior's pension. I'm on the guaranteed income supplement. I don't have a whole lot of extra money at the end of the month. Things are tight. So I'd love to take on that program, but I don't actually have I've been quoted at about $17,000 or $18,000 to do the project. I just can't. Even though the government's there trying to help, I can't access that program. Well, Mr. Speaker, Doris in Walton now is going to be able to benefit from a program of cost delivery between the government of Nova Scotia and the government of Canada. And not only is that good for the environment, Mr. Speaker, more importantly right now in the affordability context, it's good for Doris. It's going to save her thousands of dollars a year. I don't hear any solutions from the official opposition of what they're actually going to do long term. Yes, they would actually remove approximately 20 cents from Doris's bill each year. We've done that. We've paused the carbon price because we've recognized that there's a group of Canadians who just simply can't make a transition Why would you have a carbon price when we're literally launching a national program to help them out? So we've gotten rid of the carbon price. We've done what the Conservatives would do, but we've gone a step further, Mr. Speaker. We've actually offered Doris a long-term solution to help her make that transition. I don't hear the Conservatives even talking about that program, Mr. Speaker. So great. The Conservatives' plan on affordability is to offer Doris 20 cents off her average per litre home heating bill, which runs about $1.88 a litre right now. That's great, $1.68. Well done, Conservatives. Guess what we're going to offer Doris? We're going to offer Doris $2,500 a year in cost savings that then she can use to help support her in other ways.
Hear, hear.
That is a good program, Mr. Speaker. That is actually having some vision to focus on the transition and helping people out. And I don't hear that. And again, I've touched a little bit on the exemption. This is a conversation at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. We've seen it, some pundits here in Ottawa. Oh my God, you're undermining the carbon system. No, we're not. We are tying a specific pause to a carbon price with a program for people who are actually too vulnerable to make the transition, who have all the economic incentive to change because they're paying 4 times the energy bill. If they had the money, they already would have transitioned, Mr. Speaker, and these people exist across the country. Is it an acute in Atlantic Canada? Absolutely. And I'm proud of the fact that this government has addressed this. I'm proud to be able to go home and tell my constituents we have a solution for them. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? I'm proud if I go to Northern Ontario, if I go to Saskatchewan, if I go to Manitoba, Alberta, I'll be able to tell people that are in this same situation that we have a solution for them too. And the way that the Conservative Party has framed this is that somehow this is just for one region. And it is not. It is available for the whole country. Do the 30,000 households in the prairie provinces, Mr. Speaker, who use heating oil, who are vulnerable, who can't make a transition, paying 4 times the price of natural gas, do they not deserve a break too? Do they not deserve a government that's focused on meeting their needs? Haven't heard of one word from the Conservatives on that whatsoever. And so at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what we've done. What we announced last week is good news for the entire country. It is particularly good news for rural and regional Canada. And I'm proud as a member of Parliament sitting representing a rural riding to have offered thoughtful solutions and adjustments to a national policy instead of a tear-it-down approach on the other side. Remember, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are offering you this. They're offering you 20 cents, approximately, on your home heating bill that they would remove. We're offering long-term solutions to actually help people make a transition. That is the difference. And Canadians will take notice, Mr. Speaker, about what we're doing. And we're focused on vulnerable households. Again, I listened to the Leader of the Official Opposition. Not one word about the million Canadians who are in a very difficult position in Manitoba, in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec. 465,000 households in Quebec, Mr. Speaker. Very difficult situation that they're in. And again, I want to highlight there is federal support across the board. We've launched a specific project to augment the national program. But instead of just standing across the way and yelling and offering simplistic solutions, I would encourage the member from British Columbia, from Prince George, he should be reaching out to Premier Eby. Because I can promise you, some people in Prince George right now use heating oil, and they are in a difficult situation. He should not only direct them to the $10,000 grant that exists right now for his constituents, I hope he has. Maybe we should get some household material about whether or not he's actually talked about the programs that the government is announcing. But he should call Premier Eby and say, Premier, why don't we work together? Why don't we get him to reach out to the Government of Canada and work for the 88,000 households in British Columbia that use home heating oil? What about the people in Saskatchewan, Manitoba? Yes, it is smaller, but these people still matter. These people that are in rural, northern communities and need help. So, Mr. Speaker, I have about 4 minutes left in my remarks here today. And again, I want to be able to tell the story about why we are focused, why this matters, because it has been vandalized by the Conservatives to suggest that this is only for one part of the country. It is not. It is a national question of 1 million households across the country. Instead of offering simplistic solutions to save people at home very minimal amounts of money because the actual market cost to heat their home is frankly extortionate, is so expensive, we are actually not only temporarily pausing in direct correlation to a program to help people make a transition, but we're actually giving them the money to help make the transition so that they're not stuck in a cycle. That is climate action. And again, there are some people in this country, Mr. Speaker, I've seen it, they see it as a climate step down. No, not at all. In fact, I would point you, Mr. Speaker, to an agency back home in our province, the Ecology Action Centre. They are saying this is an example of action on climate and affordability at the same time. They are the preeminent environmental organization in Nova Scotia and certainly Atlantic Canada, because they understand the unique regional challenges that exist, not only in the Atlantic, but indeed, I would quote you, rural Ontario, northern Ontario. And you know, the member from Regina Capel, instead of actually talking about what the Conservatives do to help people in northern Ontario, is calling a press conference, which I can only imagine what type of elements he would be talking about. Certainly probably not talking about the fact that there's actually 266,000 households in Ontario that would benefit from this. No, he's going to stage a press conference in front of the Member of Parliament's office from Sudbury. It's disgusting. It's sick. Why don't the Conservatives actually step up with a plan? Again, they ran on carbon pricing last election. If they don't want to run on it this election, fine. But show Canadians some iota, some evidence that you actually have a plan, not only on the environment, but on affordability. Because you know, Mr. Speaker, when I go back, and I've already talked to many constituents at home, they appreciate what the government did this week. They appreciate the fact that this matters. I've talked to some of our members on this side, indeed other members in the House. I talked to the member from York Simcoe, actually, last night. He said, you know, he used my name, he said, you know, Cody, there is a lot of people in my riding that use heating oil. What you announced is actually going to make a difference. That's a Conservative-held riding. So there is a national program. I'm proud of what the government has done. We've made sure that rural Canadians are better protected and better supported under the national pricing strategy, particularly for those that don't have the same ability to change behavior. And we've taken a specific look at 1 million Canadian households who are in a very vulnerable situation, paying some of the highest costs in the country to heat their home and don't have an ability to transition. We've built and augmented a national plan. And I have about 45 seconds, 30 seconds. Okay, I've had 30 seconds. I hope to get some questions from particularly my NDP colleagues as well. Again, this was framed very quickly as an Atlantic Canadian exercise. It is a national question. And I know some of my NDP colleagues in rural areas hopefully will be able to opine on the importance of this project and what else we might be able to do to help those people, because we are going to be focused on solutions, not rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. So I look forward to taking questions from my honourable colleagues. Proud to have stand with this government, and I look forward to answering further questions that I may have. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say that the member made our case for technology and not taxes. The carbon tax only makes everybody poorer and then does not allow them to have the funds that they need to then use to buy new technology that often is more efficient, is often better for the environment and all of these things. And we have been making this case for a very long time. I don't know if the honourable member has heard our technology not taxes line that we've been saying for a very long time around these things. The other thing I would just point out is that this is Atlantic heavy policy, and that the fact that the heat pump program that he's talking about is not available in Alberta, and the fact is that most Albertans would like to buy more efficient products and things like that, but are unable to because the carbon tax is being placed on them for no value at all to the average person who's paying the carbon tax in Alberta and the average business that's paying carbon tax in Alberta. A sawmill in my area, $140,000 of carbon tax every year. How does that allow them to invest in better technology? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, perhaps the member was not in the chamber when I made my remarks specific to the fact that on this program, it is available across the country. There is a $10,000 federal grant to vulnerable Albertan households that are still using heating oil. He should encourage his constituents, he should help his constituents find that program. Maybe he hasn't, maybe he didn't know about it. Happy to share the information after the remarks here today. But this is a national program, so for him to stand up and say that there's not something for Alberta is just simply not the case. Specific on home heating oil, Mr. Speaker, it is unique because it is highly carbon intensive. In fact, it's the worst for the environment, but it's also the highest cost of what it actually takes. That's unique. Usually there is higher intensities of carbon in lower affordable fuels, and we're trying to put a carbon price to make it change behavior. That's not what is the case here. There's no sense in putting a carbon price on someone who is already vulnerable and paying the highest cost. But under the climate action incentive payments, the rebates that go, every other source of heating actually gets more money back than they pay in. But heating oil was the exception, and that's why we've moved on an exception on the carbon price specific to that. And yes, it is an Atlantic program available. It's an Atlantic acute issue that I'm proud to have helped champion, but it matters in his riding too. I'm proud to have made a difference for his constituents, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just reading this news article that quotes the member from Kings Hants. He's quoted as saying, "I will tell my folks at home in Nova Scotia that are using natural gas that at the end of the day, there is other federal programs should they choose to want to help make a transition or reduce their reliance on natural gas." And yet, every single organization that I talk to that works in the energy space says that the federal government's Greener Homes program and the heat pump rebate that it provides is deeply flawed and does not work for low-income homeowners. Will the member for Kings Hants admit to this House that the program is broken, that it doesn't work for low-income Canadians, and will he commit to fixing it so that low-income homeowners get cash up front and get as much cash back as he's willing to provide for people who heat with home heating oil?
Well, member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, in Nova Scotia, people using natural gas would be actually using a heating source that is probably one of the lowest cost actually in the province. And my remarks reflect the fact that there is a series of programs, the Canada Greener Homes Loan, there's a $5,000 grant available to people. I take notice that he's talking about how can we make sure we front load more money for people who are vulnerable, who are not specific on heating oil. I think that's a valid conversation, but I would direct him to the fact that there is a plethora of federal programs that are available to actually help people regardless of the heating source that they use. Heating oil in particular is a very specific chronic challenge for a vulnerable group of Canadians. That's why the government has tackled it. We started with coal-fired electricity. We're moving to heating oil in terms of that being a challenge. But on natural gas, if people want to look at energy efficiency programs, they do exist across the country and they're available. Can we improve them? Happy to take some of his suggestions.
In comments, question commentaire, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we get into this debate again, I'm seeing the same omission we always see, and I'll note it's particularly from our Conservative colleagues, that yes, the price on pollution, the carbon tax, went up 2 cents a litre in the last year. But it's corporate profits of the oil and gas industry that went up 18 cents a litre. Never a word about those. In fact, when we talk about inflation, 47 cents of every dollar of inflation is directly attributed to massive increases in corporate profits. If we're going to have an honest conversation in this place about addressing affordability for Canadians, we need to talk about where inflation is directly coming from. And so to the member for Kings Hants, we've had a number of conversations with over this past week on this topic. I'd be curious to hear more from him. His view on addressing this by putting in place a windfall profit tax on these excess profits of the oil and gas industry that are gouging Canadians at the pumps in the midst of a climate crisis.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. And he raises a really important point that particularly on heating oil, it is a market price that is driving people. It's not has nothing to do with the carbon price. This has to do with actually the cost of the heating oil itself, which is anywhere from 2 to 4 times the price of alternatives. And so that is exactly why this government has been laser focused on that question with affordability programs to support. But to answer his question on the windfall profits, I recognize that other jurisdictions in the world have considered it and moved forward. I said to the honourable member this week, though, we have to be careful, though, because the oil and gas industry is primarily located in Western Canada. If we have to be careful about the concept of introducing something like that, not only from the idea that there could be capital flight, really important jobs, an industry that may be necessarily not investing in the country as a result, but that the money collected under such a program should stay within the regional context. So that's the suggestion I've given. Whether or not the government moves forward on it, I don't know. It's a careful balance because there's a lot of considerations there. Thank you.
Question commentaire. In comments, the honourable member for Halifax.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague from King's Hants stays up to date on the news. He reads it every day. He knows then that this week Nova Scotia Power, our provincial power utility, announced that the budget that they had set aside for responses to dramatic weather events was around $3.5 million. And what they ended up spending in the past year was, in fact, well over $100 million on those responses. That's about a 3,000% overage on what they budgeted. Mr. Speaker, we're all seeing, every member in this House has seen their insurance premiums go up, as have the people they represent. Every member in this House, as have their constituents, seen their municipal taxes go up. Both of those increases have to do with insurance companies and municipalities covering the cost of damage to infrastructure and other things of extreme storm events. We are offering between $10,000 and $20,000 to Canadians to switch off of home heating oil, which is 4 times as expensive as natural gas and 4 times as polluting, and 4 times as expensive and 2 times as polluting. Yet the Conservatives are focused on using sophistry and social media shenanigans to sow discord among Canadians over a few pennies a litre. Would the member care to offer a reason why the Conservatives are showing such disdain, not to just the environment, but to Canadians themselves?
The honourable member for King's Hants.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member from Halifax packed a lot in that because he's an intellectual guy and wanted to get that all in a minute. And a couple things I would say. Let's remember why we've introduced our national programs on climate, because we see it every day outside our door. We've seen it this summer. We've seen it in our neighborhoods. He gave the statistics from Nova Scotia Power in terms of the cost associated with cleaning up after storms. It's significant. He mentioned, of course, the importance of actually being focused on concrete solutions to help people. I totally agree. The Conservatives are offering to save people on home heating oil in Nova Scotia somewhere between, as I understand it, 20 to 30 cents on a litre, which it's $1.88 right now. We're offering to save people thousands of dollars by not only temporary pausing for the next 3 years, but offering concrete solutions to reduce their reliance on a really expensive source of fuel, which is not necessarily that great for the environment. As it relates to Conservative policy around the environment, he'll know that I feel that they have very little, if none. And I think that that will be a question that they are going to have to address as we contrast our different styles in the coming years.
Time for a quick question. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's incredible that the member for Halifax and the member for King's Hants think that 20 to 30 cents a litre on home heating oil is pennies. It's $200 to $300 a tank, 4 tanks a year. It's $1,000 for people in the carbon tax, and they're dismissing it. But yet the great promise that King's Hants member is so proud of is that we'll delay that to a 61-cent increase after the election. Can he tell me why he thinks that is better than axing the carbon tax altogether off all home heating oil to give everyone an equal chance at saving money in this expensive inflationary period that these Liberals have caused?
I know it's hard to believe, but we're out of time. I'll allow the honourable member to answer. King's Hants.
30 seconds, Mr. Speaker. Not only are we offering people on average $300 in savings because we're removing the carbon price on heating oil, Mr. Speaker, we are actually offering people the ability to transition to save thousands of dollars a year. So the Conservatives are offering short-term solutions. $300 is extremely important. I've had people come up to my riding and say, thank you so much for pushing for these changes. They matter. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure there's a long-term solution so that they're not paying extortionate bills over the years to come. And I don't hear any of that same vision from the Conservative Party about whether or not they even support this idea of helping people make a transition. That's what I would ask the honourable member back.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, first I would like to inform you that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for Jonquière. I had my doubts about it originally, but that's how it'll be. Today is like Groundhog Day. We have had many days like this for a long while now, because here we are, once again, faced with a Conservative motion that leads us to conclude or observe that it's another motion that does not apply to Quebec. So there have been dozens of motions about carbon taxes, but these motions are not relevant to Quebec. Now, the Conservative Party is a federal party Sometimes they want to take care of Saskatchewan, Alberta, Manitoba, Atlantic provinces, and that's their job because it's a Canadian party for all of Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, since I was elected in 2021, I have been surprised, shocked even. I would love to rise on Conservative Opposition Motion Day to say, well, they're thinking about Quebec, they're taking care of Quebec, this is relevant and positive for Quebecers. They do, of course, take care of the oil and gas industry, they do care about their voters, but what we can conclude from today's motion and all the Conservative motions that have preceded it is that it's not relevant to Quebec. Now, the member for Louis Saint Laurent said in a CPAC panel that the Conservative Party's plan for climate change is three-pronged and that their leader talked about it at their convention. It's subsidizing oil and gas with the money of Quebecers. The Conservative Party's Quebec caucus, though, doesn't seem to have any influence within the party, and I'm happy about that, though. They don't seem to be defending Quebecers. They don't stand up to defend Quebecers. The Conservatives don't really defend Quebec here. And the Quebec Conservative MPs actually participated in ensuring that carbon taxes don't apply in Quebec. It's the Jean Charest squad. The member for Bellechasse-Etchemin-Lévis, she defended Quebec's cap-and-trade system and Quebec's environmental sovereignty in cabinet in Quebec. She is a dear friend of Jean Charest. She participated in that. And the member for Louis Saint Laurent, he said that he supports Quebec's autonomy over its own environmental policy. That's what they said in Quebec, but that's what he said in Ottawa, but then once he got to Ottawa, his values disappeared. The member for Mégantic-L'Érable, next, was very close to Jean Charest in Quebec City. He's part of that crew who ensured that Quebec could defend and maintain its environmental sovereignty. And where is he today? Radio silence from him. Next, the member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. He was also on board with Mr. Charest's views, but is no longer defending Quebec. Because under the current Conservative leadership, members of the Conservative Party don't defend the interests of Quebec, and in order to have the approval of the leader, they can't defend Quebec, and they say things that are not always accurate. The Conservative caucus, the Quebec Conservative caucus, they are not getting their exercise standing up and sitting down and standing up again to defend Quebec. In fact, they're going to develop health problems for how long they're remaining seated in their chairs, not standing up for Quebec in this place. And I'm worried. I'm very anxious because Quebecers voted for these Quebec Conservative members and they cast the wrong vote, and I'm worried for them. These same Quebec Conservatives, they have the gall to stand in this place and tell Quebec tell us what we should do with our opposition motions. They say that we should choose relevant motions relevant to Quebecers. Yesterday, this House voted unanimously in favor of the bloc opposition motion, calling on Ottawa to consult Quebec when setting immigration levels. All parties voted in favor of that. The federal government then had in fact announced immigration levels without consulting Quebec. Quebec's immigration minister confirmed that. Today's an opposition day. It would have been nice, just for once, for the Conservatives to table a motion relevant to Quebec, helpful to Quebec. The Conservative Party, though, doesn't do anything for Quebec. If they had tabled a good motion like our motion helps Quebecers. Our motion, our immigration motion, was about French language training, about living together cohesively in society. Now, the Conservatives ask a lot of questions in question period. And we ask questions too. Thousands of businesses are on the brink of bankruptcy, and we need an extension of the repayment deadline for CEBA loans. The Chambers of Commerce have called for this. Yet, no Quebec Conservatives have stood to defend Quebec's businesses, Quebec's entrepreneurial fiber. None of them have stood to defend Quebec. Now, when it comes to housing, Quebec has its own model. The Conservatives say they support decentralizing, that they respect provincial jurisdiction, but then when Quebec tries to exercise its jurisdiction, they don't get money from Ottawa. Well, how many Conservatives have risen in this place to call on the government to release the $900 million that was being held, to release it to Quebec? Because in Quebec, we have over 10,000 people experiencing homelessness. The cost of housing is on the rise. It's a national crisis, and it's a provincial crisis in Quebec, and the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert is working very hard on this. But no Quebecers rose to call on the government to release that $900 million. What about healthcare transfers? The Conservatives, the Quebec Conservatives, they never rose to ask for healthcare transfers. Now, they say that they're progressive, these Conservatives, but when it comes to their values and their salaries here in Ottawa, well, they're not so progressive. They're just progressive on statutory holidays and on weekends. And they even go so far as to say, these Conservatives participated in ensuring that the carbon tax wouldn't apply in Quebec, and now they're saying in each and every way that it does apply in Quebec. Well, let's go back to the beginning. The Conservatives have been engaging in wedge politics, divisive politics, all over Canada. But now they're being caught in their own trap, because the Conservatives were misleading this House, and then they found all sorts of maneuvers and motions to say that there's a second carbon tax. It's not a second carbon tax. It's a standard. It won't apply until 2030. But the Quebec Conservative Caucus is not listened to by their own party. They realized that the standard is not even binding. It's not a second carbon tax. Here's the real truth. Here are the facts. Alberta is making $20 billion in royalties on oil and gas. They are very dependent on oil. For each dollar that Quebec earns on hydro in royalties, Alberta gets $13 on royalties in oil. This system is supported by the Quebec Conservative Caucus within their party. And why? To keep their seats. The Quebec Conservatives don't defend Quebec because they want to keep their seats. The member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier promised that he would resign if the current Conservative leader was elected. Well, he was elected, and the member did not resign. And the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier does not defend decentralizing, does not defend Quebec's jurisdiction and autonomy. I'm here to defend Quebec. I defend Quebec deeply, with every fiber of my being, and I also defend truth. So I call on the Quebec Conservative Caucus on their sense of decency and morality. I hope that they'll take a hard look at their values. And I hope that one day on Conservative Opposition Day, we will have a motion that's relevant and positive for Quebec, but that's certainly not the case today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for the question, or for his speech. I was fascinated that earlier we had the member from Thunder Bay over here asking questions, and I wanted to respond to his question a little bit. And I was interested to see that when the Prime Minister made the announcement on the pause for on the home heating fuel, carbon tax in the Atlantic Canada. It was interesting to see that only Atlantic MPs were standing behind the Prime Minister when he made that announcement. It's interesting to me. I was wondering why, and I'm wondering if the member might have any speculation why the member from Thunder Bay wasn't in that picture, or the member from Sault Ste. Marie. So thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. My colleague knows that the Bloc Québécois defends and upholds Quebec's jurisdiction and Quebec's independence and autonomy over its own environmental policy. And now the colleague is asking me why such and such a member from such and such a province supported such and such a policy or a carve-out. Well, that's not my province. In this House, in our party, we defend Quebec, but not all Quebec MPs of all parties are defending Quebec's environmental autonomy. And moreover, some Quebec MPs are being paid federal salaries to mislead and give misinformation to Quebecers. And that's the question that I'd like my colleague to ask Quebec Conservative members. Thank you.
James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I think what was really shocking about the Liberal announcement was that it seemed so much about keeping their MPs in Atlantic Canada alive. Conservatives are now saying that they're dividing the country from each other, but the Conservative motion is actually dividing the country because Quebec and British Columbia are not paying the carbon tax. So residents in British Columbia and Quebec are not getting any benefit from this. It would have been more reasonable, as New Democrats have pushed, if we took off the GST, the HST off, to ensure that if we're going to have a pause, it's fair across the country. But what we're seeing now is that the Liberals have actually just undermined the whole principle of carbon pricing that they've been promoting.
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, my colleague understands what type of situation we're in. When I was elected to this Parliament, this federal Parliament, well, I already knew that Ottawa doesn't support Quebec. I was aware of that. But I never would have thought that in this House we would never talk about Quebec's best interests, about respecting and upholding Quebec's environmental sovereignty. Now the colleagues asking me questions about the GST and the HST or QST. All I have to say is let Quebec handle its own environmental policy. I repeat, let Quebec handle its own environmental policy because, first of all, it's our jurisdiction, and second of all, we can do it a lot better than the federal government.
Violence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Mirabel. There's something else in this debate because the Conservatives sometimes claim that natural gas is more environmentally friendly, and that's not true. So natural gas is mostly shale gas. And because of the method, the fracking method, it has a worse impact on our environment. So it's not a good choice for our country. Does my colleague have a question on, or does he have a comment on shale gas? The Honourable Member from Mirabel. A brief question, a brief answer. Madam Speaker, I'd like to commend my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands. I can tell you about the carbon footprint of hydroelectricity because that's the choice that Quebecers made. It wasn't easy when we decided to head in that direction. Everyone said that we were crazy. Other people were choosing nuclear. Other people were choosing fossil fuels. But we in Quebec, we made an informed choice to choose hydroelectricity because we believed that it was profitable to invest in technologies that make Quebec unique, technologies that we can export, so where people would see us as a model. And we in Quebec are proud of being able to heat our homes with green and renewable electricity. And if you want us to talk about the carbon footprint of our hydroelectricity, I'll be pleased to, for hours. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You're going to see that our speeches will have a number of points in common. And because often when we're in politics, we have to repeat over and over for our message to be heard. So like my colleague from Mirabel, it's going to be a little bit like ground it's going to be kind of like Groundhog Day or kind like Nietzsche. But there's something that we do have to clarify, and that is essential. This motion today will have no impact on Quebec. It, in fact, does not even address Quebec. It's not intended for Quebec. And that is why we have to clearly demonstrate that everything that the Conservative Party is saying when it's talking about the 2 carbon taxes does not affect Quebec. It's irrelevant to Quebec, and that is clear. Why? Because if the carbon tax is removed from home heating on Quebec, well, that will have nothing to do with Quebec because it simply does not apply to Quebec. So what we can observe from that is that the Conservative Party is completely disconnected from the reality of Quebec. And the Quebec Conservative members, as my colleague said, don't have enough influence within their own caucus to advance the issues that the only Francophone nation in North America must deal with. And so those representatives are not able in this House to narrate Quebec's message. So I'm saying that, Madam Speaker. And not only do the Conservative members for Quebec not give a voice to Quebec, but also the leader of the honourable opposition was saying that the carbon tax was going to be the main point in the election campaign. And yet this has nothing to do with Quebec. It doesn't involve Quebec at all. And that is unprecedented, Madam Speaker. That is a very comprehensive rejection of the Quebec nation. But I'd like to come back to more clarifications. The Conservatives are constantly refer to a double carbon tax. The first, as we know full well, applies across Canada. And in Quebec, we have a carbon exchange. And in fact, some Conservatives have started to change their tune because they know that if they lie often enough, then, it might have impacts on them. So now they're talking about the regulation on clean fuel. But what is that regulation on clean fuel? Well, it's the logical follow-up to regulations that were put in place by this fellow named Stephen Harper. I don't know if you know this, Madam Speaker, but he was a Conservative. So it was put in place by this man named Stephen Harper, and that regulation was supposed to take effect in 2030. So he pushed it far enough ahead. But we're fighting with climate change now and have been for some time. And not only that, in Quebec, there's already this regulation that is being enforced today in 2023. That is, the regulation on clean fuel in Quebec already applies. So are the Conservatives going to attack Quebec's autonomy in terms of the environment because we're ahead of the rest of Canada? Because it is us collectively who fund the oil patch so that they can inject low-intensity carbon, and so we're paying for that. So the Conservatives say, well, why don't you stick the consumers with the bill? Well, we call that double dipping, but that's against the law. But, when it comes to fossil fuels, the Conservatives are completely blinded. My colleague was saying earlier that we're wasting so much time talking about the carbon tax, and that means that there is no Quebec Conservative who is actually speaking about issues that are important to Quebec. I never heard one Conservative talking about the CEBA, even though the National Assembly unanimously passed a motion calling for the postponement of the reimbursement to the end of 2023. No Conservatives mentioned that. Yesterday, they voted for our motion on immigration, but I've never heard a Conservative Quebecer stand up and say that Quebec is losing its demographic and weight. And that means that Quebec's weight is being weakened, and I never hear Conservatives mention that. And if we're serious about fighting inflation, then the first thing that needs to be done is to protect the most vulnerable. And who does that include? Well, it includes seniors who have trouble making ends meet because they have paltry pensions. If the Conservatives were serious, they would support the idea of increasing old age security and the guaranteed income supplement. As well, since 2015, the Liberals have been yammering on about a review of EI. Well, who is more vulnerable than an unemployed person who cannot collect his benefits? And yet I never hear the Conservatives stand up and defend them, especially in terms of inflation. No, all they hammer on about is the carbon tax. So, Madam Speaker, especially for Quebec, there's an upcoming test which relates to Bills 21 and 96, which are going to be challenged before the courts. I am eager to see how the Quebec Conservatives are going to react to that. And what I want to do today, Madam Speaker, is perhaps to reach out, because I know that we're going to need them too. And a way to reach out to them is perhaps to demonstrate reality to them. And that's why I'd like to come back to the Conservative Party leadership on the leadership race. And I just want to tell you about some shaky arguments brought out by the member for Carleton. And, for example, the Freedom Convoy, well, he unconditionally supported them, even when they committed illegal acts. And he also had this great idea that the Bank of Canada governor should be fired because the leader of the Honourable Opposition was not in agreement with them. There was a big outcry about that, and even boasted that cryptocurrency was a good idea because it would allow Canadians to emerge from inflation. But I think everyone knows that it's not with cryptocurrency that we can ensure the well-being of the middle class. It doesn't reduce inflation. It doesn't make groceries cheaper. It doesn't help with housing. And it doesn't help with buying clothing or other basic needs. There is also all the false advertising. They used the image of a Quebec family where they said this family is having trouble making their mortgage payments. Well, those people spoke up and said they used a copyright image and they made us look like idiots. And the Conservative Party is unscrupulous. They use images like that all the time. So this is false, and the worst thing of all is that the member for Carleton, the leader of the official opposition, says people are calling for MAID because they don't have enough money to feed themselves. How can you trust someone who says so many things that are false? And Madam Speaker, it just goes on and on. In committee, we heard from Suncor and. Obviously, the Conservative Party tried to prevent me from asking questions to the CEO of Suncor, and a Conservative even asked for forgiveness on behalf of all Canadians to the CEO of Suncor. So it's really hard to believe. And I'd like to conclude on this. If you remember, during the last leadership race, there were only 2 members who didn't speak out, but 7 out of 10 were against the member for Carleton. And what did the member for Louis Saint Laurent say? He said that Mr. Charest would be a good leader. And well, in fact, no. He said that Mr. Charest acted like the godfather of the Liberal family, and he said that Jean Charest threatened to, and then Jean Charest threatened to sue him. So there are interesting debates to be had in Quebec, and if you're connected with reality, then we'll try to help you out. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Wow, Madam Speaker, that was a lot of something. Interesting that the honourable colleague from Quebec focused all of his attention on the Conservatives. And why is that, Madam Speaker? It's because he's feeling the heat in his own riding. It's interesting, Madam Speaker, that this Member of Parliament voted twice to impose an Ottawa knows best carbon tax on Quebecers. And through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask why this Member of Parliament here who stood up and railed against the Conservatives who have been fighting for over a year to axe the tax, voted twice in favour of this Ottawa knows best carbon tax.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure that my colleague heard my speech. What I said and what my colleague from Garon said, the carbon tax doesn't apply to Quebec. Everyone can prove that. The other thing, too, Madam Speaker, is we're not voting on a regulation. I asked during the last Conservative fiasco on the carbon tax, I said, how did you vote on the clean fuel regulation? He said, well, I voted against it. Well, I would challenge him to show me in the blues when he voted against that regulation. Show me in the blues where they voted against the clean fuel regulation. And I would advise them to look at the person who set up that regulation. His name was Stephen Harper, I might remind them. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from the bloc for his speech. I'm wondering where he stands on our proposal to cut the GST on all forms of home heating so that the affordability measures like the ones that have been proposed can truly benefit people right across this country regardless of how they heat their homes. Could he speak a little bit to that?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. The best solution, Madam Speaker, is to find incentives that would move people to low-intensity carbon heating forms. Right now, what the government does, instead of taking money that it has to invest, it funds the oil patch to the tune of $83 billion by 2035 that will go to big oil to create what is the so-called low-intensity carbon. And so what we need to do is do what every other country does, which is establish a polluter pays principle. Instead, in Canada, it's big oil that's rewarded to the tune of $83 billion, and there's nothing for clean energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to hear my colleague speak in this House, and it was a really good intervention that he had, a good speech related to all of the fantastic work that Quebec is doing to address this very real situation that we're all facing, the situation being climate change. Unfortunately, as we've heard, this motion today is very divisive that's being brought forward from the Conservatives. And speaking of division, we've seen in our Natural Resources Committee a huge example of the obstruction that the Conservatives are willing to go to prevent us from actually moving forward climate change legislation. I'd welcome my colleagues' thoughts on how we can perhaps move beyond division and do some great work to address climate change. And I know we've had 9 hours of filibuster that have prevented us from dealing with this very real issue. I'd appreciate his thoughts, and perhaps he can also reflect on how this legislation is not helping the discussion and is actually a hindrance to addressing climate change in Canada.
The honourable member for l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. My colleague is absolutely right. The Natural Resource Committee has become a real circus. What the Conservatives are trying to do is simply waste everyone's time. And not only that, yesterday there were Conservatives who became YouTube influencers. So after having wasted our time, they made live videos. I'm not an influencer, Madam Speaker. I'm a legislator. And if they're not serious enough to be able to debate in committee on questions, even though we're not in agreement, well, then I think they have no business there.
Resume debate. I just want to remind members that if they're going to be asking questions or making speeches, to please make sure that their phones are away from the microphones. I know that during the last question that was asked, I could hear some vibrations, and that affects the interpreters. So I just want to make sure that remind members. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Humanity has opened the gates of hell. Those are the words of Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations last month. Of course, he was talking about the spiraling climate emergency that around the world is wreaking such havoc about the hurricanes, about the flooding, the heat waves, and the wildfires that are costing lives, that are costing billions of dollars, and they're getting worse every single year. Of course, in Canada, Madam Speaker, our country is warming at twice the global average. Canada's Arctic at 4 times the global average. And last summer, we saw the devastating impacts of the climate crisis. We saw a wildfire season that was unprecedented. The 16.5 million hectares that burned across our country was double the historic record from 1989. In Northwest BC, we saw communities evacuated. Across Canada, we saw hundreds of thousands of people evacuated. And of course, we also saw severe drought, class 5 drought, which in the region where I live led to farmers not getting their hay crops. They couldn't feed their animals, and so many farmers had to sell off their herds. Every year, we're seeing these impacts grow worse. And yet, in the face of this dire climate crisis, the Conservative Party of Canada and my Conservative colleagues are nowhere. I listen every day in this House, and I listen for some semblance of recognition of the severity of this crisis that threatens our children's future, and yet it's crickets. And I've thought a lot about this, Madam Speaker, and just how cynical it is to be debating a motion to tear apart climate policy, notwithstanding the merits or lack of merits of that policy, but to be tearing at climate policy without proposing any semblance of a plan themselves. And I'll add to that, Madam Speaker, that I'm very pleased to share my time today with my honourable colleague from Timmins, James Bay. But there's no plan from the Conservative Party on climate. And this is a feature, Madam Speaker, not a bug. And you might wonder why that is. Why would a party deny the most severe crisis of our time, an existential threat to humanity? And I think you go back to a couple of things. First of all, the fact that the Conservatives are in the pocket of the oil and gas industry, but also because a group of people that they care a whole awful lot about, and that is members of the Conservative Party, have voted. It's official government policy that climate change is just not an issue. And so I find it deeply cynical, and I hear the member for Caribou, Prince George, heckling me, Madam Speaker, and I think it might have gotten to him, but it's deeply concerning.
I just want to remind members there will be a 5-minute question and comment, and I would ask members to hold their thoughts until then. The honourable member for Skeena-Balti Valley.
Deeply concerning, Madam Speaker, because of course protecting the environment, protecting our children's future is really a conservative idea. This is about conserving what it is that we've enjoyed and that we've benefited from for so many years. So the climate crisis is a pressing concern for many people, certainly for many of the people I represent. There's another great challenge that's plaguing our country, and people refer to it as the affordability crisis. And I don't think that language really gets to the heart of what is happening, because what is happening is something much more systemic and structural. Not everyone in our country is struggling, Madam Speaker. Some people are getting fantastically rich and accumulating tremendous wealth, while the vast majority of Canadians struggle to pay the bills. We have people sleeping on our streets. We have record food bank visitation. And all the while, the big corporations of this country are making off like bandits. And on this issue, the issue of economic inequality, the Liberal Party across the way is missing in action. Because despite ample opportunity to stand up to these big corporations and to drive affordability for Canadians who are struggling, they've completely abdicated that responsibility, Madam Speaker. They haven't stood up to the big banks. They haven't stood up to the big telcos. They haven't stood up to the rich Krugers of the world who are amassing massive profits and polluting all the while. They haven't stood up to the grocery giants. They haven't stood up to the big airlines like Air Canada, which is once again seeing its profits soar. And yet people are struggling in this country. People are having a hard time putting food on the table. People are having a hard time affording transportation and home heat and food. Which brings me, Madam Speaker, to the topic of this motion. And I think most Canadians see this quite clearly for what it is, which is a cynical attempt by a flailing government to save its political hide in the only part of rural Canada where it has any. And I think, you know, among the values that we share as Canadians, one of the greatest ones is a sense of fairness. Certainly when I talk to people, they want the policy that we create in this place to be fair. And they see a great and profound unfairness when this government, for political reasons, because it's struggling in a certain part of the country, makes changes to help some people in Canada, but not other people. That is not fair, Madam Speaker, and I think it is eminently reasonable for people in other provinces and other parts of this country who have been overlooked by this government when it comes to the affordability of home heating to want the same. And that's what we're debating today, Madam Speaker. Now, we've heard from this government, of course, that Canadians in all parts of the country can access their programs. And I wanted to take a little bit of time to talk about how deeply flawed this government's program for home energy efficiency and heat pumps in the rest of the country is. They've made changes for people who heat with home heating oil, but for people who heat with natural gas, the process is impossible. I'll tell you a little story about my neighbor in Smithers, Perry. You know, his gas furnace went and he wanted to do the right thing. He wanted to get a low emissions heating system, and he learned about this great program the federal government has, and he went through all the steps. He had to get a home energy audit, of course, and then he had to find a contractor, and the contractor had to work through the program, installed a heat pump that works in a northern community, only to discover after it was installed that the two units, there's an indoor unit and an outdoor unit, and the indoor unit was on this government-approved list of equipment, and the outdoor unit was also on the approved list, but not in conjunction with the other unit. Like, this is like maddening, Madam Speaker. And of course, this is someone who wants to shift his home off of fossil fuel heat and onto a clean alternative. And so the contractor, who is also incredibly frustrated and at this point doesn't want to have anything to do with the government's Greener Homes program, he ripped out that heat pump and put in a different one that was on the list. And you know what? A year and a half later, my neighbor is still waiting for the Greener Homes rebate of $5,000. I bet he and the contractor have spent more than $5,000 worth of time just dealing with the brutal bureaucracy of a program that does not work for Canadians. It doesn't work for any Canadians, but most of all, it doesn't work for low-income Canadians, who are the ones that deserve the help the most. Because the fact is, these heat pumps do work, and they can reduce people's bills dramatically, and people do deserve the help that they provide. Now, what I want to see, Madam Speaker, and what we want to see is we want to see the same kind of help that's been extended to people in Atlantic Canada, extended to people across the country, especially low-income people, people who heat with gas, people who heat with electricity. That's why we've brought forward a proposal to remove the GST on all forms of home heating. And not only that, we want this government to improve its heat pump program so that every single Canadian has access to the financial resources they need at the front end. No massive bureaucracy, no waiting a year and a half, no need for assessments and all of this stuff. If it's good enough for people in Atlantic Canada, it's good enough for people in Northwest British Columbia, in Smithers and Terrace and Kitimat and Prince Rupert and Burns Lake and all of the other communities I'm so proud to represent. And how are we going to pay for it, Madam Speaker? How are we going to pay to put heat pumps in the homes of every low-income homeowner in this country? We're going to do it by putting an excess profits tax on the oil and gas companies that continue to make off like bandits while fueling the climate crisis that threatens our children's future. That's a plan, Madam Speaker, and that's something we're going to get behind. Thank you very much.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that from my perspective, the way that I look at it is that the government has focused on getting and encouraging people to change from oil to the heat pumps. And given the cost factor of oil being so much higher than other sources, it's a good way to encourage that transition. And in the longer run, people will save more money and the environment will be better for it. The member highlights the issue of bureaucracy, and my question to the member is that would he not agree then that moving forward and getting provincial jurisdictions in particular involved in this will be very helpful, because it is a coast-to-coast type of program that's there. Manitoba has thousands of people that heat homes through oil.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member, Skeena Bulkley Valley. I have to remember where I was at.
That may very well be how the parliamentary secretary sees the issue. I'll tell you how Canadians see the issue. The Canadians see the issue as being one of a government that is flailing in the polls, that is struggling in particular in the Maritimes, in Atlantic Canada, and without doing any detailed planning, just pulled this idea out of a hat overnight and gave a sweetheart deal to people who live in one part of the country while ignoring the affordability needs of people who live elsewhere in the country. Everyone in this country deserves help to get their homes off fossil fuel heat. They deserve help with the affordability of home heating, and yet largely low-income Canadians have been ignored in this country's programming. Thank you.
Barry Innisfil. A point of order, the honourable member for York Simcoe. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, earlier today there was a speech. The member from King's Hants disclosed and misrepresented a personal conversation that I had with him. I want to correct the record. You know, the conversation I had was that this Liberal carbon tax plan was not working for the people of York Simcoe. And, you know, York Simcoe is now considered urban, of all things, included with the City of Toronto, I explained to him, and the residents of York Simcoe will not be getting the rural top-up. So this plan is not working for the residents of York.
Based on the information that the honourable members, it seems to be more of a point of debate, and I will just double-check the record on that and come back to the House if need be. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil, questions and comments.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad the honourable member from York Simcoe rose on that, because I was in the House when the member from King's Hants said that, and I know the honourable member from York Simcoe, and I know how he feels about this carbon tax and that he wants to see it scrapped across the country. But Madam Speaker, I've sat in this House, as I said, for the debate this morning. I've listened to the NDP and the Liberals, and there is for lack of a better term, there's a falsehood that's being spread in this House, Madam Speaker. The NDP is saying that they had a motion to remove the GST off of home heating, when in fact it was a Conservative motion to scrap the carbon tax. The NDP actually tried to amend the motion, and that's really where this misrepresentation is being spread. Now, the other aspect, so my question to the honourable member is, isn't that factually what happened in this House a year ago?
Honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Well, Madam Speaker, it seems like my honourable colleague wants to split hairs. If there was an amendment, it was an amendment that his party rejected, which means they don't support it. This is an idea, Madam Speaker, taking the GST off all forms of home heat. This is an idea that's been around since Jack Layton's time. We have consistently called for the GST to be taken off home heating as an affordability measure for all Canadians, and we're going to continue to until we get the support of this House.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's talk about factual. Factual is that this motion that the Conservatives have put forward today helps 4 provinces and 3 territories and does not help people who live in British Columbia. Another fact, Madam Speaker, removing the GST on all home heating would help all Canadians in all 10 provinces and 3 territories. So through you, Madam Speaker, can maybe my colleague talk about the facts? And the fact is the Conservatives have voted and not supported removing the GST on home heating, something that was in their 2019 platform.
The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, and of course that's a fact. My honourable colleague made the point very clearly. I think what's really concerning and the inherent mendacity of this motion before us is that the Conservatives are claiming to help all Canadians when indeed this motion only helps Canadians in provinces covered by the federal price on carbon. The plan that we've put forward would help people in all parts of the country with all forms of home heating. We need to do that, and at the same time, we need to fix the broken programs that this Liberal government has put forward, particularly to help low-income homeowners transition off of fossil fuel heat to renewable alternatives so that we can finally tackle the climate crisis with the seriousness that it deserves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Madam Speaker, I listened intently to our honourable colleague give his intervention. I listened intently from the lobby, as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, and through his intervention, he said that he named me and said I was heckling him, and then went on to say that I was feeling the pressure. Madam Speaker, through you, I asked for this member to stand in the House and apologize for that because I was not actually in the House, nor did I heckle him, or I would have.
Order. The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley would like to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my friend from Cariboo Prince George, I do apologize. I know I am a lifelong resident of Northern British Columbia, and I do know the difference between Cariboo Prince George and Cariboo Peace River, and so I hope he'll accept my humble and sincere apologies.
Yes, I think the honourable member has a couple of the writings name mixed up a little bit, but I do appreciate the apology, as I'm sure that the honourable member who rose on the point of order appreciates it as well. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a great honour to rise here in the House on behalf of the people of Timmins, James Bay. At a time when public confidence in public institutions and democracy is at an all-time low, we certainly know all over the world trust in democracy is under very, very frightening pressures. In Canada, recent polls show that 75% of the Canadian people believe that Parliament and the behavior of parliamentarians has become, quote, dishonest and useless. And it is incumbent upon us to be able, at a time of growing difficulty in our country and growing difficulty in very dark times around the world, show that democracy and parliamentarians can work together. And that's why I'm very concerned about today's debate, which seems to be one between an absolute failure of vision on one hand and an absolute failure of leadership on the other. That what we're debating really reflects a political race to the bottom that is leading and feeding this growing public alienation and rage farming, because elected representatives, all of us, have a sacred duty to adjudicate the very difficult economic, environmental, political, and international issues that confront us as a nation. So that means occasionally climbing out of our partisan trenches and putting forward a bigger vision for the nation. And to do that means that sometimes we're going to have to stand up on unpopular issues. Because if we're going to build a long-term future for our children, sometimes it's incumbent upon the leadership of this generation to say tough choices have to be made. But that's not what we're debating here. What we're debating here is the realm of gotcha politics, rage farm politics, in response to a very desperate and cynical gerrymandering of public policy that clearly was seen in the public's eyes as a desperate attempt to shore up Liberal MPs in certain parts of the country. And the result of that was to pit region against region and to raise fundamental questions about a signature piece of the government's climate action plan, which is their carbon pricing, which has now been thrown into doubt. And so we have to find a way as Canadians to address this. It would have been very fair, Madam Speaker, in the fall economic statement, for example, for the Prime Minister to step forward and say, we are dealing with two very, very major crises in our country right now. On the one hand, we have an unprecedented climate catastrophe unfolding, something that the Conservatives pretend doesn't exist. A climate catastrophe that dislocated over 200,000 people this summer alone. A climate catastrophe that has now impacted over 60% of Canadian small businesses. That people are frightened about what the future holds, and they want to know that a burning planet can be addressed through policies that force down the use of fossil fuel emissions. They expect that from us. Instead, from the Conservatives, they get a party platform of climate denial, of saying, not to worry that the planet's burning. We're going to make fossil fuel burning free for everybody. That as Kelowna was burning, the city of Kelowna was burning, we had the MP for their region not standing up for the people, but standing up for this myth that burning carbon fuels was somehow going to be good for everybody. That is a failure of leadership. It's also a failure to the planet, and it's a failure of our responsibility to tell people the truth of what we're facing right now in an unprecedented climate catastrophe. So it could have been perfectly fair in that fall economic statement for the Prime Minister to say, we are dealing with an unprecedented climate catastrophe. We need to make sure that the policies that we have in place work. And one of the policies that they've sold the country was carbon pricing. It would have been equally fair for the Prime Minister to say in a fall economic statement, we're dealing with an unprecedented crisis. They call it affordability, but as my colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley pointed out, it's a much deeper and much more troubling crisis. The crisis of people unable to heat their homes, people unable to feed their families. So the Prime Minister could have said, we are going to find a way across this country to take some pressure off. To do that would have been a reasonable suggestion to say, and we're going to take the GST, HST off home heating. Why? Well, because it's not a luxury to heat your home in Canada, particularly in regions like mine that goes to minus 45 and sometimes minus 50. It's not a luxury. This is not wasteful spending on behalf of citizens. This is about keeping your families alive. To take the HST off, GST, would have affected people across the country and it would have been fair. But the Liberal government didn't do that. They opted to focus on home heating oil, which certainly is a very problematic fuel that we need to address. It also is a fuel that tends to be used by people in more regional, rural, and poor regions who can't afford to switch. But the way it was laid out was so cynical. It was about defending beleaguered Liberal MPs in Atlantic Canada. It sent a very clear message that the Prime Minister's focus here was keeping his MPs above the waterline and not responding to the needs of Canadians. So it was not a credible plan. And what it did is now pitted region against region. It's raised serious questions about whether this Prime Minister has an environmental plan to deal with the climate crisis. And it also raises questions about the whole pitch of carbon pricing. Canadians were told that this was going to be a fundamental feature. And New Democrats have argued with the government on carbon pricing over the years because we've said, listen, we need to make the big polluters pay. The people who are actually damaging the planet and destroying our kids' future, they're the ones who should be paying. Senior citizens who have to heat their home in rural Northern Ontario are not responsible for the climate crisis. There needs to be a balance. Just across the board imposition raised real questions about fairness. And so what we ended up having in this situation now is that one group of people are being exempted, and we're hearing all kinds of positive reasons for it, but what the fundamental issues coming down to. They were being exempted because they represent regions that are represented by Liberals who are very afraid about their future. So that's not good enough. So we have said all along it should have been the GST from the get-go. We know that the Conservatives voted against our attempt to bring in the taking off of the heating on the GST, because that would have covered people across the country. Now, what the Conservatives have brought to us today is another way of dividing region against region, because they know that if we just take the carbon tax off, it's not going to mean anything for people in British Columbia who are still paying heating bills. They're not covered by the carbon tax because they're under cap and trade. Neither is Quebec, because Quebec is under cap and trade. So one part of the country will have taxes taken off their heating, and another part of the country won't. So we need to address, if we're going to talk about climate crisis and affordability, we have to put in place measures that are not ad hoc, measures that are not gotcha moments, measures that address the difficulties that we're facing across the board. So to that, New Democrats have said time and time again that the people who are making the pollution have to be the ones paying. Rich Kruger, CEO of Suncor, who said there's a sense of urgency right now as our planet is burning for the big oil industry to make as much money as possible, as they're firing workers, as they're moving to automation, and as they're doing stock buybacks, they can be paying the greater share for carbon pricing. We can take the efforts to make sure that this is across the board and fair. So I would like, if we're going to stop pitting region against region, to move this amendment, seconded by the member of Skeena-Bulkley Valley, this following amendment, that is, quote, that the motion be amended by adding after the words, all forms of home heating, the following, and to eliminate the GST on home heating in provinces where no federal carbon tax is in place. That would be fair across the board. Thank you.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion, or in the case she is not present. Consent may be given or denied by the House Leader, the Deputy House Leader, the Whip, or the Deputy Whip of the sponsor's party. Since the sponsor is not present in the chamber, I ask the acting opposition whip his consent to this amendment being moved. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
No.
No. Il n'y a pas de consentement, par conséquent.
There is no unanimous consent. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Oh, jeez. The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my friend and I agree on many things from Timmins, St. James Bay, but we don't agree on everything. We don't agree, for example, that this was a reactive change in Atlantic Canada. But I want to come to the point of my question. We do agree on the fact, I believe, that home heating oil is 4 times the cost to homeowners as natural gas. It's twice as polluting as natural gas. It is in disproportionate use by the lowest income Canadian households, and therefore is one of the biggest wins that we can pursue to have those households convert to electric heat pumps, that of many things that we can do in our arsenal of climate action. So this is a very important thing. It accelerates our journey to our targets, and it does so in a way that makes life more affordable. Now, the natural gas users in the rest of Canada that the Conservatives claim are so aggrieved heat their homes at a quarter the cost and with half as polluting thing, and still get the climate action incentive rebate that 8 out of 10 households are better off. So I wonder if the member would care to provide an opinion on why it is that the Conservatives are so concerned about helping the people that least need the help right now.
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, the issue of home heating fuel is something I know a great deal about, representing rural Northern Ontario and people not being able to afford it. But I can also say, if you're living in a Northern Reserve and you're paying over $2,000 a month for electric heat because of the isolation, and you're paying a tax on top of that, that's punitive. that we have senior citizens across the board who simply can't pay heat. So if we're going to be fair, and this is what the Liberals failed to do, they made it very clear when they had their MPs from Atlantic Canada backing them that this was giving the impression they were defending people who were in a region who had more home oil, but everywhere in the country should have the same opportunities. And we just saw the Conservatives vote down an opportunity to make fairness in British Columbia. They did not want that to happen. So again, we're seeing region against region being pitted against each other by both Conservatives and Liberals.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, it is so ironic, tragically ironic, quite frankly, to hear that member and members of the NDP, members from all other political parties, that are bent on punishing Canadians that are facing out-of-control increases to their home heating. They are pitting region against region. And, Madam Speaker, even an amendment that member just tried to move, Madam Speaker, it would have been so simple to simply say that it should be eliminated on, GST should be eliminated on all home heating. Is that what the member did? No. He wanted to once again pit region against region. He wants people to be divided in this country just like his coalition partners in the Liberal. So, Madam Speaker, my question to that member is simple. What does he say to those in his constituency that heat with propane, that heat with natural gas, that are desperate for a break? And what would he say to those in other parts of the country that likewise are reaching out to their members of parliament from coast to coast to coast, where both the federal backstop applies and other words, that are desperate for a break? Why would that member, instead of choosing to work towards common sense policy, choose politics and division over practical change to bring home lower prices for Canadians?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Here's the guy who just turned down an amendment that would have included parts of the country that the Conservatives deliberately excluded, because the Conservatives are playing games here. Here's a member who stood up and voted against taking the GST off home heating last year, October 22nd, voted against it, and then comes in and says, oh, why didn't the NDP offer to take GST off home heating? We did, and the Conservatives voted against it. Now they're going to get up and they're going to whine and they're going to have points of order and you're being mean to me.
Sorry, I have a point of order. I'll allow the honourable member to finish in a second. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would ask for unanimous consent to table the Hansard from exactly what happened on the day that supposedly he, in his imaginary world, thinks that somehow Conservatives voted against this, when, Madam Speaker, it was the NDP that refused to vote to eliminate the carbon tax. So, Madam Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent to table Hansard of what actually happened from that day of debate in the House of Commons, to put facts on the record when it comes to what that member is insinuating that is truly a fantasy.
On the same point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, it's in the Hansard. I could show them where it is. But we would agree if they would agree to table in for unanimous consent.
It's becoming a point of debate. So,
are you challenging the chair?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
In response, we would agree if they would also table their election platform that said they would take HST off, and now they're refusing.
So it's more of a point of debate. All those opposed to the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot moving the motion will please say nay. There is no unanimous consent. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay is able to finish up. He's got 44 seconds to finish up his response.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, it really hurts the Conservatives when they go out and tell the public they're going to deal with a carbon plan, and then they pretend climate change doesn't exist. They say they're going to get rid of the GST off home heating. Then they say it's a fantasy, it never happened, and they are continuing to divide Canadians. And when we offer them a motion to include other parts of the country that are excluded by their region against region attack on the Liberals, they refuse to support it. This is the kind of politics we're dealing with here.
That's right.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to split my time with the honourable member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington. And I'd like to begin today by reading our motion so that folks at home and here in this House know exactly what we're debating today. So given that the government has announced a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, the House call on the government to extend that pause to all forms of home heating. It's not that complicated. It's a reasonable, common sense, fair-minded motion, and that is what we are asking for today with the vote on Monday. So we'll see what members of this House do, and I'm sure those at home will be watching very carefully how each member of Parliament votes on this. The Prime Minister gave it to some, and now he needs to give it to everyone. I've been in politics a long time, behind the scenes and now in these benches, and I've seen rising stars, and I've seen good public servants, and I've seen careers come to an end in good ways and in ways that are truly ugly. But I have never witnessed a climb down as utterly humiliating and so blatantly transparent as the one that we saw from the Prime Minister. A government that has spent 8 years forcing its carbon tax on Canadians, its signature policy insisting that it was good for the environment, insisting that it won't make life more unaffordable, insisting that it was the right thing to do. And to anyone who said otherwise must be a climate change denier or dangerous to the future, now admits that the carbon tax causes misery for Canadians while failing to meet their own emissions target just months after the Liberal and their NDP abettors voted down the motion to remove the carbon tax from home heating. You can't make this stuff up, Madam Speaker. For 8 years, they ignored the science, they ignored the feedback from businesses who decided to close up shop or move south. They ignored the cries from everyday Canadians who couldn't put food on the table, or put gas in their cars, or heat their homes. They caused pain and suffering for the economy, for small businesses, for people who made sacrifices, took an extra job, went bankrupt because of the high inflation caused by runaway deficits, and yes, the carbon tax. What changed? The science didn't change. The affordability crisis certainly hasn't changed, although it gets worse and worse every day that they continue to make policy from that side of the House. Conservatives are now threatening to sweep Atlantic Canada and the future aspirations of the Liberal MPs sitting across the aisle. This announcement is a slap in the face to all Canadians who endured 8 years of the hardship of everyone else who was told that questioning it was somehow un-Canadian, in some way, was somehow denying climate change. The Liberal NDP government now admits that it can take the carbon tax off whenever it pleases. It could have done it a year ago, and it could have done it any day in between. But it gets even worse than that, because only certain regions get a break. Only certain types of fuel. Only some Canadians. And what adds insult to injury is that many provinces who still have to pay the carbon tax, to people who, to the people who have not, who have to heat their homes with natural gas or electricity, to the people who have to drive in a car to work, to buy groceries at a store, this move will help 3% of Canadians while everyone else remains in the literal cold. It will fundamentally threaten our national unity and our constituents' faith in the federal government, if there is any left at all. We already have provinces refusing to collect the federal carbon tax. We even have provincial NDP governments or oppositions across the country speaking out against their federal counterparts. But I ask any Liberal if you ask any Liberal why this happened, they will ramble on about some national program, some agenda, some public policy. They will fearmonger about questions about being dangerous to democracy. It's such utter nonsense. Even though home heating oil is more polluting and more costly than regular heating, they're now incentivizing it. It makes no sense. They gave the impression that this was all planned, and I find it hard to believe. They're a Prime Minister who used to so vigorously defend his carbon tax, planned out the humiliating climate down that we saw last Thursday afternoon in the lobby of this place. It was forced, plain and simple, and it was forced by a group of Atlantic MPs who are running scared. And the government that is scared of the most effective official opposition on this point and on many others. The Minister for Rural Economic Development, the Minister from Long Range Mountains in Newfoundland, was more candid in her remarks. She actually told the truth. She said that if people just voted Liberal more, they too might have a chance at getting the exemption. So now we know that anything else that those members opposite say is simply partisan spin. It is simply for vote buying. They are trying to win votes, and they are even doing that poorly. So my neighbors in the GTA have some questions for the minister. She's gone radio silent since Sunday. This is the largest concentration of Liberals anywhere in the country. I'm surrounded. Not for long, but I'm surrounded for now. Yet their voters, Canadians, still pay a carbon tax at the pump, at the grocery store, and when they heat their homes. Everyone around me. So the question is why are they not as effective as the Liberal Atlantic Caucus? Or maybe they don't feel that threatened. I can assure you the poll numbers are certainly following there. This government just must not have strong enough MPs from the region that don't listen to their own constituents, that don't listen to people from there, that don't listen to their constituents about the affordability crisis or the need to at least alleviate some of that pain. People like MPs in places like Thunder Bay and Sudbury and places it's cold who aren't good enough advocates for their own constituents to get the exact same break that they've offered to those in Atlantic Canada. Those Canadians have been let down by their representatives, and they have been let down by the costly coalition. They're continuing to be let down. And I can assure members opposite that there will be much fewer Liberals on the other side of this House after the next election. If the costly coalition can remove the carbon tax from some Canadians, then they can remove it from all Canadians. The Prime Minister once said that a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, and it is time for him to start acting like it too. That's why we're here today, to make this costly coalition put its money where its mouth is. If they truly cared about affordability, about the cost of living, then they will take the carbon tax off for everyone, everywhere. We will know that we know that they can do that because they admitted it. The Prime Minister admitted it just outside of the doors in this place, his signature policy. And we know that we have more to do long term because lying behind just this announcement is waiting in the wings is a quadrupling of the carbon tax for all Canadians, bringing more misery and that high carbon hypocrisy that we see so often from the Liberals and from their NDP abettors. A quote-unquote pause is not good enough, and that should be said in this House. A regional model is not good enough. The carbon tax must be killed for everyone and forever. There is a clear choice here, and the only option is to axe the carbon tax entirely. And Conservatives are the only party that will bring that to Canadians. No more pitting regions against one another, no more temporary pauses, no more quadrupling of the tax, only a massive tax cut, plain and simple. We'll get rid of the carbon tax, and we'll do it when we're elected. Yeah. We are even willing to fight that election over it. In fact, we dare the Prime Minister to go to the polls so that Canadians can have their say. They can choose to quadruple the carbon tax after this pause for 3% of Canadians, or they can choose to axe the tax. And we know what they will pick. This week is not just humiliating because the Prime Minister flip-flopped on his signature policy. It was humiliating because even Liberals are beginning to see that he's just not worth the cost. Liberal leaders like future leader Mark Carney, who split with the government on this policy, Liberals like Senator Percy Down, the insider's insider, who used to be the chief of staff to Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, he says it's time for the Prime Minister to go. That's a ringing endorsement. After 8 years, he has divided this country between urban versus rural, rich versus those who are struggling, vaccinated against the unvaccinated. He has left us poorer and weaker at home and less respected abroad. This flip-flop is just their latest attempt, and a latest attempt at failure. It's their latest attempt to make 1 + 1 = 3, and I have a feeling that it won't be their last. It is fitting that the first snowfall of the year happened this week in Ottawa, and perhaps the Prime Minister should go take a walk in it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague's speech, and I remember back, and let's go back into our time machine a couple of years when the Honourable Member was running as a member in an election and a stalwart leader in the Aaron O'Toole plan and team. And they ran on a carbon tax, Madam Speaker, one without a rebate back to Canadians. But I was wondering, as she was talking about changing positions, I was wondering if she could point to us back in 2021 when she stood out against her own party's carbon tax. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I do feel for that member who has to go back to his constituents and tell them why he hasn't advocated for them in the same way that the Atlantic Caucus advocated for their constituents, why he continues to vote to increase the carbon tax. He has to explain that to his constituents, and I truly feel that it's a difficult situation for him, and I feel for him.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Ask the Honourable Member across the way. Canada's 5 biggest oil and gas companies had $38 billion in profits alone last year. Profits. But when the NDP called for big oil to pay what they owe to get more help to the families that she's talking about trying to defend, Conservatives voted no. So why do the Conservatives always prioritize protecting those giant corporate profits over actually protecting the people that they say that they are trying to defend? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, Conservatives have consistently in this House advocated to axe the carbon tax because everyday Canadians are struggling. Everyday Canadians are struggling in my region, they are struggling in Atlantic Canada, they are struggling out west, and they are struggling in her very own riding. And to stand here and pretend that she doesn't vote to up the carbon tax at every given opportunity to put more struggle on her constituents is disingenuous, and frankly, she used to be in opposition, and I think she should be ashamed of herself.
The questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank our honourable colleague from Thornhill for her intervention. And through you, Madam Speaker, I want to ask her why she thinks that the NDP continue to prop up this Liberal government. They propped them up through the SNC-Lavalin scandal, the WE scandal, now the RIVE scandal, and they continue to vote in favour of this carbon tax, Madam Speaker. And through you, what are members such as the member from Timmins James Bay going to say to his constituents who are left out in the cold through this Prime Minister's current walk-down on the carbon tax?
Member for Thornhill.
I have no idea, Madam Speaker, what the member from Timmins James Bay is going to say to his constituents, but he does have the opportunity to vote against the Prime Minister and vote with his constituents on Monday. We have consistently advocated to make sure that people can buy groceries, buy gas, heat their homes by axing the carbon tax once and for all. We've put this reasonable motion forward that puts the same pause right across the country as the Prime Minister did for Atlantic Canadians on home heating oil. And we expect that members in this House, no matter how much they prop up the government, vote with their constituents and not with the Prime Minister.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister to National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask the member if the members also advised that person, the constituent of hers, that the rebate won't be coming. If you take off a carbon price, the $720 a year a family makes in many jurisdictions will also go away. Are they reminded that the 90% or 80% of the families that are actually getting more than what they pay, that if you remove a carbon price on something, that they also will not be able to get that other funds? Where will they compensate and help that constituent with that shortcoming in their pocketbook?
For Thornhill.
Speaker, Canadians know already that when you collect a tax, more doesn't come back. In fact, the parliamentary budget officer said so. The parliamentary budget officer that they themselves appointed. I don't know how many times that the member opposite needs to hear it. I can provide him with the report. I can table it. But 80% of Canadians get less back than they give. You can't get more back on a tax that you pay the government that, by the way, hasn't reached a single environmental target. He's going to have to explain that to his constituents. That's not going to be my job.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Given that the government has announced a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, the House called on the government to extend that pause to all forms of home heating. This is a reasonable, common sense, and fair-minded motion. Allow me to read it again, Madam Speaker. Given that the government has announced a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, the House called on the government to extend that pause to all forms of home heating. That is what we're asking for today and with the vote on Monday. The Prime Minister gave to some. Now, he needs to give to all. Poll after poll has shown that the affordability crisis aided by this government's poor fiscal mismanagement is at the top of minds for all Canadians. Conversations that I'm having with the people of Hastings, Lennox and Addington are consistent. High price of food, fuel, rent, and interest on mortgages are staggering. We realize that the relief from cost of living is what Canadians not only want, but they need, Madam Speaker. And the quickest and most effective way to do that is to roll back their burdensome carbon tax plan that is closer to a revenue-raising measure than an actual carbon reduction plan. And when I say that scrapping the Liberal carbon tax will have immediate positive results for struggling Canadians, I don't say that without backing. Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem himself told parliamentarians that removing the carbon tax would result in an immediate drop in inflation, helping ease the financial burden weighing down Canadian families. The Conservative opposition has tried numerous times through Opposition Day motions to stem the increasing tide of affordability crises in this place. And every time, this Liberal NDP government has voted against it. September 28, 2023, motion to introduce legislation to repeal the carbon tax. The government voted against it. June 1st, motion to cancel the second carbon tax. This government voted against it. December 8th of 2022. Motion to eliminate the carbon tax on food. This government voted against it. It is extremely clear to anyone that has been paying attention that this government has historically had a deep loathing to alter their carbon scheme in any way. So, suffice to say that when the Prime Minister announces a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, many of us thought, why now? Why has this government taken this small step in the right direction after literal years of dogged ideological refusal to support common sense motions proposed by the official opposition? The answer can be found splashed across the newspapers of the nation. But allow me to cite everyone's favorite pollster, Mr. Fournier. If there was an election held today, according to 338, this Liberal Party under this Prime Minister would win a staggering 80 seats. 1 out of every 2 sitting members of that government would not be coming back. The only reason that this government is starting to break away from their near cult-like devotion to this Prime Minister's carbon tax is because it is now politically expedient to do so. They are doing it now because they know, and they always knew, it was what Canadians wanted. It was what Canadians needed. But Canadians had a problem because it was not what their Prime Minister wanted until now. With what I am sure was much gnashing of teeth at the cabinet table, their free falls in the polls has forced them to make a political calculus, abandon their deeply unpopular urban-centered climate change policy in exchange for at least some public support come election time, particularly in Liberal sea-rich Atlantic Canada, where the majority of heating oil is used. I'd like to applaud the Atlantic Liberal caucus for what I'm sure was a spirited effort to secure even this small concession from the leadership. And I find it curious why those same concessions were not given to other areas heated by different methods. For instance, Madam Speaker, why did the Prime Minister fail to include electric heating from these measures, which is the most popular source of heating in British Columbia, where Mr. Fournier predicts only 4 of 11 of his caucus will return? Or natural gas for Ontarians, where only 30 are slated to see the 45th Parliament. But I have good news for my colleagues, Liberal colleagues across the way. The member from Carleton just tabled a motion that would help directly the other 97% of those Canadians that are struggling to pay their heating bills, like those using propane, natural gas, electric, wood stoves, which are especially frequent in rural communities. Now, this is not to say that a federal government does not have a role to play in combating climate change, and that industry and Canadians should do their very best to lower their carbon emissions. The federal government absolutely has a role to play as measured environmental stewards. It's simply stating that having the government take the wallets of Canadians hostage to do this is a terrible way to go about it, Madam Speaker. Once again, Tiff Macklem reiterated that the carbon tax disproportionately hurts the lower class, the poor, the infirm, those on social assistance, because they just cannot undertake the extreme lifestyle changes necessary to have any measurable effect. Not everyone is an investment banker or a lobbyist. The vast majority of Canadians are struggling, and this Liberal NDP government needs to open up their eyes and realize this, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take an opportunity to quickly highlight another time-tested and true Liberal Party method of raising money that this government has borrowed from their Chrétien-era ancestors, raiding and pillaging from the budget and pockets of the Canadian Armed Forces. At a time when our CAF members are using food banks and begging for donations to pay rent, result in morale, recruitment, and retention dipping to an all-time low, what does this government do? Slash their benefits and cut $1 billion from the defense budget, something they specifically said they would not do in the 2023 budget, and this doesn't even touch the billions of lapsed spending that this Parliament approved, but was never used on the CAF, but rather skimmed off onto some other project. It's shameful, Madam Speaker, and it is the exact opposite of what needs to be done to address the numerous severe crises facing our armed forces. Madam Speaker, my riding is immense, stretching from Amherst Island, where Lake Ontario meets the St. Lawrence River, along the shores of Bay Quinte de Belleville, and northward to the Hastings Highlands at the edge of Algonquin Park. Whenever I get a chance, I love to travel through the riding to meet the awesome and amazing people that we have there. During my conversations with my constituents, what I, as I'm sure many others in this place, find is that despite inflation, despite high taxes, and despite rising interest rates, our people are resilient and determined to carry forward and make it better lives for themselves and for their family. But it's getting harder. Whether it's at the local fairs or celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Lennox and Addington County General Hospital Volunteer Auxiliary, it is our people, Madam Speaker, who make us strong. We cannot lose sight that it is these people that sent us here to do our jobs. It is our role to advocate for them. My constituents are overwhelmingly hardworking farmers, forestry workers, tradesmen, seniors, small business owners, and young families juggling the chaos of life. They pay their federal taxes, they pay their provincial taxes, and their municipal and their education taxes. But after 8 years, they need a break from a government and a finance minister who believes big bureaucracy can spend us into prosperity using their hard tax dollars. After 8 years, they need a break from a prime minister who thinks he deserves over $600,000 for 3 vacations on the backs of taxpayers. Madam Speaker, after 8 years, they need a break from this free-spending finance minister and her jet-setting boss who travel around the world preaching virtues and values which he and his government fail to uphold. Madam Speaker, all the members opposite find it in their hearts to rein in the runaway spending of their leadership and give my constituents, their constituents, all Canadians, Madam Speaker, a break. If not, will they please step aside and let a common-sense Conservative government show them how to balance a budget, tackle climate change, and still deliver effectively and efficiently to Canadians who so desperately need them to?
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Well said. Well said.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, earlier today when the Leader of the Conservative Party stood up and addressed the House, I pointed out the hypocrisy of the Conservative Party when they were actually voted or didn't allow for a vote or voted no in terms of an NDP motion that would have gotten rid of the GST on home heating. And I thought that was somewhat contradictory to what it is that he was saying. There was no answer. And then now the NDP move another amendment or proposal that would actually see the GST once again dropped. Now, what's a little bit more ironic is the fact that in a reckless fashion, when I posed the question to the member, ultimately he says, well, we'll get rid of that too. We'll get rid of, that's kind of like policy on the fly, that he was going to get rid of the GST, but now when they're provided the opportunity to do it again, what did the member from Battle River Crowfoot do? Say, no, we don't want that amendment to the resolution. My question is, why is the Conservative Party recklessly flip-flopping all over the bloody place on this particular issue, Madam Speaker? Because they don't seem to have a direction regarding the environment.
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Madam Speaker, the NDP and the Liberals are deliberately spreading outright falsehoods. Yep. There was no such motion from the NDP to take the GST off home heating. Hopefully, in my opinion, the Liberals and their NDP dance partners needs to wake up ahead of Monday's vote and understand that when something doesn't work, it's time to try a different approach. Madam Speaker, this is not about environmental science. This is about political science, and the Liberal NDP agenda is only about holding on to power.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I heard a lot. It was fascinating. I'm really shocked to hear the Conservatives mention science from their leader who's running on an anti-vax platform to a party that are climate change deniers. They have no plan. They're making it up. They claim, well, we'll have technology. But yet, when we have EV investments in Canada, $7 billion in Volkswagen, we have the member from Sarnia-Lambton saying, oh, those cars are going to catch fire if you invest in them. Heat pumps. People in my region would die to get a heat pump. They just can't get them through the useless Liberal program. And we have the Conservatives, heat pumps don't work. This is a party that while Kelowna was burning, their MP was out there saying, we love burning carbon for free, while her community was burning. They have no climate plan. They are climate deniers. At least they should be truthful and stop pretending they know anything about science.
Member Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives do have a plan, and when we face the electorate, people will see that. Carbon tax is an abject failure of this government. This is not a revenue-neutral plan. This is a Liberal plan that is incoherent, inconsistent, and completely ridiculous across the entire country. Our policy will be clear. We will take the carbon tax off no matter where you live, and we will work to make green energy more affordable, not traditional energy more expensive.
The questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Henningley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I come from Winnipeg. In the winter, it is one of the coldest cities on the planet. Imagine how much energy it takes to heat a home when it's minus 30 or minus 40 at night. In the midst of an affordability crisis, how dare this government give a break to one part of the country and not to Manitobans? And I wonder if my colleague could comment on the inherent unfairness of that.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have to recognize that after almost a decade of Liberal rule, this Prime Minister has undermined the economy, our national unity, security, sovereignty, safety from crime, trust in public institutions, and any sense of patriotism, pride, or optimism. Everything a Prime Minister has a responsibility to protect. Affordability is a huge issue facing all Canadians. All members, I encourage them, I implore them to listen to their constituents with an open ear to what the concerns are and come to this place and advocate on their behalf, which we're attempting to do through this motion. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. As always, it's a wonderful opportunity for me to speak on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport. on the debate that we have today. And it is a debate from our opposition, and I will read it out because I was like making sure that if people ever watch this in the future that they know what I'm talking about. So the motion that we're debating is that given that the government has announced a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax to home heating oil, the House call on the government to extend that pause to all forms of home heating. And Madam Speaker, I don't think you'll be surprised when I tell you that the government will not be supporting this motion, and I'm very happy to explain why. And before I go on, I will say to you that I am sharing my time with the very honourable member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River. So today's motion from the Leader of the Honourable Opposition does not provide context of what is happening in Canada today around home heating, inflation, and our federal government's aggressive plan to decarbonize and meet both our 2030 and our 2050 targets. Indeed, Madam Speaker, if you read the way the motion is actually phrased, it's easy for any Canadian who's reading it to misunderstand what our federal government actions are. And in today's case, in this motion, it's based on the misconception that all forms of home heating have the same cost to the consumer, which is not the case. Late last week, our federal government took action to temporarily pause the application of the federal fuel charge on heating oil, not because it is a source of home heating, but because it is the most expensive form of home heating. And it's important to note, Madam Speaker, that the vast majority of those who have heating oil are among the lowest income Canadians in Canada today. Madam Speaker, we know that lower income Canadians face particular hardship, particularly with the high cost of inflation today, and we know that there's little or no extra money for anything extra beyond the basic living costs. Low income and rural residents have been trapped in a vicious cycle where they are stuck having to pay for the most expensive form of home heating, the cost of which is preventing them from investing in cleaner, more affordable forms of home heating. And I'm pleased to let you know, Madam Speaker, that last week our Prime Minister made an announcement, which we call our new energy affordability package. And I'll go through some of the basics because I think it's very relevant to the debate that we're having today. Our federal government's moving ahead with doubling the pollution price rebate, or what we call the climate action incentive payment to our rural community, increasing it from 10 to 20% of the baseline amount starting in April 2020. We know, Madam Speaker, that people who live in rural communities face unique realities, and this measure will help put even more money back into the pockets of families dealing with higher energy costs because they live outside of large urban cities. Our federal government is also moving ahead with a temporary 3-year pause to the federal price on pollution, which on the deliveries of heating oil in all jurisdictions where the federal fuel charge is in effect. And Madam Speaker, it's important for me to stress that this would be applied right across Canada. This pause would begin in less than 2 weeks. While the fuel charge is already returned to consumers through the pollution price rebate, this temporary pause would save a household that uses heating oil $250 at the current rate on average, while the federal government works with provinces to roll out heat pumps and phase out oil for heating over the longer term. And a final part of the announcement is that our federal government has said we will work with provinces and territories to help Canadians save money over the long term by making it easier to switch to an electric heat pump to heat their homes. We announced a number of measures that will be first piloted in Atlantic Canada, and we truly hope that other provinces and territories will sign on moving forward. Now, Madam Speaker, the targeted action we are taking with our new energy affordability package will break that vicious cycle and save rural Canadians thousands of dollars a year over the long term, while allowing us to continue to move as aggressively as possible towards our climate action targets and decarbonizing our economy. The pause on the fuel charge on heating oil, in concert with our Strengthen Oil to Heat Pump program, will create a window of opportunity for people to make the switch to cheaper, cleaner heat. With our Strengthen Oil to Heat Pump affordability program, we are partnering with provinces and territories to increase the amount of federal funding that eligible homeowners can receive for installing a heat pump from $10,000 to $15,000, adding up to an additional $5,000 in grant funding to match provincial and territorial contributions via co-delivery arrangements. This would make the average heat pump and installation free for low to medium income households as we continue to minimize upfront costs and make federal programs even easier to access for all households. Madam Speaker, on average, households who switch from oil to cold climate heat pumps to heat and cool their homes save up to $2,500 per year on home energy bills. And I think that's a very important point to keep on stressing, because heating oil is one of the most polluting forms of home heat, which making the switch not only it will protect Canadians from the costs associated with climate change over the long term, but it'll also help to reduce emissions, which is what we're trying to do as we move towards our climate targets. And make no mistake, Madam Speaker, these costs are real. As confirmed by science and research, the cost of anthropogenic climate change, which is primarily driven by carbon pollution, will be devastating. The Canadian Climate Institute has concluded that climate change is already costing Canadian households billions of dollars, and these costs are just the tip of the iceberg. In its 2020 report on climate risks and their implications for the insurance industry in Canada, the Insurance Bureau of Canada concluded that the average annual severe weather claims paid by insurers in Canada could more than double over the next 10 years, increasing from $2.1 billion a year to $5 billion a year, and must be accompanied by an increase in premium income. These are billions of dollars in costs that will need to be borne by Canadians, Madam Speaker. And that's why our government has put a price on carbon pollution since 2019 to ensure it is no longer free to pollute. Putting a price on carbon pollution reduces emissions and encourages innovation. It encourages reductions across the economy while giving households and businesses the flexibility to decide when and how to make changes. And it creates incentives for Canadian businesses to develop and adopt new low-carbon products, processes, and services. To ensure that the system is both effective and affordable, the bulk of proceeds from the price on carbon pollution goes straight back into the pockets of Canadians in provinces where the fuel charge applies, with 8 out of 10 Canadians in these provinces continuing to get more money back through the climate action incentive payments than they pay as a result of the carbon price. In provinces where the federal system applies, a family of 4 can now receive up to $1,500 a year under our plan. And this means our climate plan is both effective and affordable. And our new energy affordability package will make it even more so by supporting the transition to cleaner and cheaper forms of home heating. And Madam Speaker, as I get into the final pages of my remarks, I believe it's important for me to say that making it free to pollute will not save Canadians money. It will cost them money in the long run, while endangering Canadians and jeopardizing the natural environment we all depend on. There are better ways to make life more affordable for Canadians without destroying the environment and incurring more devastating costs further down the road. We can do so by delivering support where it is most effective and to those who need it most. And this has guided our actions from day one. This includes supporting about 3.5 million families annually through the tax-free Canada Child Benefit, with families this year receiving up to $7,437 per child under the age of 6, and up to $6,275 per child aged 6 to 17. It includes increasing old age security benefits for seniors aged 75 and older by 10% as of July 2022, which is providing more than $800 in additional support to full pensioners. And it includes reducing fees for regulated childcare by 50% on average, delivering regulated childcare that costs on average of just $10 a day by 2026. These are the right ways to make life more affordable, Madam Speaker. Extending the fuel charge pause to sources that are far cheaper and less polluting than fuel oil, as proposed by today's motion, is not the right way to make life affordable. I therefore call on the House to reject today's motion as our government continues working with our partners in all provinces and territories to explore further options to lower the cost of energy bills for all Canadians, while also lowering emissions and fighting climate change. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak today and to make this very clear. I'm now ready for some questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to join in debate today. In Saskatchewan, in 2021, the total GHG emission was 67.1 million tons. Saskatchewan's GHG emissions intensity has dropped 18% since 2005 to 2021 because of innovations like carbon capture and sequestration, where we've stored over 5 million tons of carbon in carbon capture over the last 5 years. So my question is to the honourable member, seeing the Premier Moe has come out and said they are not being treated fairly, obviously a Canadian is a Canadian is not true for these Liberals anymore. What is her response to Premier Moe when he says he will not collect carbon tax anymore, and the fact that Saskatchewan has lowered the emissions per capita more than any other province over the last 5 years?
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank the honourable member for his question, and I'll say a couple of things. The new affordability package that we announced late last week, Madam Speaker, it really talks to ensuring that we provide more supports to rural Canadians, because we know that particularly, more support for rural Canadians, because we know that transitioning is costing them more money in terms of transition to reduce their costs. And then it's also an affordability plan. It's also making sure that those who have the highest polluting type of energy, and those tend to be our most vulnerable Canadians in society, that we actually provide support to them as we are transitioning and decarbonizing our economy. What I would say about new technologies is I would encourage more investments by companies and by provinces into new technologies so that we can continue to move as aggressively as possible to decarbonize and meet our 2030 and 2050 targets. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Iqaluit. Nunavut, sorry.
For Nunavut. And I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. Nunavut relies all on diesel for energy, for home heating, for everything, basically. So when I read that Canada's and all of its oil and gas are from the south, we don't have any that we extract on our own. So when we get oil and gas, it's from companies in Canada. Canada's five biggest oil and gas companies had $38.3 billion in combined profits just last year alone. I wonder if the member agrees that there needs to be a windfall profits tax on oil and gas so that those funds can then be diverted to renewable energy like that needs to be supported, such as the Kivaluk hydro fiber link project.
The honourable member of Davenport.
I want to thank the honourable member for her excellent question. Look, it's been very disturbing to see that our oil and gas companies over the last few years, particularly during the years of the pandemic, have accumulated record profits, many of it returning back to the U.S., and then they come back to Canada and then they ask us for subsidies in order for them to decarbonize their production. So what I would say to you is I do agree that this is something that we should look at. I'm very disappointed with our oil and gas companies for not stepping up and doing their share. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River?
Yes, Thunder Bay, Rainy River. So I'd like to thank the member for Davenport for a very interesting intervention. I am from a different part of Ontario, Northern Ontario, where I think the carbon tax is very different. Now, can you tell me something, or through the speaker, can you please tell us what the carbon tax exemptions coming out of the Atlantic mean to people in Toronto and how they see this? Thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Here's what I'd say to you. I think that those, and when we say Toronto, I live in downtown West Toronto. That's where my riding of Davenport is, Madam Speaker. I will say to you, they want our federal government to keep on moving as aggressively and as urgently as possible to be reducing our emissions and our targets. I think they understand that transitions cost money, and I think that they are very pleased with our plan in terms of our price on pollution, and I think that anything else that we can do to continue to provide support to Canadians as we transition to meet our 2030 and 2050 targets would be supported. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker.
I think before we continue, I'll ask the Sergeant at Arms to maybe go and check what's going on the outskirts. I think we're also having a problem with the sound, so maybe our sound people can check it out because we seem to have a big echo. I do want to remind members that if they have questions or comments, or to please hold off to that until it's the appropriate time to do that. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The CPC motion is to drop the carbon tax, not just on oil temporarily, but to drop the carbon tax on all heating fuels temporarily. Now, my friends in the Conservative Party, and you may believe it or not, but I actually have friends in the Conservative Party who I think kind of like me through my sometimes philandering political ways, may be surprised to hear that I actually approve of the carbon tax, and I'm in favor of the announced maritime exemptions. Now, Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition took the, I think, rather unusual step of coming to Thunder Bay, or appearing on Thunder Bay TV a few days ago, in order to tell the people of Thunder Bay that their members of Parliament for Thunder Bay are basically useless because we didn't get the same kind of exemption for natural gas and propane as the people in the Maritimes got for oil. Now, people all across Canada get the exemption for oil. Now, in response to what the Speaker of the Opposition had to say into this motion, let me start off by saying, and I think this is really important, most people know that 80% of people actually get back as much or more that they pay in carbon tax. And in addition to that, people in rural areas get 10% on top of that. And now, because of this announcement, that'll be going up to 20%, including in Northern Ontario. And that's certainly justified because people in rural areas are often dependent on fossil fuels, they have farther to commute, and they don't have resort to being able to use mass transit. So I'm in favor of all these things. Now, why, as to with the present plan, withholding only carbon tax on oil and not other fuels? There's good reasons for that, and I'm going to give you 4 reasons for that. First of all is the cost of heating your house with oil is more expensive than with other fuels, particularly in the Maritimes. And I'm going to quote you some figures from a recent CBC report on the subject. Home heating oil and PEI with the carbon tax, $47.87 per 1 gigajoule in heat energy. Propane in Ontario, $39.33 with the carbon tax. Natural gas in Saskatchewan, $12.09. So to reiterate, that's a total of $48 for oil, down to $43 if you don't include the carbon tax, which we're removing. Propane is still less than $39, and natural gas is $12. So the bottom line is, people who heat with oil have to pay a lot more to heat their homes than with other fuels. Other differences with oil. One is the fact that oil produces more greenhouse gases than other fuels. The best being natural gas, the second best being propane. So in terms of low-hanging fruit, the best bang for a buck is to get people off oil into a green transition. Thirdly, because the carbon tax is based on tons of CO2 produced, and oil produces the most CO2, the amount of carbon tax you pay on oil is higher than on the other fuels. Lastly, and this is an important one, a lot of older homes were built had oil furnaces in them. And as I grew up in Kaministiquia outside of Thunder Bay, we had an oil furnace. Now, in the years since the 60s, 70s, a lot of people have transitioned to cheaper forms of fuel. The people that haven't are often the people that couldn't afford to, leaving us in the ironic situation of the people who are least able to afford the fuel have to pay the most. So both my party and myself are not unsympathetic to such people, and that's why we're dropping the carbon tax for a limited period of time on those people. Now, in terms of the long-term solution and people on oil, certainly heat pumps is part of the solution. As oil is dirtier, getting those people to transition to green sources of heating is certainly something that's desirable from an environmental perspective. So we already have a program that offers $10,000 for people in low and middle income families in order to buy heat pumps. Now, in addition to that, and this is the one difference that the people in Maritimes are getting that we're not getting in Ontario, they are also getting an additional $10,000, $5,000 from the province, $5,000 from the federal government if they want to put in a heat pump. Now, that is because those provinces agreed to do it. If Ontario wanted to do it, I'm told we too in Ontario could be doing that. Now, Mr. Madam Speaker, pardon me. Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party, I think this is important, they're not just suggesting a temporary pause on carbon tax on heating fuels. They want to get rid of carbon tax altogether. They want to axe the tax. Now, frankly, I don't agree with that. And not only that, I find it a little bit difficult to believe, like, why exactly do they want to get rid of the carbon tax when, in fact, a lot of conservative economists actually think that the carbon tax is one of the most efficient, if not the most efficient way in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Furthermore, a lot of conservative economists like it because it's a market-based intervention rather than a regulatory intervention. Now, some of the many either perhaps they're not conservative institutions, but they're not really left-leaning institutions that approve of carbon tax and carbon pricing include the American Enterprise Institute, a center-right American think tank. In 2009, in response to the question, what's the better approach to climate change, their answer was a direct tax placed on emissions of greenhouse gases. The tax would create market price for carbon emissions and lead to emission reductions or new technologies that cut greenhouse gases. Of note, in 2023, like some other conservatives, they seem to have changed their position. Other groups, again, not exactly left-leaning institutions that support carbon tax, the World Bank in 2023, the Canadian Business Association in 2019, the Ontario Chamber of Commerce in 2021, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce in 2018 endorsement said, carbon pricing is probably the most effective mechanism of emission reduction. Subsequently to this, they added that they emphasized that carbon tax should be flexible and competitive. And certainly with this, we are seeing some flexibility. Even the Conservative Party in the last election ran on a platform that included a carbon tax. Now, I know the members of the Conservative Party are people who deeply believe in their convictions, but it appears when the political winds blow another way, their convictions seem to blow away too, and they have to come up with new convictions. So now they actually oppose it. I'm somewhat shocked in the Conservatives' opposition to the carbon tax, particularly given what would seem to be the almost daily climate-related calamities that we hear about both in Canada and around the world. For example, a heat dome in BC recently killed over 600 people, mostly elderly people. Wildfires burned down the town of Lytton, BC, and forced the evacuation of people in Alberta, Northwest Territories, and
There's continuous comments and responses coming from someone who hasn't been recognized to speak at this time because it's not time. I would ask that member to please hold off on his thoughts and comments, write them down, and then once it's appropriate for questions and comments, he can attempt to stand up to attempt to be recognized. The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River has 2.5 minutes left.
Thank you. And we all remember in the spring where the smoke was so thick in Ottawa, we couldn't see more than a couple of blocks away. In other areas, flooding's a problem. Flooding has been a problem in BC. It's in west of my riding, we had record flooding in Lake of the Woods and Rainy Lake areas last year. The list goes on. The polar ice caps melting, permafrost melting, island states in the South Pacific risking disappearing forever because of rising sea levels. And what's the Conservatives' opposition? What's the Conservatives' reply to all this? They want to get rid of one of the government's best tools and most effective tools in dealing with climate change. I don't know about the opposition, but I feel a sense of duty to the future generations, to my kids. I have tons of kids. One of them, Miko. Miko is only 3 years old. Miko has done absolutely nothing to contribute to climate change, yet he and his generation are the ones that are going to be asked to pay the price of climate change rather than our generation or the generation before if we do things like axing the carbon tax. Now, what does the Conservative Party want to do? They seem to want to do basically whatever it's going to take in order to get them elected the next time around. And let me tell you, I mean, here's the truth. The Conservative Party in their 2021 convention the Conservatives didn't even want to agree to a statement saying that they believe climate change existed. Now, I don't like to tax. Nobody likes taxes. But the reality is most of the people get the tax back in terms of the rebate, and it does motivate people in order to change over to green sources of energy. Most Canadians do believe in climate change, and most Canadians do want to do what's best for their kids and future generations. So I think most Canadians, perhaps begrudgingly, believe that the carbon tax is absolutely the right thing to do, and therefore I disagree with this motion.
And comments? The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank our honourable colleague for his intervention. There's a lot of stuff in there, Madam Speaker. A lot of falsehoods, Madam Speaker, and it's one thing for this colleague that I sit on the Health Committee with, and I have a lot of respect for him as he's a family physician who and offers a lot of great insight in our Health Committee, Madam Speaker. But he stands up here and he reads very well, reads the talking points of the Liberal Party very well, and he's an educated man, and I expect him to do better, not just read the talking points like a clapping seal, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, through you, I want to ask this honourable colleague, he knows the carbon tax is wrong and it punishes Canadians. It raises the cost on growing food, it raises the cost on shipping food, and ultimately it's Canadians that pay the price. And, Madam Speaker, through you, there's no greater evidence to that. When the Prime Minister walked back his carbon tax on Atlantic Canadians, why are they punishing the rest of Canada for the Atlantic Canadian MP's failures?
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
I would like to thank my friend in the opposition, who I agree on a lot of things with him, but I do disagree on this point. In terms of talking points, I refuse to use the party's talking points. I write all my speeches myself. But I do believe in the carbon tax, and I believe who's being punished by not continuing this carbon tax, which has been shown to be one of the most effective ways at dealing with climate change. By not doing it, who you are punishing, who the opposition would be punishing, would be the Canadian people and the people of the world who will continue to suffer because of climate change, because they're being denied one of their most useful, efficient tools to deal with climate change. So yes, there's some short-term pain, but for the long-term gain.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, we also believe that there should be a price on carbon, and we need to take climate action seriously and take real action and move rapidly. But, Madam Speaker, the Liberals decided to do a carve-out that's only going to help a small part of taking pressure off of Canadians in terms of home heating. And now we hear the Conservatives, today we brought forward a motion to help all Canadians, because in BC, this motion, what the Conservatives are bringing forward today, this won't help British Columbians. It will not take any home heating costs, taxes off of their home heating. We put forward a motion to remove the GST on home heating for all Canadians. It was in the Conservative 2019 platform. They rejected our amendment to apply the GST removal on provinces that weren't going to be impacted by their motion today. My question through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague, does he believe that it was either A, because it wasn't their idea that they rejected it, or was it B, because they actually don't believe in taking action on climate change? And that's why they brought forward this motion today that doesn't really help all Canadians.
For Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
I'm assuming now he's asking me to interpret the interpretations of the Conservative Party in bringing forward this motion, which I can't really comment on their motivation. And as to removing the carbon tax on the GST, I don't really have much comment on that. But as for who's going to benefit from this and why we removed the carbon tax on oil, we clearly did it because the people who pay the highest price for oil and are least able to afford it are people with oil furnaces. So I think the NDP should appreciate we're targeting the people who are most adversely affected while maintaining our position that carbon tax is, again, one of the most effective ways of dealing with climate change and reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
Questions and comments? A small question. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain, Stoney Creek.
Oh, thanks, Madam Speaker. We continue to see one party in this House spread misinformation. I heard a falsehood earlier, that term used in response to my colleague. You know, whether it's the member from Sarnia-Lambton talking about battery fires with EV vehicles, my member from Niagara West talking about ivermectin in terms of being used to combat COVID-19, or the suggestion by the member from Saskatoon University who talked about and discouraged Canadians from using heat pumps because they wouldn't get home insurance. This misinformation, I think, does a lot of damage to discussions in this House, and I wonder if my colleague can speak to the whole issue of relying on science to adopt a climate policy.
So there's still individuals who are trying to contribute to the discussion, and they're not the ones that have the floor. So I would ask those members to please hold off. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River, a brief response, please.
I would like to thank my colleague for his comments and pointing out the very disturbing fact that so many people in society seem to be willing to question the scientific method, the empiric method, which basically has led to, in many, many ways, the advancement of society. The fact that so many people, and I'm not going to point the finger at anybody here, but the fact that so many people are willing to subscribe to conspiracy theories and rather than to follow science, which has really in so many ways tremendously bettered the lives of many people around Canada, is certainly disturbing. Thank you.
Resuming debate, and before I recognize a member, I'll have to advise him that I will, in fact, have to interrupt him at one point for question period. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to speak today, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Calgary, Forest Lawn. Madam Speaker, the motion we're debating today says that given the government has announced a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, the House call on the government to extend that pause to all forms of home heating. What could be more fair, Madam Speaker? This is a reasonable, common sense, and fair-minded motion that addresses the concerns that we're all hearing from our constituents as the cost of living continues to rise under this government. Given that the government has announced a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, the House call on the government to extend that pause to all forms of home heating. What this motion is asking for, Madam Speaker, is simply fairness for all Canadians, regardless of their region, regardless of the way they choose to heat their home. Madam Speaker, we all of us in this House, all Canadians, especially all Atlantic Canadians, are acutely aware of what happened with this Prime Minister. He's been saying that he's going to bring in this carbon tax. He brought in a carbon tax that hurts working people. It hurts single mothers. It hurts families that are just trying to make ends meet. It hurts the person that's getting up early in the morning, getting in their vehicle, driving to work. It hurts the parent that's trying to take their kid to a hockey game. It hurts the family that's trying to put food on the table. It hurts the senior citizen who on a fixed income is trying to heat their home. We all know, we've all heard from our constituents the damage that's being done by the carbon tax. And that is why it was so crass when our leader, when the Conservative leader was about to hold a rally in Atlantic Canada, in the province of Nova Scotia, an Axe the Tax rally, Mr. Speaker, a rally where I've been to one of these rallies before where many people, Madam Speaker, are very concerned about the carbon tax, and they're very enthusiastic about our party's plan to axe the carbon tax, to make life more affordable, to give Canadians back a little bit of that money that they work so hard to earn. Well, the Prime Minister has been steadfast. His Atlantic members of Parliament have been steadfast. They have voted in favor of the carbon tax every single time, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's funny. Atlantic Liberal MPs, when it was their constituents that were suffering, when it was their constituents that were having loss, they didn't stand up to the Prime Minister. When it was their constituents that were having to call them and say, and we know these calls are coming in, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how I'm going to pay the heating bill. I don't know how I'm going to put gas in the car. When they call your office and say, I have to choose today whether I'm going to buy groceries for my kids or whether I'm going to be able to heat my house. We know that is happening. It's happening in Atlantic Canada. It's happening throughout Canada, Mr. Speaker. How crass it was for the Liberal members of Parliament from Atlantic Canada and for the Prime Minister to finally, when the tables are turned and it's their job on the line, when the numbers aren't looking so good, when they realize, wait a minute, this could cost me something. Forget my constituents. This could cost me something. Now you've got their attention. And now, as I was saying, the very day our leader was going to be in Nova Scotia and went to Nova Scotia for an Axe the Tax rally, they announced this completely transparent proposal to freeze the carbon tax on home heating oil only. Well, in my province of New Brunswick, 90% of homes are not heated with home heating oil. This doesn't apply to those people. And we're hearing from other Liberal members from throughout the country that say, wait a minute, what about my constituents? What about me in the next election? What's going to happen to me? Every Atlantic Canadian knows that this Prime Minister and these Liberal members have voted to make their life tougher. Every one of us knows mortgage payments have gone up, that the cost of groceries have gone up, that the cost of fuel has gone up, that we're taxing people every step of the way. And we can see right through this panicked reaction. And if it wasn't so sad, it would be laughable, Mr. Speaker. In New Brunswick, this increase that they've given to rural areas. Well, let's talk about that. Rural area in New Brunswick, if you are a tenured professor or a provincial bureaucrat living in downtown city of Fredericton, our capital city in New Brunswick, you get the rural top-up. But if you live in my riding in the village of St. Martin's, population under 300, and you have a 100-kilometer round-trip commute to work in St. John, a truly rural community, or in Elgin, New Brunswick, population under 200, with over a 100-kilometer commute to the city of Moncton for work, truly a rural community, you don't get the rural top-up. That's how twisted this Liberal proposal is and how little they understand the needs of New Brunswickers and the needs of rural Canadians. So as he watches his support drop to new lows, the Prime Minister is now trying to rebrand himself very transparently as a hero for Atlantic Canadians living in rural communities. Mr. Speaker, this is a frantic attempt to slow down the support for our Axing the Tax movement. That the Prime Minister announced a slight increase to the rural rebate, but is applying it to urban centres. That people living with the high cost of fuel, the high cost of groceries, the high cost of heating their home are getting no relief whatsoever. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why it's heartening to see from coast to coast to coast, different provinces standing up and saying, now's the time. Now's the time to axe the carbon tax. Now is the time to help people. Everyone recognizes this. Everyone recognizes it, but the Prime Minister and his Liberal caucus. You know, how often have we all seen, and I know this drives Liberals crazy, but how often have we all seen the Prime Minister get into his motorcade and jet off to some other country to preach about his virtue?
So I hate to interrupt the honourable member from Fundy Royal in his middle of his speech. It is now time for us to move to declarations from members. The honourable member will have 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in his speech to continue at the next opportunity. Déclaration des députés, l'honorable député.
Statements by members. The honourable member for Trinity Bonavista Buren Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, is you happy? Well, we all know laughter is the best medicine. And there's a group in my own province of Newfoundland and Labrador that have been making people laugh for decades. Buddy Wash's name and the other fellows have entertained people across this country for 40 years. Through skits, song, and an amazing storytelling ability, Audiences have left their sold-out shows with the best belly laughs imaginable. Professionals before even forming this group, Kevin Blackmore, Wayne Chalk, and Ray Johnson are gifted musicians, songwriters, authors, vocalists, and true ambassadors for Newfoundland and Labrador's culture and heritage. Mr. Speaker, with 20 albums, 3 television specials, and most recently, Music Newfoundland's Lifetime Achievement Award, and also being named to the Order of Canada, we're all lucky and honored to call them ours. Please join me in offering sincere congratulations to this group on all of their accomplishments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today in the House of Commons to recognise a tremendous accomplishment by an organisation that's dear to my heart. Alberta-based Apple Schools has once again been recognized as one of the top 100 global education innovations by 100.org, a Helsinki-based organization dedicated to identifying transformative and scalable education innovations worldwide. Apple Schools was selected from over 3,000 innovations and subject to a comprehensive evaluation. This achievement not only highlights the profound effect the organization is having on the lives of children in Alberta and across Canada, but they're also internationally recognized for their significant impact and scalability in the education landscape. This underscores the unwavering commitment of Apple Schools to their vision of fostering healthy children in healthy schools. Congratulations to the entire Apple Schools team.
The honourable member from Milton.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Team Canada continues to crush it at the 2023 Pan Am Games in Santiago, Chile. The official slogan of this year's Games is Dream, Play, Win, and that's exactly what Canadian athletes are doing. Team Canada secured an impressive medal count, including 35 gold as of today, actually, 34 silver and 47 bronze. Milton's Colin Gagné won a silver medal in the swimming pool in the 400 IM. And from the Canadian track cycling team, Milton's own Michael Foley led the team pursuit with Sean Richardson, Chris Ernst, and Carson Mattern to gold and a new Pan Am record. The women's team with Devani Collier, Kira Lilik, Fiona Majendi, and Ruby West established their dominance with gold in the women's team pursuit. Nick Wamas also won gold in the team pursuit with James Hedgecock and Tyler Rourke, while Sarah Orban, Jackie Boyle, and Emmy Savard also crushed it with a bronze. Track cycling is really popular in Milton, Mr. Speaker, because when we hosted the 2015 Pan Am Games, Milton hosted the cycling, and our velodrome is a legacy of those games. The 2023 Pan Am Games closing ceremony is this weekend, November 5th, but the Para-Pan Am Games will run from November 17th to the 26th. Congratulations to all the athletes, and go Canada, go!
The honourable member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize and celebrate the 20th anniversary of Action Chômage Côte-Nord. A special warm thanks to Lindsay Roy, her board of directors, and all those who have supported the organization over the past 20 years. Your work is essential, not only because you help North Shorers in need with faith and goodwill, but because through your actions and demands, you have always broken the Ottawa bubble to remind us all why we have been elected to be the voice of our constituents. Tourism workers, forestry workers, and fishery workers keep our families and business and communities in good health on the vastness of our territory where we want to live. These workers are entitled to respect and dignity, and that's what you give them. They have the right to feed their families all year, and they have the right to a full reform of the employment insurance program. Happy celebrations.
The honourable member from Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has always been a country that has needed immigrants to grow our economy. They enrich our country from coast to coast to coast, and our diversity has become our strength, with Canada continuing to be ranked as one of the top countries in the world to live. I'm proud to let this House know that this week we have formally welcomed 40,000 Afghans to Canada, a promise we made and have now fulfilled. This is a huge achievement, as the rights and freedoms of the Afghan people, especially women and girls, have sadly sadly gone backwards. We've also made changes to our international student program to ensure the talented students who choose to study in Canada have a positive experience, and that we close the loopholes that have led to international students being exploited by bad actors. I am pleased that yesterday we announced our immigration levels that reaffirm that Canada continues to be open to newcomers who enrich our country with their hard work and talent. Diversity is indeed Canada's strength, and we are a better and stronger country because of the extraordinary people that choose Canada as their home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, a desperate, flailing Prime Minister admitted that his carbon tax is punishing Canadians and making life unaffordable when he decided to remove the carbon tax from some, but not all Canadians. This weekend, the minister from Long Range Mountains, Newfoundland and Labrador admitted that this exemption wasn't granted to all Canadians across the country because they don't all vote Liberal, pitting Canadians from one region against another. What about the Liberal minister from Edmonton Centre? What about the member for Calgary Skyview? Are these two Liberal MPs from Alberta so incompetent and so ineffective that they couldn't get an exemption for Alberta? Do they agree with the minister that Alberta should pay a higher carbon tax than Atlantic Canadians? After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Even Rachel Notley thinks Alberta deserves this exemption. That's right. But there's still a chance. On Monday, this NDP Liberal government can vote for our plan to pause the tax on heating until Canadians have had a chance to vote for a common-sense Conservative government that will axe the tax for good for all Canadians.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, in Surrey Newton, a team of 10 science-loving students from Princess Margaret Secondary School have rocketed into the NASA-backed Human Exploration Rover Challenge, a competition taking place in April at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center located in Alabama. The following students, Omar Ryan, Mehul Panot, Jasmeet Taliwal, Parneet Tesi, Hardeep Garg, Alex Gupta, Victor Gupta, Manroop Padda, Jeevan Sandhu, and Harmeet Sond are members of the only Canadian team selected for the contest. I'm very proud of these exceptional young leaders, and I urge all members in this House to join me in wishing them the very best in the upcoming competition.
Great.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Dictator Bose.
The honourable member for Bose. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, last Friday's announcement is the last straw, and Quebecers feel scorned. The Prime Minister must completely axe the second carbon tax, which adds up to 20 cents per litre of gas. This tax received the support of the Bloc. It's expensive to vote for the Bloc. The impact of the Liberal Bloc inflationary spending is disastrous for Canadians, and the cost of heating, food, and transportation is rising astronomically. In Beauce, parents are calling on me to decry the incompetence of this government because everything is more expensive. 71% of food banks in Beauce don't have enough food. This Liberal Bloc coalition is completely disconnected from reality, and this has direct impacts on Canadians. They want to divide Canadians by creating two classes of citizens. It's time to bring in a government that is going to show common sense, and that's a Conservative government. Thank you.
The honourable member from Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to emphasize the profound significance of the poppy in our great nation. The red poppy, a symbol of remembrance, serves as a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made by our brave servicemen and women throughout history. The tradition of wearing the poppy was inspired by the famous poem In Flanders Fields, written by Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae during World War I. It is a small yet powerful token that connects us to our veterans and their enduring legacy. As we wear a poppy this year, let us not forget the sacrifices of our veterans and the ongoing commitment to ensure their well-being. The poppy is not merely a symbol, it is a call to action, urging us to support and remember those who serve and continue to serve. May we always hold the poppy in our hearts as a symbol of remembrance, gratitude, and unwavering support for our veterans, lest we forget.
The honourable member from Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians know he is just not worth the cost. I recently did a survey at all the fall fairs in the Hamilton area, asking people how they're coping with the skyrocketing cost of living under this NDP Liberal government. The results were overwhelming. Home heating was one of the top concerns. Fast forward to last week, and a desperate Prime Minister temporarily paused the carbon tax on heating, but only for some Atlantic Canadians. What happened to a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian? Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister from Long Range Mountains clued us in. The exemption wasn't granted to all Canadians because they don't vote Liberal. So why then weren't the Liberal MPs from Hamilton effective in getting a carve-out for those struggling with the cost of home heating in our community, most of whom heat with natural gas? Canadians see through these Liberal gimmicks. The common sense Conservative plan is simple. No gimmicks, no temporary measures, take the tax off and keep the heat on.
The honourable member from Renfrew-Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the NDP Liberal government is getting desperate. Last week, the Prime Minister announced his plan to push the pause button on his unaffordable carbon tax, but for only 3% of Canadians. Over the weekend, a Liberal minister went on TV and said that Canadians who don't vote Liberal will be punished with higher taxes. Terrible. What about the Liberal MP from North Bay and the minister from Thunder Bay, Superior North? Why are they so incompetent and ineffective in getting an exemption for folks hurting from North Bay to Thunder Bay? This Prime Minister will pay any price to divide Canadians. He's not worth the cost. The common sense Conservative promise is simple. No gimmicks, no temporary measures. We will axe the unaffordable carbon tax for good. We'll take off the tax and keep on the heat. It's time for these NDP Liberals to decide if they'll stand behind the Prime Minister or stand with their constituents. It's time to bring home lower heating prices.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the loss of a great Canadian from Ottawa-Vanier, Joseph Mango. Mr. Mango was a true servant of democracy as parliamentary law clerk and advisor to this House from 1971 to 1982, and as a member of the Canadian Law Reform Commission. He continued to visit the Library of Parliament on his bicycle up to age 91. His writings on parliamentary privilege, immunity, and inviolability remain essential for our work in this House and continue to be widely quoted. He visited Yemen, Kyrgyzstan, and East Timor to support emerging parliamentary democracies and acted as election observer in Ukraine during the Orange Revolution. Joseph Mango leaves us a heritage of intellectual rigor, social commitment, and especially service to democracy. Our sincere condolences to his family and loved ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, the world will observe the second International Day for Biosphere Reserves, designated by UNESCO in collaboration with the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. On Tuesday, we got an early start as the All-Party Climate Caucus, in partnership with the Canadian Association of Biospheres, gathered for the third annual Biosphere Regions Day on the Hill. We celebrated the immense contribution of Canada's 19 biosphere reserves to environmental conservation and sustainability. rapidly. My own riding of Courtenay Alberni is blessed with 2 biosphere reserves, the Clayoquot Biosphere Trust and the Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere Region. And I know that all members who are fortunate to have a biosphere reserve in their ridings will join me in paying tribute to the important work of the Biosphere Region movement in our country. Biosphere reserves are of critical importance conducting participatory research and supporting environmental, social, cultural, and economic sustainability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, every year on November 19th, we celebrate Women's Entrepreneurship Day, which can give women and children a means to participate actively in our society's economic life. It is also an opportunity to celebrate everyone who has paved the way and who continue to inspire a generation of women. A woman who inspires me for her resilience and dedication is someone to whom I'd like to pay tribute. My mother got into business 30 years ago when I was only a few months old, and through the years, she has overcome obstacles, doubt, stress, and financial pressure to build a business that, in her image, and that helps women to feel good and to thrive and realize their full potential. She has done all that while being an extraordinary mother and an exceptional mentor. Nothing stops her, even retirement. Mom, thanks for breaking the glass ceiling and inspiring other women to take the leap into the world of entrepreneurship. Mother, I love you, and I'm very proud of you. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, winter is here, and with rising costs, there isn't one family who is not being left out in the cold because after 8 years of this Liberal government, Canadians are struggling to heat their homes as the carbon tax is about to quadruple, costing Canadians more money they don't have. This Prime Minister knows this because he just paused the carbon tax for Atlantic Canadians, proving he is just not worth the cost. But what about the rest of Canada? What about Prince Edward County or Quinte West or Belleville? Or what about my wife's whole riding of Thunder Bay? What about the NDP leader's Vancouver riding of South Burnaby? Don't they deserve to be treated as equal citizens? Isn't a Canadian a Canadian? Mr. Speaker, our leader has introduced a motion to take off the carbon tax on all home heating in Canada this winter so Canadians can keep the heat on. On Monday, this might be the most important vote the NDP leader has ever had. Will he vote with common sense Conservatives to keep the tax off so Canadians can keep the heat on? Or will he continue to sing along with his tone-deaf Prime Minister? Yeah!
The Honourable Member from Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday this House was scheduled to debate C-57, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Instead, the Conservative Party played procedural games by moving a concurrence motion which prevented debate on this important piece of legislation. In recent months, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada has become silent on Ukraine. He has never advocated for military, humanitarian, or economic support for Ukraine, never called out Russia for its acts of genocide against the Ukrainian people, and he has never raised the issue in Parliament except to the false narratives about the war, including the statements that it doesn't contribute to inflation in Canada. I call on the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada to put aside the games, let us debate C-57, and pass this important piece of legislation.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After 8 years, even the Liberals agree that the Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. After his flip-flop on carbon tax, his former Environment Minister, Catherine McKenna, said that the Prime Minister has broken her heart and he needs to flip-flop on his flip-flop. The future leader, Mr. McCartney, says he's against this flip-flop, and Gerald Butts, as does Percy Down, says that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost and that he should resign. Does the Prime Minister still have the confidence of the Liberal Party? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, every day we work hard to deliver results for Canadians by fighting against climate change, by creating help for Canadian and reducing the cost of living, by helping to build more housing. We're here to defend minorities and to ensure that the economy is working for everyone. We're going to continue to do so as a team because the Liberal Party is focused on help to Canadians. Rather than saying that everything's broken, we're here to work hand in hand with Canadians, and we're looking forward to doing this every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. He didn't answer if his party supports him. So that's interesting. Mr. Percy Downs said that this government was not serious on the economy. He didn't care. They're throwing money on anything that crosses their mind, and they don't care about the rising costs of living or the huge debts that are piling up. Even the Liberals agree that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Is it only Mark Carney who can save the Liberal government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that we made a choice that the Conservatives don't agree with. We chose to invest in Canadians because confident countries invest in their people. While they preach austerity and cuts, we were there to provide $10 daycare across the country. We were there to provide the Canada Child Benefit. We were there to help with public transit and housing. We were there to help our seniors and our students. All of these programs, the Conservative Party has opposed, and they continue to support, also vote against dental care for children and help for Canadians in need. We are going to continue to be there every day for Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister paused the paying of the carbon tax for only some people. The Liberal Rural Affairs Minister said, well, other people should have elected Liberal MPs if they wanted to be able to afford heating their home or feeding their kids. The Prime Minister has not denounced that viewpoint. In fact, he's doubling down on punishing people elsewhere. But Liberal MPs in Sudbury, Thunder Bay, North Bay, Sault Ste. Marie, they have starving constituents who are worried about the heat going out as well. Will they have a free vote on my motion to keep the heat on and take the tax off for everyone this Monday?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we're phasing out the use of coal because it's dirty and bad for the environment. We're now moving on phasing out home heating oil because it's dirtier, more expensive, and is disproportionately relied upon by lower-income Canadians who don't have other choices. Over 500,000 Ontarians, Mr. Speaker, heat their homes with home heating oil. This program and this approach will not just give them a break, but in working with the Government of Ontario, will deliver heat pumps for Canadians right across the country. I invite Saskatchewan to work with us as well. We need to get Canadians off home heating oil. That's what we're going to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
With an answer like that, he's clearly not worth the cost, and he didn't answer the question as to whether or not his MPs would have a free vote, which begs the question whether his NDP MPs will get a free vote. This Saskatchewan NDP has just voted to endorse my motion to give equal tax-free heat for all Canadians. That is the position of the NDP in BC, Manitoba, and Alberta as well. Now, the question is whether the NDP will vote against its cash-strapped constituents and in favor of the Prime Minister. So can the PM tell us, is this vote part of the coalition agreement, or does the NDP have the freedom to vote for their constituents?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition wants to talk about places across the country. Let's talk about them. 20,000 Saskatchewanians heat their homes with home heating oil. 50,000 Albertans and about 100,000 British Columbians, Mr. Speaker. That is dirty, it is more polluting, and it is more expensive, particularly for the predominantly lower income families that rely on this. That's why we're moving forward to replace them with heat pumps, working with the provinces to deliver free heat pumps for lower income families so that they can save money and fight pollution at the same time. This is about helping Canadians as we fight climate change, which the Leader of the Opposition has no plan for.
The Honourable Leader of the
Prime Minister save his political bacon, Mr. Speaker. And we know that because he's now admitted that his carbon tax is not worth the cost of oil for some people in some regions. My motion simply says that all Canadians get the same break. After all, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. Yesterday, the Prime Minister indicated that he wants to have a carbon tax election on his plan to quadruple the tax to 61 cents a litre on heat, gas, and groceries. So will he confirm whether or not he considers my motion to keep the heat on and take the tax off a confidence vote?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, home heating oil is dirtier, more expensive, and more relied on by lower-income Canadians across the country. 1.3 million households across this country rely on home heating oil. That's why we're working with the provinces that want to replace them for free with heat pumps. That's what this is about. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is making a serious mistake if he thinks that Canadians are not concerned about the environment, or that Canadians don't know that protecting the environment does go hand in hand with creating good jobs and prosperity for them across the country. That is a conversation I look forward to continuing to have over the next 2 years with Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Ballet-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Quebec government announced its immigration targets, i.e. how many people Quebec will be able to welcome and to teach French to. And the federal government did the same thing, and they're not at the same place at all. Nevertheless, at the same time, I asked all members, including the Minister of Immigration and the Prime Minister, if they would accept to consult Quebec to set 2024 targets. The Minister of Immigration voted yes. Should I assume that the targets yesterday are only interim and they will consult Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague knows full well, for years we've been committed with the provinces, including Quebec, to discuss immigration and their capacity and desires and the future of immigration across the country. Quebec, of course, has its own immigration targets, and our immigration plan wants to strengthen the system to extend the benefits of immigration in Quebec and across the country, also provide hundreds of millions of dollars every year to Quebec to help integrate newcomers and also teach them French. And we'll always work hand in hand to make sure immigration goes well with Quebec and other provinces. The Honourable Member for Ballet-Chambly. It's always been true for health as well. We always say that we've talked with them, but we've never changed anything. But yesterday, he voted. He said, yes, I'm going to consult Quebec before setting targets for immigration. And his minister was announcing them. So they should be coherent and speak with someone Quebec. Otherwise, they need to be aware of this. Quebec has to be able to teach French to the immigrants that come. Otherwise, they lose their weighting in the Canadian Federation. What will the conclusion be, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We have provided hundreds of millions of dollars every year to Quebec to help teach French to immigrants. Quebec establishes its immigration targets and will always continue to work with them. For months and years, we've been working with them on immigration. We're going to continue to do so. So yes, we did support the motion that said we'll continue to speak with Quebec and the other provinces while we establish targets, and we're going to continue to do so responsibly, reasonably, and ambitiously for the future of our country. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. The cold is setting in. Heating costs are adding to families' already tight budgets. And this government says it's only willing to help if you voted Liberal. It's shameful. The NDP's plan to eliminate the GST on home heating will put more money back into the pockets of everyone across the country while protecting the environment. Again, the Conservatives have said no to this NDP proposal. Will the Liberals eliminate the GST on home heating to help families who are already struggling? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I know, Mr. Speaker, that my honourable colleague is truly concerned about the environment and climate change and wants to help Canadians to be able to face the cost of living. And that is why he understands that with more than 100,000 families in BC who rely on home heating oil, it's a big challenge for them in terms of their wallets and the environment. So we have an approach that will replace this home heating oil in BC with heat pumps, and it'll help families to face affordability, and I look forward to continue working with him.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Liberal member for Kings Head said we should do our homework when it comes to heat pumps. Well, you know who did his homework? Perry from Smithers, BC. He's a teacher, after all, and for a year and a half now, he's been trying to jump through all these government's hoops to get a $5,000 heat pump rebate. I talked to the folks at Efficiency Canada, and they told me unequivocally this government's heat pump program does not work for people on low income. So will the Prime Minister commit to offering the same deal he just offered Atlantic Canadians for heat pumps to all Canadians who heat with fossil fuels?
Hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that is exactly what we are doing. We are offering the same program for heat pumps that we have with Nova Scotia, PEI, and Newfoundland and Labrador to all provinces across the country. All they have to do is join us in making sure we can deliver heat pumps for free to low-income Canadians. There are 1.3 million households across this country, 500,000 in Quebec, 250,000 in Ontario, tens of thousands across the provinces that need to replace those heat pumps to clean the air, to save their wallet some money. That's exactly what we're doing. I look forward to working with BC and all other provinces on this program.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Prime Minister said Tuesday that there will absolutely not be more carbon tax exemptions under his watch, but Canadians struggling with the high cost of gas, groceries, and heating their home have a word about that, or want a word about that. After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, the Prime Minister is only giving the relief to a lucky 3% of the country, specifically where his poll numbers are in the gutter. He's already admitted that the carbon tax makes life harder, so will he let his MPs have a free vote on our motion on Monday to keep the heat on and take the tax off for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noted the phrase, a lucky 3%. These are people who pay 2 to 4 times the cost of natural gas. These are folks for whom their costs have gone up by 75% during 2022. These are not the lucky 3%. We have focused on people who actually have a strong affordability challenge because of the inordinate cost of heating oil. We've put in place a measure that will ensure affordability, but will do so in a manner that fights climate change. Truly, a lucky 3%? Really?
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what the Prime Minister does when he's desperate and flailing, not confident about his leadership. Canadians in other parts of the country now have one more reason to regret voting for them. Like in Northern Ontario, where a minister at the cabinet table has sold out her own neighbours and left them out in the cold. So will she vote with those who sent her to this place and scrap the tax on all home heating, or will she vote with the Prime Minister and remind Thunder Bay that she's just not worth the cost?
The honourable member, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what she will do? She will stand with the folks that have an affordability challenge related to heating oil. They will apply in every province and territory in this country where provinces step up to co-deliver with the federal government. It is a plan that will address the short-term issues for those folks who are most pressed, but do so in a manner that will save significant dollars in the long term. It will address it in a manner that is consistent with fighting the existential threat of climate change. And I say again, in this House, it is a shameful thing that in this country we still have a political party that does not believe in the reality of climate change and has no plan to address it.
The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Actually shameful is how they continue to divide Canadians every chance they get. Now it's about heat. Siggy in Dufferin just paid $100 to heat his home for 1 month. $100 in carbon tax. In the Maritimes, Siggy would pay $0, dividing Canadians. Siggy's on a fixed income. He can't afford it. They're basically saying to him he should freeze in the dark. Why don't they stop dividing Canadians? And will they take the tax off so Siggy can keep the heat on?
The honourable minister.
The only folks in this chamber who are dividing Canadians is the Conservative Party of Canada. We are focused on ensuring that we address what is a significant affordability challenge. The heating oil costs 2 to 4 times what natural gas does, and it appreciated by 75% in 2022. It is time that the Conservatives stop playing partisan games and focused on good public policy that addresses critical issues that face Canadians, but does so in a manner that protects affordability and addresses climate change. Once again, I would say it is shameful that they have no policy to address climate change.
The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
A minister making $300,000 a year, being driven around in a limo, says I'm making a political stunt when I talk about a retired senior who can't pay the carbon tax. This behaviour by them is disgusting, and not all Liberals have to behave that way, because on Monday, a common sense Conservative motion to axe the tax will take place. They don't have to behave like a limousine Liberal minister. They can stand up for their constituents. They can vote to take the tax off so people like Siggy can keep the heat on.
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the awkward position of contradicting my colleague here in the House. In fact, on the other side of the House, they do have a plan. They do have a plan, and in fact, they had that plan, and some of them owe their seats to that plan. It was a carbon tax plan. It was the Aaron O'Toole Christmas wish book of greeny things that this Conservative Party will pick out just in time for the holiday season. Mr. Speaker, once again, with the price on pollution, we put cold, hard cash back into the pockets of Canadians, not the O'Toole Christmas wish book. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
À l'ordre.
Order.
Or you could just not take it.
I'm certain all members,
I'm sure that all members would like to hear the question from the honourable member for Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, let me give you a few facts. The carbon tax affects the price of food in Quebec. And the second tax will apply to Quebec. The Bloc wants to hike Liberal taxes on gas and food. A record number of Quebecers use a food bank each month. The PM has just announced a carbon tax break, but only for Atlantic Canada. This is unfair and illogical. Will the Liberals vote with us on our common sense motion to eliminate the carbon tax on all forms of heating for all Canadians? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The price on the pollution puts more money back in the middle-class Canadians' pockets. Climate change, we know that the leader doesn't believe in what I've just said, but does my dear colleague agree that we need to meet with former colleagues from the University of Laval for a 101 class on the price on pollution? The Honourable Member for Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell my colleague, the member from Quebec, that his Atlantic colleagues had another version of the price on pollution, as he calls it. What we saw in Atlantic Canada, that people were struggling in Atlantic Canada, and the Prime Minister had to flip-flop and eliminate the carbon tax. What we're asking is to be fair for all Canadians and Quebecers, because the federal carbon price also increases the carbon market in Quebec, which has doubled. So will the Bloc vote with the Liberals and perhaps the NDP to cut the carbon tax for all home heating? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't count one or two or three, but 4 members from the Leaders' Caucus that supported a price on pollution in Quebec. How many others, Mr. Speaker, are hiding that have changed their opinion since they became Conservatives? And the message I have for them, Mr. Speaker, is to don't be afraid of their leader and to respect their opinion, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, yesterday at 11:30, the Quebec immigration minister said that she had not discussed targets with the federal government. At 3:30, the federal immigration minister voted in favor of a motion to review new targets after consultation with Quebec. Then at 4 p.m., he made public the targets for 2024. If the Immigration Department were as quick to manage files as the minister is to renege on his vote, we wouldn't have to have 2 million backlogged files. Will he respect his vote and review his targets?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the member opposite has brought this up. I'm proud to stand in the House today and re-echo that yesterday we tabled our new immigration levels plan for 2024 to 2026. Our plan will ensure immigration continues to grow in our economy and provide stabilized growth while balancing pressure on housing, infrastructure, and essential services. Mr. Speaker, immigration is important in Canada, and we will continue to embrace newcomers and ensure they have the support they need in the new communities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, there was no consultation. Quebec confirmed it. And better still, the Minister of Immigration himself admitted yesterday at his press briefing this was the case. He explained to reporters that he'd spoken to Christine Fréchette about foreign workers and refugees, but never about the 500,000 immigrants per year. Mr. Speaker, the minister committed to consulting Quebec before setting his thresholds. He has confirmed that he has not done so. So, will he go back and do his homework, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows full well that Quebec sets its own immigration thresholds by consulting various stakeholders and organizations. It has its own needs. And of course, when we establish our targets, we discuss this with Quebec. But I find strange is that the Bloc is never happy. They are angry that we vote against their motion, and they're mad because we're voting for their motion now. They're just a bunch of grumpy Smurfs. Order, please. I'm sure that everyone would like to listen to the question from the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister told the Bloc that questioning Quebec's capacity to receive immigrants was bad faith and a refusal to listen to what's going on. I'll tell you what's in bad faith. It's setting record immigration levels without even trying to find out our capacity. And I'll tell you what's in bad faith. Refusing to consult Quebec. Bad faith and refusal to listen could be the title of the plan the minister unveiled yesterday. Is he going to bin it, his plan, and consult Quebec to present thresholds based on reality? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Bloc wants to seek quarrels with the federal government. We are investing in French, even in Quebec. We have invested tens of thousands of dollars, new funding as part of our action plan for French learning. Nevertheless, we've also given Quebec $500,000 to invest every year. Is the leader of the Bloc against this funding? We have a plan to support Quebec and to provide investment across the country and in Quebec as well.
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
Monday, we'll be voting on a common-sense Conservative motion to axe the carbon tax on home heating for every single Canadian.
That's right.
It's snowing in southern Alberta. It's cold, but it shouldn't be a luxury to heat your home. And yet when this Prime Minister quadruples his carbon tax, Mountain View Farms in my riding will be paying $480,000 a year in carbon taxes. But this Prime Minister says no carbon tax relief for Alberta. But on Monday, the Liberal members from Calgary Skyview and Edmonton Centre have a chance to defend Alberta and vote with us to end the tax and keep the heat on. Will they do it?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend across the aisle is forgetting some facts, which is the price on pollution is put in such a way that there is a rebate that goes back. 80% of Canadians get more money back, and in fact, Alberta family of four gets $386 per quarter. It is more than what people pay in terms of the price on pollution. The exemption, the pause for 3 years for home heating oil is based on the specific issue around the cost associated with home heating. It is done in a manner that is consistent with continuing to fight climate change, which is what a price on pollution is all about.
The Honourable Member from the Honourable Member from Courtney, Alberni.
With the cost of living crisis, Canadians cannot afford the therapy.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, the NDP will have the opportunity to show who they work for, the Prime Minister or Canadians who want the tax off and the heat on. It's cold in Edmonton, and yet Edmontonians are being penalized as a result of this NDP Liberal government's punitive carbon tax on home heating. So, is the Liberal minister from Edmonton going to order the NDP MP for Edmonton Griesbach to once again vote against his constituents, or will he be permitted to vote with Conservatives to axe the tax and keep the heat on?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we work each and every day for all Canadians who live in every province and territory in this country. We do so in a manner that ensures that we are addressing critical issues in a thoughtful way and making good public policy decisions. We are not playing partisan games that are played by the members opposite. At the end of the day, we are focused on ensuring that we are addressing affordability concerns, legitimate affordability concerns, in a manner that is consistent with addressing climate change. I say once again, Mr. Speaker, it is shameful that on that side of the House we have a bunch of climate deniers.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, last year the NDP voted against our common-sense Conservative motion to scrap the carbon tax on home heating. The Liberals have admitted that these taxes are not worth the cost after they exempted Atlantic Canada, but once again left Albertans out in the cold. So, is the Liberal minister from Edmonton going to order the NDP MP for Edmonton Strathcona to once again vote against the wishes and interests of her constituents, or will she be permitted to axe the tax to keep the heat on?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. $340 million in damages from storm in Ontario. Over $720 million from the wildfire in BC. Over $300 million from storms in Alberta and in the prairies. Over $170 million from flooding in Nova Scotia. This is what climate change has cost Canadians just this summer. And these are insured costs, Mr. Speaker. Total costs are 3 times that. The Conservative, the climate-denying Conservative Party of Canada would like us to believe that climate change isn't costing anything to Canadians. It is costing Canadians hundreds of millions of dollars every year, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, more than 400 Canadians are trapped in Gaza, including Ahmed Al-Hilo of Edmonton. Recovering from surgery, unable to transport himself, first he was told by Canadian authorities to stay where he is, then to evacuate to Rafah, then to stay put again, as Canadians may not be allowed to cross into Egypt. While this government ignores calls for a ceasefire, Ahmed is struggling to survive. And today we've learned that not a single Canadian is on the evacuation list. Why isn't Canada advocating for the lives of Canadians in Gaza? And when will the Liberals call for a ceasefire?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The humanitarian situation in Gaza is dire. Many Canadians are worried about their family and friends. Yesterday, we saw the first wave of foreign nationals leave. I want to reassure Canadians that we are in regular close contact with Egypt and Israel to push for Canadians to leave as soon as possible. We continually try to reach all Canadians' permanent residents and their family members to give them the latest information. This is why we continue to call for humanitarian pauses, to get Canadians out, to get humanitarian aid in, and for all hostages to be released. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now it's the Honourable Member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, with the cost of living crisis, Canadians cannot afford the therapy they need. If they try for public care, wait lists are months to years long. There's no post-pandemic recovery plan to help people with their mental health. So many are suffering in silence. This is not acceptable, especially after the Liberals have yet to deliver on the $4.5 billion mental health transfer. For a government that claims to champion mental health, they sure do delay and disappoint. Breaking this promise will cost lives. Will the Liberals change course and deliver the mental health transfer to get people the help that they so urgently need?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. His commitment to mental health, it's something that I share deeply and profoundly. In his home province of British Columbia, the agreement that we made to see over the next 3 years a really historic amount of money flow to help in all aspects of health care, including mental health, was exceptionally important. We're committed not only to see that in British Columbia, but across the country. We have much more work to do in mental health, in all aspects of mental health. This is going to require a whole-of-government approach, and it really requires all of us to think about how we can do everything we can to treat each other better and put mental health at the front of our workplaces and in our lives.
The Honourable Member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, people in my riding of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, and right across the country are grappling with a housing crisis. Now more than ever, they need more affordable housing options like co-ops. In my home province of British Columbia, 275 co-ops provide safe and affordable housing to well over 15,000 people. We need governments to build on this by promoting and expanding co-op housing across the country. But earlier this week, when asked about social and co-op housing, the Conservative leader said, "We do not need a Soviet-style takeover of housing." How does the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities respond to that?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to affordable housing, the Conservative Party couldn't be more out of touch. Referring to co-ops as Soviet-style housing is a slap in the face to the 250,000 Canadians who live in homes like that. This isn't the first time I've seen him criticize middle-class Canadians' living arrangements. Just this past summer, he labeled a woman's home in Niagara a shack on a live video. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need bold federal leadership to solve the housing crisis, and that's what we're going to deliver. The Conservative leader who insults middle-class homes while he goes home to his own government paid-for housing arrangement simply doesn't get it. It's reckless behavior. We won't stand for it.
The honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock.
The BC NDP Premier has demanded carbon tax fairness and equal treatment for British Columbians. The NDP member for North Island Powell River votes with her Ottawa boss, the Prime Minister, punishing people in Campbell River struggling with high home heating costs. On Monday, we'll vote for our common sense plan to take the tax off all home heating for all Canadians for good. How does this carbon tax coalition work? Will the PM require the NDP member for North Island Powell River to vote against the Conservative plan, or will she vote with us to keep the heat on and axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the honourable member raised the government of British Columbia. I had the opportunity to speak to my counterpart from British Columbia this morning. We will be engaging British Columbia in a code delivery arrangement to ensure that 10,000 British Columbia households that are on heating oil will get a free heat pump and get them off to reduce their costs on an ongoing basis. But I would also say, Mr. Speaker, that affordability is also about the economy and jobs. And I would say what's happening in the committee, in the Natural Resources Committee, with the obfuscation by the opposition is a shame. It is destroying jobs and economic opportunity for Newfoundland, Labrador, and for Nova Scotia. You should be ashamed of the behavior there.
The honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock.
I'm never ashamed to help keep home heating costs down for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years, Canadians know this flailing Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Seniors in Smithers shouldn't be punished for heating their homes, and the BC NDP Premier agrees. Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax on home heating for every single Canadian. Does the NDP member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley have a choice on Monday's vote, or must he vote with his political master? Will the Prime Minister require that NDP member to vote his way, or is he going to support our Conservative plan to keep the heat on and axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleagues should know that the 10,000 homes in British Columbia that actually utilize heating oil, yes, they will actually have access to free heat pumps because the government of British Columbia is stepping up to work with the government of Canada to ensure that that will be the case, addressing affordability concerns not just for the short term, but for the long term, doing so in a manner that is consistent with this government's commitment to fight climate change, a commitment that is shared by governments around the world, a commitment that is shared by every party in this House, except for the Conservative Party of Canada.
The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
It's not a luxury for seniors, families, and single-parent families to heat their homes, regardless of what type of fuel they use or what region of the country they're from. And after 8 years of this Prime Minister and a year and a half of the NDP Liberal coalition, Canadians realize that they're not worth the cost. On Monday, the NDP will have a choice to make: support their constituents who are suffering from energy poverty, or support a panicking Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister force the NDP, with what little dignity they have left from their coalition agreement, to support the people they represent, to keep the tax off and the heat on?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, the member opposite mentioned families. Well, everything that we do at the heart of our actions on this side of the House are focused on ensuring that we're there for families. And I look to building a national early learning and childcare system as just one way that we are looking to support families. Introducing affordable, high-quality, accessible childcare across this country saves families hundreds of dollars each and every month, and that's just one of the ways that we are working to make life more affordable for Canadian families.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 8 long years, but on Monday, the NDP have a chance to show who they work for. Is it for the Prime Minister, who's just not worth the cost, or for Canadians who want the tax off and the heat on? It's cold in Manitoba. It gets down to -40. It shouldn't be a luxury for folks to keep the heat on. The member from Churchill and her NDP colleagues will have a chance on Monday to show who they work for. On Monday, will the NDP vote with the Liberals, or will they vote for Canadians to axe the tax for all forms of home heating?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that the honourable member referred to his home province of Manitoba. The new government in Manitoba has reached out to the federal government to engage a conversation about co-delivery for the thousands of homes in Manitoba that actually use heating oil to ensure that they will be addressed in a thoughtful and affordable way. I congratulate the government of Manitoba for being proactive on this important issue and its continuing commitment to fighting climate change.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, since June, the Federation of Independent Business has been warning that many small and medium enterprises are headed for bankruptcy. Well, the Federation has updated its figures, and almost nothing has improved since then. As of now, over 220,000 businesses are at risk of failure if the federal government does not extend the repayment of emergency account loans without loss of subsidy. 220,000 SMEs still have neither the cash nor the means to borrow more to repay the loans. When will this government finally understand that these businesses will fail without adequate repayment deferrals? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we have not given up on small businesses. We supported them during the pandemic and after. What did we do to support them? We created the Canada Emergency Business Account to help businesses remain open. And what are we doing now? We are offering more flexible options so that they can repay their CEBA loans. What else is our government doing? We are listening to small businesses around the country, and we are supporting them, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, 18 days, that's not repayment flexibility. In my riding alone, 72 SMEs are at risk of bankruptcy if the federal government doesn't do something. These are family businesses that I know, where people have worked their whole lives. These businesses also employ hundreds of people, Mr. Speaker. If the federal government doesn't stop being intransigent towards our family businesses, in Terrebonne alone, hundreds of jobs could be lost. Who among the Liberal ministers is going to help? The Minister of Small Business? The Minister of Finance? Who will come to my riding and explain to Natasha, Sylvain and Eric that they're going to let them down because of so-called fiscal restraint? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. I would like to remind my colleague that over 900,000 businesses were saved by our government. If we hadn't been there for them, those businesses would have had to close shop. And we have offered 2 repayment deadline extensions. We have offered more flexibility for refinancing and for loan forgiveness. So we are supporting businesses. We always have, and we will continue to do so time and time again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. On Monday, all members of this House will be called upon to vote for our motion to eliminate the carbon tax for all forms of home heating for all Canadians permanently, to support all Canadians. But after 8 years under this Liberal government, they're swimming upstream, and even the Bloc Québécois wants to speed up the carbon tax and drastically increase it. Voting for the Bloc, they're not worth the cost. What about the Bloc Québécois leader? Will he vote against our motion on Monday? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to correct something that was said in this place earlier this week. The Governor of the Bank of Canada said that each year carbon pricing contributes to 0.15% of inflation, which he describes as a minor, tiny effect annually. So the carbon tax does not increase the price of everything. That is inaccurate, according to the Governor of the Bank of Canada. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Yes, but he should look at his figures and do his homework a bit more because, in fact, 16% of inflation is affected by the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, here's my next question. The NDP only has one Quebec MP. I'm interested to know whether the NDP will vote in favor of our motion to eliminate the carbon tax on all forms of home heating. Will he support Canadians and Quebecers or the Liberals? Will they support the thousands of Quebecers who are using food banks every month? After 8 years of these policies, will the Prime Minister allow the Bloc and the NDP to vote freely of their own accord for our motion on Monday? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I find it surprising that the Conservatives are quoting the Bank of Canada governor all while they are campaigning to get him fired. Mr. Speaker, the Governor of the Bank of Canada recently confirmed that carbon pricing only contributes 0.15% to inflation and that carbon pricing will not have long-term effects on inflation. That is what the Governor of the Bank of Canada said, Mr. Speaker.
From Niagara Falls.
Speaker, it's cold in Northern Ontario. It's not a luxury for residents of Northern Ontario to heat their homes. The Prime Minister has created two categories of Canadians, those who got a temporary pause on the carbon tax on home heating and those that didn't. The Prime Minister has been clear that he opposes providing relief from his unaffordable carbon tax for all Northern residents. My question is, will Northern Ontario MPs be free to vote with us on our common sense Conservative motion to take the tax off and keep the heat on for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said a number of times, the issue around heating oil is it is 2 to 4 times as expensive as natural gas as a heating source. It has accelerated by 75% in 2022 alone. It is creating significant challenge for folks. We have developed a program that will ensure that we are able to address that in a long-term sustainable way through the implementation of free heat pumps. That program will apply in any province and territory that is willing to step up. It certainly is open to the Government of Ontario, and I look forward to discussions with my counterpart in that regard.
The Honourable Member from Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we've worked very hard to ensure that Canada's unwavering support for Ukraine is shared by all parties in this House. Unfortunately, that support for Ukraine is not unanimous in this House. Conservatives are delaying Bill C-57, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Their MPs are calling the legislation woke. But most concerning is the leader of the Conservative Party's silence on support for Ukraine. He has not called for military, humanitarian, or financial support for Ukraine. He's refused to criticize Russia's war crimes. His silence speaks volumes. Can the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Foreign Affairs reassure Canadians that despite the Conservative leader's lack of support, this government will stand with the Ukrainian people until they win?
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Our support for Ukraine as they defend their freedoms, independence, and democracy is unwavering. Since Russia began their unprovoked aggression, we have supported Ukraine with almost $10 billion in assistance. My colleague is a steadfast advocate for Ukraine, and what he raises is troubling. This is not the time for unnecessary delays of this important legislation. This is not the time for doublespeak by the Conservatives and their leader. I ask the Leader of the Opposition to stop with the political games and stand with us to show Ukraine and Ukrainian Canadians that we are all united. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, it's been going very well today in question period. I encourage all members I encourage all members, please, to listen to their whips as I ask you to keep your voices to yourselves. If you wish to have conversations, feel free to take them behind the curtains. The honourable member from Fundy Royal.
Speaker, after 8 years, this out-of-touch NDP Liberal government doesn't even know what a rural community is. In a totally transparent effort to save seats in Atlantic Canada, Liberals will be giving a rural rebate to downtown residents of the city of Fredericton, but not to someone who commutes 100 kilometers a day for work from an actual rural community of St. Martin's, population under 300. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will the Liberals quadruple the tax on Atlantic Canadians, or will they vote with us to axe the tax on all forms of home heating?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to imagine a political party more opposed in interest to my region of Atlantic Canada than the Federal Conservative Party. They're painting a measure as only benefiting one region that has national application on just weeks after they signaled that they will not support the development of offshore renewable energy in my region. Mr. Speaker, we are moving forward with a policy that is going to reduce the cost of home heating for many people across the country, and we are going to put more money in the pockets of rural residents across this country as well. It's the right path forward. We're going to protect the environment and save households money at the same time.
The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
What's hard to imagine is that after 8 years, the plummeting Prime Minister panicked last week with his carbon tax announcement. But Nova Scotians who made the decision to convert to cleaner propane have been exempted from that announcement and will have to pay 61 cents a litre more on their home heating. This flip-flopping Prime Minister has finally admitted that he's not worth the cost. Will the Liberals admit that they're going to quadruple the carbon tax on Atlantic Canadians after the next election? Or will they join us on Monday, the Conservatives, and vote to axe the carbon tax on all home heating?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I find fascinating is I'm unable to discern from the Conservative Party's rhetoric around this issue is whether they actually support our decision to invest in measures that's going to reduce pollution across Canada and put more money in the pockets of households by getting heat pumps to them. For awareness, Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of measure that's going to save my neighbours thousands of dollars every year in reduced energy costs by creating a more efficient solution. It's going to have the same impact for people who use home heating oil right across the country. So I respond with a question to my honourable colleague. Does he actually support the measure that's going to save money for our residents?
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, it's been 8 years of this totally out-of-touch government with the backing of the NDP and the Bloc. The Bloc is not worth the cost. Last week's announcement is a humiliation for Quebec. All Canadians need help, not just Atlantic Canadians, where Liberals are dropping in the polls. But yet again, dividing Canadians is what the Prime Minister does best. On Monday, will the Prime Minister ignore the Bloc and vote in favour of our common-sense Conservative motion to help all Canadians? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering where the common sense is, because many opposition members were part of governments in Quebec and British Columbia, New Brunswick, and in the past they were in favor of carbon pricing. And at that time they seemed to believe in climate change and feel that it was an important issue. There are 200,000 families that use home heating oil in Quebec, and the price of that has increased 2 to 4 times faster than other types of heating. So we are going to work with Atlantic Canada to bring down those prices over the next few years.
Member from Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, as we continue on the path of reconciliation, there is more and more evidence showing that Indigenous-led solutions lead to better, more sustainable outcomes and stronger, healthier communities. It's easy to see when it comes to mental wellness. For generations, Indigenous peoples have known that wellness and health depended on holistic connections and relationships with each other and with culture. By contrast, our narrow, one-size-fits-all Western approach has left far too many Indigenous people by the wayside. What is the government doing to make sure Indigenous-led models of wellness are reaching the people who need them? Question.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Cloverdale Langley for this question, and I'm so grateful to Indigenous leaders who are working so hard on blending traditional and Western ways of healing. At the second annual National Summit on Mental Health, people gathered to share successful stories about programs that are designed by Indigenous people for Indigenous people, from a Hausa keynote speech to the Pimishka Project in northern Quebec. Healing is happening, and we can all learn from the wisdom of Indigenous partners. So I thank every participant for sharing their knowledge.
The Honourable Member from Churchill, Kiwatinokaski.
Mr. Speaker, a new study found that big Canadian companies stashed away $120 billion in Luxembourg to avoid paying their taxes. This while working-class Canadians and those on fixed incomes play by the rules and are falling further and further behind. This is the result of Liberal and Conservative governments creating a tax code that supports the wealthy not paying their taxes. And it's costing Canadians billions of dollars that could go to healthcare, housing, or Indigenous communities. So when will this government finally crack down on wealthy tax cheats and make sure they pay their fair share?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone must contribute their fair share to financing public services. Contrarily to the Conservative leader who demonizes the income tax and wants the rich to pay less, we are trying to redouble our efforts so that they pay and that they do not use loopholes to avoid this responsibility. The CRA has hired experts and continues to use sophisticated tools to better detect and deal with the most serious cases of noncompliance. And this government really does care, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've gathered here for the last hour or so question period, I keep wanting to engage in the debate and talk about the climate crisis, but all I can think about is that while we're sitting here in such safety and security, the children of Gaza are terrorized and terrified. Children in Israel remain terrorized and terrified. We need a ceasefire, and we need it now. And I want my government, I want the government of Canada that has always stood for peace, for solutions to conflicts that don't involve the bombing of civilians, which is a war crime in itself. Please, please, to my government, to any minister, stand up and say right now that Canada will call for a ceasefire on both sides now.
The Honourable
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for her compassion and her question. We've seen the horrific scenes of unspeakable violence, of Hamas abhorrent terrorism, and we unequivocally condemn the attack. The price of justice cannot be the continued suffering of Palestinian civilians. What is unfolding in Gaza is a human tragedy. The Minister of Foreign Affairs continues to engage in efforts to help Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we need humanitarian pauses. Canadians must be allowed to leave Gaza. More humanitarian aid needs to get in, and all hostages must be released. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that brings in to the end of question period. Before I recognize,
Before I recognize any points of order, I have a message.
Honour to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. November 1st, 2023, Madam Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the first day of November 2023 at 4:12 p.m. Yours sincerely, Maya Welburn, Acting General Secretary to the Governor-General. So, bill assented to on today is an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts, Bill C-42. While I'm on my... Yes, sir. Alors, j'ai l'honneur de...
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication, of which the text follows, has been received on November 1st, 2023. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to advise you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, has signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill mentioned in appendix to this letter. On November 1st, 2023, at 4:02 p.m., With my great consideration, Governor General Secretary Maya Wilburn, Acting Secretary, and the bill that received royal assent, dated today, or rather of yesterday, was an act to amend the Business Corporation Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, Bill C-42.
Appel au règlement.
Point of order, the honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, during question period, the member for Charlebourg-Saint-Jean insulted us, saying that the carbon tax was the pollution price. I have a document that shows the opposite. I ask for unanimous consent to table the document. All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will please say nay. Unfortunately, there is not unanimous consent.
I recognize the honourable member from Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park. On a point of order.
In light of some clear misunderstandings in question period, I would request the unanimous consent of the House to table the special permit given by this government to Siemens to get around sanctions that this government actually gave the permit to facilitate Russia selling energy to Germany instead of supporting Canadian oil and gas. That wasn't supportive of Ukraine. I'd like to table the document.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I do not hear unanimous consent. On a point of order, the honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough Centre, a riding I should know well.
Thank you. On a separate point of order, there was some discussion in this House as to the impact of the carbon tax. The Governor of Bank of Canada clearly said at Finance Committee that it was 16%. I would like to table documents showing that. Bravo!
Regrettably, the honourable member, even before he had finished making his request for unanimous consent, I heard no's from the floor. Point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, just on a point of order, because we've witnessed it already again today, am I correct in my assumption that if a member is rising asking for unanimous consent, that the Speaker's will after question period is that they do seek consultations prior? Can you just provide some clarity on that issue, please?
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for raising this point, as all members are now experienced members and all know that the Chair has asked on many times that when you do rise on a point of seeking unanimous consent, we do ask that you make every effort to please consult with your colleagues in the other parties, certainly the whips or the House leaders, so that we can make sure that we do not waste the time of this House and of all honourable members. I see the
honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable rising. Is that another point of order? It's in response to the point of order by the member for Winnipeg North. It is the custom in this place that after question period, that is the right time for members to raise points of order on subjects or things that were said during question period. So my colleague did precisely that. He talked about something that happened during question period, and he wanted the unanimous consent of the House to support him. That's our tradition. That's what we've been doing since I've been here, Mr. Speaker, and I presume that it started long before I was here.
Merci.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. He's right, but I would encourage members so that we don't waste time, the time of honourable members. I'm very patient here in the House. I'll be here for quite a while, but I don't want to waste honourable members' time. So I would encourage members to always seek unanimous consent to canvass for that before they raise their point on the floor.
Before we proceed, I believe the member for New Westminster Burnaby has a point to raise. I'd like to ask whether the member for Mégantic-l'Érable would like to ask the Thursday question.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure for me to rise at this exciting point in the week when it comes time to ask the Thursday question to the government House Leader. And there are burning questions this week. Beyond knowing what we're going to be doing tomorrow and next week, what the government plans to put on the schedule, I'd like to know if the Prime Minister's question period, the Prime Minister's hour, whether that's going to happen again like the Prime Minister has been doing since he was first elected. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the Thursday question.
Reading of Bill C-57, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Next week, our priority will be given to Bill C-34 concerning the Canada Investment Act, Bill S-9, the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act, and Bill C-52, the Air Transportation Accountability Act. And finally, next Tuesday shall be an allotted day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you to the House Leader. One moment, please. So, as I recognized before, on a point of order, the honourable member, on a point of order that I had recognized that Mr. Julian, I will recognize the honourable member following that. If you could please take his. There is no supplementary to the Thursday question. The member is an honest.
I have precedent.
There. I'm going to ask the honourable member, please, to take his seat, and we are going to proceed with a question of privilege or question of order, rappel au règlement, du député de.
A point of order from the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby, and then I will give the floor to the next member. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed a point of order.
You, Mr. Speaker, took the opportunity to make quite a detailed statement on the matter of order and decorum in the House. And in that statement, you'll remember, Mr. Speaker, you indicated that order and decorum are, and I quote you, signs of respect for each other and for the institution. You further stated that the lack of order and decorum were most prominent during daily question period. On that day, Mr. Speaker, you raised a number of concerns, from incendiary language to reference to the absence of members to heckling and personal attacks. One matter that was not discussed was the need to maintain question period for what it is, a tool for opposition parties and for individual members to hold the government to account. As the House of Commons procedure and practice states, I know you know this very well, Mr. Speaker, quote, time is set aside almost exclusively for the opposition parties to confront the government and hold it accountable for its actions and to highlight the perceived inadequacies of the government. End of quote. Speaker Bosley in 1986 outlined a number of principles, including stating that, quote, while there may be other purposes and ambitions involved in question period, its primary purpose must be the seeking of information from the government and calling the government to account for its actions. The book continues in stating that when recognized in question period, a member should ask a question, be brief, seeking information, and ask a question that is within the administrative responsibility of the government or of the individual minister addressed. This is a key point, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure you'll understand. Clearly, the primary purpose of question period is to hold the government to account. However, all this week and in previous weeks, we've seen question period used in recent days and weeks not to hold the government to account, but to ask questions of individual members, in some case government, backbenchers, in some cases, in other cases, members from other opposition parties. As was previously the case, I would submit that such tactics should be considered out of order and not allowed. And I will quote, Mr. Speaker, extensively from some of the decisions that have been rendered by a previous speaker who is now the member for Regina Capel. Cet sujet, voici ce.
On this point, this is what the member for Regina Capel, then Speaker, said on January 28, 2014. It is for similar reasons that questions about things other MPs have done might be found to be out of order. Speaker Milliken, in a decision of June 14, 2010, at page 3770 of the debates, he said that the use of preambles to questions to attack other members does not give those members the opportunity to respond directly to those attacks. So unless the question establishes at the beginning that the question pertains to the administration by the governing party, the question could be ruled out of order and has been over the course of time.
Member for Regina Capel, knows this House well, also said, and I'm quoting the former Conservative Speaker, "We have witnessed a growing trend. We hear preambles to questions that go on at some length to criticize the positions, statements, or actions of other parties, members from other parties, and in some cases, even private citizens before concluding with a brief question about the government's policies. What we have, therefore, is an example of a hybrid question, one in which the preamble is on a subject that has nothing to do with the administrative responsibility of the government, but which concludes in the final 5 or 10 seconds with a query that in a technical sense manages to relate to the government's administrative responsibilities.
Since members have very little time to ask their questions, and the Speaker has even less time to rule on the admissibility of a question, the connection between the administrative responsibility of the government should be established as quickly as possible.
To risk being ruled out of order, and members should take care to establish the link to government responsibility as quickly as possible. So said the member for Regina Capel when he was Speaker of the House. The MP for Regina Capel, as Speaker, concluded with this, quote, "In conclusion, I will continue to rule questions out of order that do not establish a direct link to the administrative responsibilities of the government. In the same sense, so-called hybrid questions will also continue to risk being ruled out of order when this link is not quickly demonstrated. Members should take care when formulating their questions and establish this link as soon as possible in posing their questions to ensure that the chair does not rule what may be a legitimate question out of order." On March 24th, 2014, the member for Regina Capel cut off 2 questions by the official opposition. I was in the House at the time, Mr. Speaker. In response to a point of order raised by myself as House Leader of the official opposition, he ruled, "I raised the concern about questions that had no obvious link to government business, and informed members that they would run the risk of having their questions cut off unless that link was established early on in the question. At the time, I stood up to stop the members. I had not heard that link. If they feel they have a link to government business, I look forward with eagerness to their attempt to establish that, but as I heard it, there was no link to the direct administrative responsibility of government. As relevant as it might be to public interest or to members, there has to be that established link to the administrative role of government." Mr. Speaker, I do want to take this opportunity to commend you for your efforts to address matters of order and decorum. And New Democrats, of course, are pledged to work together with you on this matter. We would, however, like to implore you as part of this work to ensure that question period remains a tool for keeping the government to account. Parliamentarians and Parliament as a whole is not well served if that mandate expands, as we've seen this week, to matters that are definitely not within the administrative purview of the government. I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, to consider this point of order and to use the tools that this House has equipped you with to ensure that the kind of questions that we have seen this week that are clearly out of order are ruled as such before the question is finished. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your attention.
Thank the honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster, Burnaby, my apologies, for bringing up this issue and for raising a point. This is a point the chair will take back and come back to the member. Let me say that the member brought up a nuanced argument, one which I will consider, and I we'll come back to the House on this, but I would like to just note that the member did note that although the question would start off and go into a way, in a hybrid question would be in a way that would not refer to the administrative matters of the House, near the end of the question it would come back to it. And so, and there of course were members of the government who were willing to stand up to answer those questions. But I do appreciate the care and the carefulness that the member brought up this issue, and I will come back to the House with a ruling on that.
Before I give the floor to the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable, I know that the honourable member for Perth-Wellington has been waiting, so I will give you the floor on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to help you in your thinking, I'd like to remind you that indeed all questions asked by the opposition were directed to a member of the governing party or the NDP Liberal coalition, because we know that they've signed a deal and they have an understanding of mutual support. So it's only natural that we should be able to refer to that deal, and that should be acceptable in the questions we're asking of the government, because the NDP will be supporting the government because of that deal. So it's totally to be expected that we should be able to ask questions of that supporting party. And I'd like you to take that into consideration when you reflect on your ruling. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands on the same point of order.
I want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding the last comment by my Conservative colleague, there is not a single Westminster parliamentary system that follows what he outlined.
I see the member rising from Elmwood Transcona. Is it on the same point of order, or could I go on to? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I think this is an important pedagogical opportunity because the Conservatives don't seem to understand what a coalition is in a Westminster parliamentary system. And it's come to the point where it's causing a considerable amount of disorder, including interfering with the proper terms of question period. A coalition government is where more than one member or more than one party is represented in cabinet. That would mean that a member of the New Democratic Party was an eligible answerer in question period and could answer for the actions of the NDP. There is no universe in which any Liberal gives answers on behalf of New Democrats. It's why we're up asking questions in question period every day of the government and not mincing words. So the idea that somehow we're in a governing coalition and somehow Liberals get to answer for our actions is completely unacceptable. And it's come to the point it's making a mockery of question period that they get up and say is a sanctity in this place. And while I'm inclined to agree that question period is one of the more important moments in the parliamentary day, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that if they're going to talk about the sanctity of Parliament, they should bother to learn the rules.
I'm hoping that we can come to a close on this matter. I've heard from all members from the House, and I think a pretty full understanding of the issues which are raised. Again, I'd like to thank all members who participated in this. I'd like to thank the member from New Westminster Burnaby, and I will come back to the House. Unless it's a pressing point and a novel point, I would suggest that we can close the subject and we can go to the member from Perth-Wellington. Member from Kingston and the Islands.
It's new in light of the comments that were just made by my NDP colleague. There is a distinct difference between a supply and confidence agreement and a coalition. And you just have to look at some of the parliamentary systems that take place in Europe, for example, where genuine coalitions are formed. And to the member's point, you actually end up with a government that is representative of various different parties. That is not the case here, and I just wanted to support my NDP colleagues' comments with that. Thank you.
I thank all members for participating in this debate. I note that the issue is no longer being raised for the point of order, and I thank the member from Perth-Wellington for that. Moving on to orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply. Resuming consideration on opposition motion regarding carbon tax pause on home heating. Standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Resuming debate. The honourable member, excuse me for a second. The honourable member from Saskatoon West has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's obviously an honour to speak here today. After 8 years of this costly NDP Liberal coalition, Canadians are facing the worst affordability crisis in decades. This crisis is driven by out-of-control government spending, which has caused the highest inflation in 40 years. And this is why the leader of the Conservative Party has proposed this common-sense motion that we're debating here today. Here is the motion. Given that the government has announced a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, this House call on the government to extend that pause to all forms of home heating. This is a reasonable, common sense, and fair-minded motion. I want to read it again so that everybody knows what I'm talking about. Given that the government has announced a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, the House call on the government to extend that pause to all forms of home heating. And this is what we will be voting on in this House on Monday. Now, the Prime Minister gave to some, now he needs to give to all. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear about this. Conservatives are proposing a national, common-sense solution that, if adopted today, will provide a real cost reduction for all Canadians. And this is actually a very easy fix. A simple majority of MPs is all that is needed, and the home heating carbon tax will be removed. Unfortunately for all Canadians, we know that the NDP and Liberals in this chamber have it in their minds to make life as unaffordable for Canadians as possible. I think it's fair to say that everybody understands how the carbon tax is making life more expensive. It's especially making food more expensive. The NDP Liberal government is taxing the farmer who grows the food, the trucker who brings the food to us, and the processor and any other business who touches that food. The end result, food costs more, 6% more, just this in September. But don't trust my math, Madam Speaker. Last week, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklin, confirmed this. He said that if the carbon tax were eliminated, it would lower inflation by 0.6%. Now let's just think about that. The latest inflation rate was 3.8%. If the carbon tax were eliminated, that would get us 1/3 of the way to the target rate of 2%, and interest rates could start coming down. Instead, this cold-hearted NDP Liberal government wants to keep prices high for all Canadians. Now, before I get into how the NDP Liberals pit one region of Canada against another, perhaps I should spell out for everyone just how harmful the carbon tax actually is. In Saskatchewan, 2/5 of our electricity comes from natural gas, 2/5 from coal, and the balance from other sources. So 80% of our electricity is generated from fossil fuels extracted from the ground. Our home heating comes from that same natural gas extracted from the ground. Very few people use oil to heat homes in Saskatchewan. Those are the facts. Now here's the rub, or should I say the great political shell game that the NDP Liberals are pulling over Canadians, and specifically the good folks of Saskatchewan. It's called the carbon tax. And it's not just one carbon tax. No, that would be way too easy. And it's not just the second carbon tax, which came into effect on April Fool's Day of this year. There's also a third carbon tax called the Clean Energy Regulations, specifically aimed at Alberta and Saskatchewan, that the Minister of the Environment unveiled this past summer to force the shutdown of our natural gas and coal electrical power plants. As I said, 80% of our energy is generated by those two forms of energy. And the NDP Liberal Minister of the Environment has ordered that our power plants be shut down. And all of this, of course, is supported by the NDP. Now let me make this clear. Here is the NDP plan for the people of Saskatoon West. The original carbon tax, that's strike one. The second carbon tax, that's strike two. The shutdown of 80% of electrical generation in Saskatchewan, that is strike three. Now, today's debate isn't about electricity. It's about heating our homes and how we do that. So how will the carbon tax affect that? Well, first off, last week the Prime Minister made an announcement that his NDP Liberal coalition will be removing the carbon tax from home heating oil. He did this for the explicit purpose of winning votes in Atlantic Canada. Now, how do we know that? Well, first, at his announcement, he was surrounded by every single Atlantic Liberal member of Parliament. Second, one of his cabinet ministers from Newfoundland said as much to CTV on the weekend when she chastised the rest of Alberta and Saskatchewan for not electing Liberal MPs. Her claim was that if your riding didn't vote Liberal, the Prime Minister doesn't care about you. Therefore, no carbon tax break for natural gas home heating in Saskatchewan. You see, it's mostly Atlantic Canadians that use oil to heat their homes. Back on the prairies, we use much greener natural gas to heat our homes. And this is how the Liberals are using the carbon tax to pit one region of the country against another for political advantage. But you know, in Saskatchewan, we don't take this lying down. Saskatchewan has repeatedly been treated as a poor cousin when it comes to environmental policy, which is ludicrous because we care more than anyone about our environment. Our farmers depend on a healthy environment to make a living. They've been adopting green practices for decades, long before the government even cared. And our farmers don't need government handouts to accomplish this. They did this on their own because it makes sense. And they continue to make the best decisions for their farms and, by extension, for the environment. And let's not forget about the vast amounts of carbon stored in Saskatchewan, either in our farms or in our forests or in our carbon capture and storage projects. This mistreatment and unfairness is very frustrating and only adds to the cost to the industries and the people of Saskatchewan. My Saskatchewan colleagues and I have been working hard to fight against this inequity from Ottawa, and so has our Premier. This NDP Liberal carbon tax plan that rewards Atlantic Canada and penalizes Saskatchewan definitely needed a response. Now let me tell you what my Premier has said in response to all of this. He has promised to have our natural gas supplier, Sask Energy, stop collecting the carbon tax on home heating in my province. This will level the playing field with Atlantic Canada. And here's what he said about this, quote, "As Premier, it's my job to ensure Saskatchewan residents are treated fairly and equally with our fellow Canadians in other parts of the country. The federal government has created two classes of taxpayers by providing an exemption for heating oil, an exemption that really only applies in one part of the country and effectively excludes Saskatchewan." Now, lest you think this is just a bluff, I can report that only a few hours ago in the Saskatchewan legislature, the following motion passed. Let me read it. That this Assembly calls on all members of Parliament to support the opposition motion being debated November 2nd, 2023 in the House of Commons that reads as follows, that given that the government has announced a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, the House call on the government to extend that pause to all forms of home heating. Now, not only did this motion pass, it passed unanimously. Now let me break that down. That means that Saskatchewan Party MLAs voted in favor of this. This also means that NDP MLAs also voted unanimously in favor of this. Now, will the NDP in this House rise to the challenge and choose common sense over political games? Madam Speaker, I'm not optimistic. Here in Ottawa, the spineless and directionless NDP support the Liberals every single time. The Liberals say, jump, and the NDP asks, how high? I encourage them to take a cue from their provincial brothers and sisters and support our motion to pause the carbon tax on all forms of home heating. After 8 years of this Liberal government, we know that one of their favorite tools is division. And this carbon tax policy change is a great example. When the going gets tough, the Prime Minister divides. Now, why does he do this? To distract, to pit one person against the other. And he divides by race, sexuality, vaccine status, and now by region. Because he knows that when Canadians are arguing with each other, they don't notice what the government is doing. He doesn't care if it tears the country apart, because this gives the NDP Liberal coalition the ability to get away with so many things, with corruption, giving money to their friends, bad legislation. The list goes on and on of all the scandals that have happened. This gift to Atlantic Canada is a clear attempt to buy votes. But Atlantic Canadians are not fooled by these tricks. They know that, heaven forbid, if this Liberal government were to be re-elected, they would quickly end the temporary pause and continue on their path to quadruple, 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 quadruple the carbon tax. He may have fooled Canadians once or twice, but we won't be fooled anymore. Madam Speaker, I know what I've spoken today is hard for MPs of the NDP Liberal coalition government to hear. The truth is, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, they have, first, spiraled government spending out of control. Second, borrowed ridiculous amounts of money that has tripled or doubled our national debt in only 3 years. Third, endlessly printed money, which causes inflation as clearly confirmed by the Bank of Canada. Fourth, drastically raised interest rates, causing mortgage payments and rent to soar uncontrollably. And to top that off, fifth, the NDP Liberals tell us to eat cake as they raise taxes in the form of multiple carbon taxes. Madam Speaker, we cannot afford this costly coalition. We need a government that will scrap the carbon tax and balance the budget to ease inflation and lower interest rates. It's time for Canadians to elect a common-sense, Conservative government. Let's bring it home.
Here, here. Questions and comments? The honourable member for the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm curious, the member's from Saskatchewan, and so when his constituents call him and ask him about the home heating oil and why Atlantic Canada appears to be getting this, the price on pollution removed from it, and solely Atlantic Canada, because that's the way Conservatives are portraying it. I'm wondering if he corrects them and says, actually, no, it's all people in Canada that use oil to heat their home that'll be removed from. As a matter of fact, he said the majority were in Atlantic Canada. That's not true. There's twice as many people in my province of Ontario that heat with oil that will benefit from this than Atlantic Canada. So the question is very simple. Does he try to correct the policy and tell people the reality of it, or does he perpetuate the falsehoods that Conservatives are trying to distribute amongst the population?
Our member Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, perpetuating falsehoods and reality, I just want to do a little bit of math for the honourable member across. The government has said they're going to give $10,000 to provide heat pumps. I'm not sure they've actually done this math, because there's probably, by my calculation, maybe about 400,000 homes in Atlantic Canada that will need heat pumps. 400,000 times 10,000 is $4 billion. That's just in Atlantic Canada. And there are needs across the country as well. So one of the things that has not been talked about in this whole proposal by the government is the actual cost of this heat pump subsidy that they're talking about. This